fine tends to, I think that's the freeze mode, and they're quite good at doing that. So that's just a bit about horses, and that's not how to get them relaxed, but that is about they need to be relaxed, and they need to be able to go from relaxed to energetic to relaxed. Really, I'm going to talk a lot this weekend about transitions, but that's a transition, a relaxed to energetic to relaxed transition. Okay, a relaxed to an up to a relaxed transition. The girl who was hacking out and her horse was worried about the rabbits. He's walking along, he's relaxed, and a rabbit jumps out and he goes up, and now he's walking along, but he hasn't let go of that rabbit. Does that make sense there? What we're really trying to do is, for me, I'm trying to teach these horses how to spit out their rabbits around us, because they know how to do it away from us. You know, in the wild, horses out there, he's grazing, and then, oh, it's a saber-toothed tiger, let's run. And they run, and when they outrun the saber-toothed tiger, whew, he's gone. And they go back down again. That's normal, because there's only so many predators out there. But let's say there was a overabundance of saber-toothed tigers, and so the horse is grazing, and then, oh, saber-toothed tiger, so they run, and then saber-toothed tiger's gone. And they're just about to let down. Oh, another saber-toothed tiger, and they run, and they outrun that one, and that one's gone. Good. And I'm just about to relax. Oh, and another saber-toothed tiger, and they never get to. That doesn't happen, but if that happened, they tend to stay stuck up. And I think around us, what we tend to do is, you're working with a horse and you ask him to do something, and he does it, and then when you stop, he's processing, he's about to be done with that thought. And then we ask them to do something else, and we do something else. And I think that's one of the ways we can get them stuck in that low-level sympathetic nervous system, is we never let them reset themselves. And so being aware of that, especially, I think it's especially in the early stages. The early stage, at the beginning, is the most important part, because once you get that working, they just do it on their own. You know, I had a filly here, if you guys have watched the Dixie series on the subscription thing, that even as a young horse, she was wanted to be very difficult. Okay, she's the one that would go over to her mother and back up to her and kick her in the belly, and she wanted to rear up when she had, you know, usually horses rear up when they want to move their feet and there's nowhere to go to. There's no option to move. She'd be in the middle of the pen and just rear up and pin her ears and clap her teeth and all sorts of things like that. But earlier on in the handling of her, we got it to where we made sure that bit was working. And then when I went to doing more technical stuff, like say the groundwork and the leading up to the saddling and stuff like that, it doesn't matter what I did with it. I'd ask her to do something. As soon as I stopped, she was just amazing at it. And she ended up being relatively easy, because I was a lot more, you know, a few years ago I'd have made her terrible, I think. But yeah, she could just, and so I've got it, there's a big bay horse out there with Bundy, that big tall one out there. He's not mine, he's the only one here that's not mine, and he's a running breed quarter horse, and he's been, you know, I was looking for a horse to film some of this new stuff, especially the starting under saddle. And the lady that owns him has started him, well, went through all, you know, she doesn't follow my stuff, but she went through some groundwork, and then she did the saddling process, and she'd actually got on and sat on him a couple of times, not asked him to move off, but the last time she went to get on him, she was getting on and something spooked him and he jumped sideways and she fell off and broke a leg or whatever. And I thought, oh, this would be cool. This would be good to video. Well, he's very shut down. And so I've stopped videoing him, because it's just going to be a video of me standing around for 45 minutes, because waiting for him to lick and chew. But something I've noticed with horses, and the thing about, I do a lot of clinics, and so every weekend I get to work with 12 different horses, and you know, no one brings the horse that doesn't have any problems to the clinic. And so I get to observe a lot of different horses and a lot of different things. And one thing I noticed over the years is, if you can ask them to do something, and especially get them to flick their attention off something that bothers them and to be a bit more present, if you look at them closely, so there's a nerve that runs down the side of their head that basically connects their jaw to their brain, sort of thing, called the trigeminal nerve. And if you look very closely, that thing will start jumping, or bottom lip will start twitching, or their top lip will start twitching, or the nostrils will go up and down. And what I've figured out, and I've not ever read this anywhere, and I could be totally wrong, but I mean, I get to observe enough of them, it just happens time and time again. If you wait long enough when they start doing that twitching, eventually they'll have a big old lick and chew. And so I don't think that does that in the wild, because they have a fright and it's done. But I think horses that have kind of learnt to just kind of shut down, it's almost like their nervous system is trying to switch back, but it gets stuck on a loop sort of thing, and it's not necessarily up, but it's trying to switch back to down. And when I first started working on this stuff in 2017 at clinics, you'd get that twitching happen. I might have to stand there for 45 minutes and wait, and boom. Then you have the big old lick and chew, and then the next time it's 30, and then by the second day it's 5 minutes, and then by the end of the second day you can ask them to do something, and when you stop doing, they'll have a lick and a chew. And so it's almost like a resetting of their nervous system. But that's the big thing. That's the whole don't go to bed angry thing, I think, is most horses that have been around people have some level of that getting stuck there, unless they've had someone who really knew what they were doing in the beginning that made sure that didn't happen. So that's a big part of what we're going to be talking about when we're working with these horses out here. So that's the principle. That's the don't go to bed angry principle. The other principle I want to talk about is, it's called work with the horse you have today. When I first gave that principle a name, it was about work with what's going on here, you know. So it's just not bringing your frustration from your day at work or what he did yesterday. You know what he did yesterday, but you're not necessarily responding to him because of what he did yesterday. You're responding to what he's doing now. But you know, like anything, you get an idea and then it just expands and expands and expands. And that whole work with the horse you have today principle really is about the human being present. Now it's getting warm. It's about the person being present. And what I've realized is, the reason a lot of times we have trouble with horses is because we're not present, and they can basically, it's just like the zebras, you know, the one over there is grazing and this one picks his head up and his energy changes and he gets a bit tense. That one over there can feel that and tell that. And so they can really tell, you know, it's almost like they can read your mind and they can read your energy as well as what you're doing physically. And I'm really starting to believe that has a bigger impact on them than what you actually do physically. And so, you know, in my travels around the place, I've come across people, met people or heard of people and stuff who can actually mentally picture what they want their horse to do, and they can get their horse, and their horse will do it. And the more I look into this stuff, it's like, yeah, they can definitely read your mind. They can definitely read your energy, but they can also read your emotions too. And so I think the biggest part of working with a horse is you have to be able to be present. You have to be in the moment right now, which means you know, it's not like you stand there with your horse and you're thinking about what's for dinner, what I'm going to do tomorrow, any of that stuff. You've got to be right there right now. And that's hard because a lot of us, you know, me included, definitely, aren't very good at that. Does anybody here meditate? How many meditators we got? A few? You do meditate, or you've tried to meditate? You do?
Well, probably more try, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's quite a few here, actually. Is anybody here try to meditate and can't because they just can't do it? No?
Depends on the day, yeah. Sometimes. Yeah.
What does can't mean?
Okay, so the question is, define can't. What does can't mean? What does can't mean to you?
Meaning that I can't shut the inner dialogue off enough to just...
So that's...
my mind's going, oh, what's for dinner? Oh,
okay.
call that
And so you can't shut your inner dialogue off enough to...
Be still.
Be still. Okay. Does anybody else experience that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? So usually there's a lot of spectators at a clinic, but I go, does anybody here meditate? And a few people put their hands up and I go, anybody here might have tried to meditate and can't? Boom, everybody's hand shoots up. And I'll go around and I'm going to ask you, of you that have had trouble, let's say that's I can't meditate, you know what I mean? What do you have trouble with?
Like her shutting off my brain. Right?
Shutting off your brain. Okay, very good. Have trouble shutting off your brain?
The anchor helps. Like in one of your videos, you talk about having the anchor where you focus, 3 breaths in, 6
Yep.
breaths out,
Yep.
whatnot. That seems to help, but I've not been able to get to the state where I don't need the anchor.
Okay, you haven't got to the state where you don't need the anchor. Anybody else?
My issue is more around like starting a practice of consistently showing up every day and doing it.
So it's more about, okay, let's talk about that. So your problem is you have trouble finding the motivation to sit down and start it.
Yeah, it's like that whole idea of just getting a different behavior to knock you out of your habit kind of a thing. I have such an ingrained schedule and a habit
Yep.
that trying to add a new thing into it, it's like I'll do it for 3 days in a row and then not for 4 days.
Okay, so that's a bit different. But anybody else had I have trouble meditating because I can't keep my mind still?
More like the thought stays and you just can't release it. You just can't let it just drop.
Can't let it go, okay. Perfect. So I have been, for a while I've been a big fan of quoting an American philosopher named Wayne Dyer, and he says, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And a lot of times when people say, I can't meditate, I go, why can't you meditate? They go, I just can't stop my mind from thinking about other things. I can't make my mind go still, I can't make my mind go blank. And they tell me all these things and I'm like, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. I mean, I talked about transitions a minute ago. So tell me if your meditation sounds something like this. Okay, so I'm going to sit down and I'm going to focus on my breathing. I'm going to focus on the rising and the falling of my abdomen. So I sit down and I'm focusing on my breathing. My abdomen's going up, my abdomen's going down, and it's going up, and it's going down. I wonder what's for dinner. I think we might have chicken tonight. Chicken, yeah, I think we'll have chicken would be good for dinner. I wonder the chickens you eat, are they boy chickens or girl chickens? Huh. I never thought of that. I might have to look that up. I wonder, I've seen pictures of those chicken places and there's just hundreds and hundreds of chickens. I wonder if they're boy chickens or girl chickens. What if they were boys and girls? Maybe that's where they get the baby chickens from. I love baby chickens, especially at Easter time. Oh, wouldn't an Easter egg be good right now? I love chocolate. I'd love to have some chocolate right now. Oh, I just realised I'm thinking about chocolate right now. Boom. Okay, so right then, when you realise that you've been on this blah, 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 you tend to go, oh shit, I can't meditate. This is too hard. Okay, so I'm going to blow your mind right here. Right when you got to the point where you said, I like chocolate, and you went, oh, I'm thinking about chocolate, you are now meditating because you are now conscious of what you were thinking about. And so at that point right there, most people tend to go, I can't do this. I just realised I spent the last 5 minutes thinking about dinner, chickens, male chickens, female chickens, where the babies come from, love baby chickens, especially at Easter time, Easter eggs, chocolate. And you think, I can't do this, my mind just goes crazy. But what you've got to realise is, if anybody ever heard any Eckhart Tolle? Okay, he says, when you realise that you're not present, you are present. So right at the point where you go, I'm thinking about chocolate right now, not about my breathing. Instead of going, I can't do this, you go, I'm doing it, I just did it. I've got a really good audiobook I've been listening to called Mind Hacking by a fellow named Sir John Hargraves. And I don't think, I looked it up, I don't think Sir John Hargraves is actually a sir. But it's called Mind Hacking. But he's got the best spin on this I've ever heard. He says, so he gives himself points. So if you're going to sit down and meditate for 10 minutes, every time you realise that your mind has wandered, give yourself a point. And what you'll find is the first day in 10 minutes, you will give yourself 3 points because you will spend most of the time meandering off about chickens and Easter and stuff. And, oh, for the last 3 minutes, I've been thinking about something else. Oh, 1 point. And then you'll do it again. And at the end of 10 minutes, you've only got 3 points. And then the next time you do it, or the next week, you'll be getting 10 points in 10 minutes. And then the next week, you'll be getting 20 points in 10 minutes. And instead of thinking, I'm getting worse because my mind's wandering off, the fact is your mind is going to wander off. You know it's going to wander off, but what's happening is you're noticing it sooner. Does that make sense? And so it's all about, and this is why I asked you about having the motivation to sit down. If you tend to think, I'm going to sit down and do this, but I suck at it anyway because I find my mind wanders off and doesn't stay perfect. It's not supposed to stay perfect for a long time. I mean, when you first learn to meditate, all it is basically, it's controlling what your mind thinks about and being aware when it's not thinking about what you're supposed to be thinking about. And it's gonna wander off track for a long time before you realise, it might be 3 minutes before you realise, oh, I've just been on this bloody whole diatribe about chickens and Easter eggs and stuff like that. But then, and let's say that's the order you tend to do it in. Dinner, chicken, male or female chicken, maybe they're all together, baby chickens, Easter eggs, chocolate. Okay? But then what you'll find is, if let's say your mind doesn't do the same thing every time, but let's say it did, after a while you go dinner, chicken, male or female, probably they're in together, baby chickens, Easter. I'm thinking about Easter right now, I'm supposed to be thinking about breathing. Anyway, the next time you would be dinner, where am I going here? Dinner, chicken, male or female chickens, baby chicken. I'm supposed to be meditating right now. And after a while, you're thinking about your breathing and you go, I wonder what's for dinner. Oh, I noticed that. Come back to your breathing. Okay? Horse training is exactly the same thing. This is the Donkey Kong principle that I'm not talking about right now, but that's it. And it gets better and better and better and better and better, but it's not supposed to be perfect. Does that make sense? And so if you understand that with meditation and with horses, it will make a huge difference. Because then you don't judge it as, like, I don't know if your unwillingness to sit down and do that practice all the time is because I suck at it anyway. No, that's not it. Sounds like it's just fitting it into your routine, but that's normal for a lot of people, is having that judgment about, oh, I can't do it, and then you don't motivate to do it. Whereas if you do that keep score thing, he's got in that book, he's got an even earlier mindfulness practice. He says, in the next 24 hours, what I want you to do is, as many times as you can, think, what was I just thinking? It doesn't matter what you were just thinking. There's no right or wrong. But you're doing stuff during the day and you're in your head and the whole day's gone and you never just stopped. What this does is you're doing things and you think, let's say I'm supposed to be painting this. Okay, I'm staining this thing, and while I'm staining it, I could stain the whole thing and not actually think about it because I'd be thinking about other stuff. But if you're staining this and you go, what was I just thinking? Bloody chickens and Easter again, wasn't I? Okay, there's one point, and after a while, just what was I just thinking? I was thinking about staining. Okay, it doesn't matter what you were thinking about, and you start rewarding yourself points for that. So what he's trying to get you to do is start to be aware of what you were thinking about without judgment. It's not good or bad. And so what you find you'll tend to do is each day you do more and more, and after a while you almost know what you're thinking all the time instead of just being in your head. And the reason all this stuff is so important that I'm talking about here is because when we are around our horses, if we're supposed to be thinking about our breathing and thinking about Easter eggs, they know it. And what we're supposed to be thinking about when we're around our horses is our horses. What's going on right there. And if it's Easter eggs that's coming up, that causes our horses to be anxious. And this comes back to the whole don't go to bed angry principle thing. Just even when there's nothing going on, your horse is not worried or whatever, and you're thinking about something else, that can make certain types of horses anxious. I mean, if they are an uptight sort of a horse anyway, you're not providing them any security of the herd because you don't even know what's going on. You're not here, you're here. But then if something is going on and you're not present. So think about this, in 600 or 800, I think it was 600 BC, a Chinese philosopher named Lao Tzu said, if you are depressed, you're living in the past. If you're anxious, you're living in the future. And if you are peaceful, you are living in the present. Horses are always living in the present, and we are not living in the present that much. And so a lot of people, when they're around their horses, they're not very present. Now, some people, when they're around their horses, are not present as in they've got no idea what their horse is doing. Like they're leading their horse like, hey Madge, how's it going? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Stop it. Blah, blah. You know, they've got no idea what's happening here. So that's not present. But some people are very aware of what's going on here, but they're adding a story to it. Like, oh, he's looking up over there. Well, what if he spooks? What if he steps on my toe? I've got a sore toe. And you go down that spiral there. That's being aware of what your horse is doing with a story attached to it. And that's probably even worse than not having a clue what your horse is doing. But so the first person I'm talking about there is not aware of what their horse is doing. They're not present, but they're not aware of what their horse is doing. The second person is very aware of what their horse is doing, but they're still not present because they're attaching some sort of a story to that. And if you go back to the zebras with the ones laying down, the ones that are standing up, they're not standing up. They are present. Now, if there is a reason to get tense, these ones will feel that. And so, you know, if people have that, they're around their horse and they're always going into worst case scenarios. What if he steps on my toe? Well, blah, blah, blah. That actually makes things worse. And even if you do all the right physical things, like, you know, you've read the book, you've watched the video, whatever, and you know what to do when your horse does whatever, if your internal dialogue is actually causing the issue, then you're basically, you know, you're trying to put the fire out while you're pouring gas on it at the same time, sort of thing. I don't know if that's we've got a fireman over here. I'm not sure that's a very good analogy right there, but anyway. Does that make sense there? So it's really important that we, you know, and well, think about this. I was talking before about some people can actually mentally picture what they want their horse to do and their horse can do it. Not very many, because you've got to have a mind like a Buddhist monk to do that, don't you? You know. Can anybody here do it? No? No? Okay. Anybody here ever been trail riding? Yeah? Ever been trail riding and your horse is a little bit fresh? Ever been trail riding your horse is a little bit fresh and it's a windy day and it's kind of cold? Yeah? Ever been trail riding and your horse is a little bit fresh, it's a windy day and it's kind of cold, and you go along the trail and up ahead of you on the trail there's a bush beside the trail and a plastic bag is blown and it's flapping, and you're riding along and right there your horse kind of stops and picks his head up and pricks his ears. Ever had that happen? Yes? Have you ever had that happen and then thought, oh shit, he's going to spook and he's going to go off that way, I'm going to fall off this side and I've already got a bad shoulder. I wonder will a helicopter come here, will be an ambulance. I'm probably a long way up here in the thing, it's probably going to be a helicopter. So helicopters, which hospital do they take? Well, I probably might go to San Jose, and that's good because the Hollister hospital here is not that good, but I know there's a really good shoulder surgeon in San Jose. So that'll be, who's going to pick up my kids from school tomorrow? Who's ever been down that path? Yes, no? Someone said every day. You're saying some, probably? Is it a yes or a no?
Yeah.
Okay, very good, okay. So, anybody else? Raise your hand if you ever, and it doesn't have to be that whole story, but raise your hand if you ever had that happen.
Yeah.
You too? Yeah. Do you realise you were all the same people that less than 5 minutes ago didn't raise your hand when I said, can anybody here mentally picture well enough to get their horse to do what they want them to do? You all said, I can't do that. Okay? But then right there you said, I'm very good at picturing. So we know from our conversations here this morning that horses can read your mind. You can send them mental pictures. And you've all said, no, I cannot send them good enough mental pictures to get them to do what I want them to do. But then you've all just said, oh, I'm really good at sending them mental pictures of stuff I don't want them to do. And then we go, this horse is stupid and this horse is... And does that make sense there? And the reason I asked about does anybody here meditate? Because all meditating is doing is controlling what your mind thinks about. And if you, at home, on in a perfectly safe environment, you cannot sit down and close your eyes and control what your mind thinks about, how well do you think you're going to be able to do it when you're on the back of a horse on a cold, windy day and he's a little bit fresh and his head pops up and his ears prick up there and there's a plastic bag blowing? You know, right now I am going to be mentally strong. I'm going to be able to focus on what I want my horse to do. It isn't going to happen, is it? And so once you realize how important it is that you can do that, or once you realize how important it is that those mental pictures you come up with are actually influential with your horse, then it kind of turns the whole thing around to where the onus is more on us to control what's going on in here, more so than control what goes on out here. Because for a number of years at clinics, you know, there's a lot of people I've been able to help, but some people I'm like, probably should get a cat. But now I know why, is because those people tend to have trouble controlling what they think about. And that's not a judgment or anything. I mean, we all do to some extent. You know, I've been in my head a lot. But what I realise now is, because I was those kind of people, I was trying to help them with what they were physically doing, and I can get them to physically do it and it still doesn't work quite right. And now what I realise is they are sending so much information to their horse from in here and in here that you almost can't override it with anything out here, if that makes sense. And so it's really important that you can, you know, you're at least aware of that, and then you can kind of start to work on it a bit. You know, it's more about figuring out what's causing the things to go wrong than it is, you know, it's never going to be perfect. So, you know, it's a journey. Even when I'll tell you what, you'll tend to think, my next hurdle is I want to be able to do this. I'll be happy when I get to this, and when you get to there, you're like, oh no, how about happy when I, and there's always another. So you kind of got to be quite content with where you're up to, and understand that there's no need to get to there, because when you get there, there'll be just something else you want. But the big part is that I'm trying to get across to you guys here is what you think about, and you know, what you think about controls your, well, it's your thoughts, but then your thoughts control your physiology, your energy, and then your physical actions. So right now I want you to do a little mental exercise. Can you guys just put your feet flat on the floor if you've got your legs crossed? So imagine sitting on your lap right now is a cutting board. It's a wooden cutting board, okay, like kitchen cutting board. And it's not a cheap one, it's one a wealthy relative you gave you, so it's really, really nice. It's about 1 inch thick, and it's alternating light and dark hardwoods from Africa. Like, it's beautiful, must have cost them a fortune. This thing's gorgeous, and it's sitting right there in your lap. And sitting on that cutting board is an orange. And this is not just any old orange, this is the most beautiful orange you've ever seen. It's perfectly round, it's a perfect sphere, and it's bright orange. And you know the bit where it attaches to the tree, sometimes that's a bit off-coloured? It's not, it's perfect. This is the most beautiful orange you've ever seen. It's been in the refrigerator, you've taken it out, and there's some condensation running down the side of it, okay? And sitting beside, and close your eyes if you want to, sitting beside that orange is a kitchen cutting knife, and it's a nice heavy one like you see on MasterChef or whatever. It's not some cheap knife. And you pick that knife up, boy, it's heavy. And you take that knife and you sit it on you hold the orange with your left hand, and you sit that knife on the orange, and thunk, it cuts that orange and it rolls in half, and it just rocks backwards and forwards, and a bit of juice runs out of it. And then you get one of those halves, and you get the knife again, and you cut the half in half. And then you pick up the quarter of an orange that's in your hand. You're going to bring it up to your nose to sniff it, but as you pick it up, you squeeze it slightly, and a bit of juice runs out of the orange and down your palm of your hand and runs down your wrist under your shirt sleeve. And then you bring that orange up to your nose, and you smell it, and it smells so good. Is anybody salivating right now? Yeah. Who was salivating right then? Almost all of you, okay? Do you realise there's no orange? There is no orange, but right then you had clear enough thoughts about this orange that it actually made your brain release chemicals into your body to make you salivate, because the saliva is getting ready for this non-existent orange to come into your mouth, and you want to wash it down so you can digest it. Okay? We do that with our horses. You know, you think about, you ever heard horses can smell fear? I don't know if they can smell fear, but they can definitely sense that stuff. And so when you let your mind go down that spiral about all this stuff that may be going to happen that's not happening right now, it'll do the same thing to you, but it's not giving you the And it's not giving you the stuff that makes you salivate. It's giving you the stuff that makes you want to poo your pants sort of thing, you know what I mean? And what happens when that happens? Everything gets tight. And so that thought turns into a chemical reaction, which turns into, you know, an emotion, which turns into a physical thing. And so really being able to control your thoughts is the whole key to the thing. And it's really important to understand that. And then I'm going to talk about some other stuff that'll help you with that too. But that's a really important part of the whole thing. And you think about, go back to the very beginning, horses feel safe when they're around the other herd members, not because of their toughness, but because of the group awareness. And so when if your horse is around you and he's quite anxious, there's quite a possibility, and this is not necessarily you, this could be whatever humans they've been in contact with, but for the most part, horses, when they start being around humans, we've got this picture in our head, what we want to do, we've got this expectation, and they learn right off the bat that when these two-leggeds come along, they are not thinking about what's going on right here, right now. And so they tend to, you know, think about this. I said before about Wayne Dyer, you know, when it changed the way you look at things, the things you look at change. A lot of times if you saw someone leading a horse and they had hold of the horse and the horse was whinnying and pushing in them and looking around here and whinnying and running in circles, what are some adjectives you would most people would give that horse? What would you say that horse is being?
Activated.
Spooky, flighty. It might be anxious, might be disrespectful. You know, you get that one. And then you tend to label that horse as you said he's anxious, you said he's what? You know, some different adjectives. One of them was anxious, so you tend to say he's an anxious horse. Whereas anytime I see a horse that's acting like that around a person, I tend to think, okay, so that horse's experience in the past has told him that I have to look in every single direction because the two-leggeds have no idea what's going on and I need to keep it. And so instead of thinking that horse is being bad or he's being a jerk or he's playing up or he's being pushy, if they're pushing into you or whatever, he's not doing that. If you flip the switch and you go, I see a horse right here who thinks he needs to keep an eye out in all 360 degrees because he knows that people can't. Does that make sense there? Here about 3 years ago, yeah, it would have been 2017, I was at a horse expo in Madison, Wisconsin. Let's check the time here. Perfect. I was at a horse expo in Madison, Wisconsin, and most of the time at the horse expos you've got to do demos with a horse in an arena, but sometimes you'll have demos at some part of the day, but sometimes you've got, and another part of the day you might have to go up to like a lecture hall and deliver just a lecture, kind of like this sort of thing. And there's one that I've been doing for a few years that I call Everything I Learned in Life I Learned about, Everything I Learned in Life I Learned from Horses. And it's just about life lessons I got from horses that are applicable to other parts of my life. You know, they're life lessons that I learned that you can use everywhere, but I learned them from dealing with horses. And I'd done this one a few times, and where our booth was at this horse expo in the same aisleway was a lady named Barbara Schulte. Has anybody ever heard of Barbara Schulte? So Barbara Schulte was a big time cutting horse trainer back in the 90s, and then she kind of took a different path, and she is more like, I mean, she still helps people with their horses, but she's more a bit like a life coach sort of thing, or mental coach. She, I remember having a cassette tape of hers when strapping Tyler up there was about that tall, so probably 20 years ago, called Mentally Tough Showing or something like that. But she went to Florida to a place called the Human Potential Institute where they train Olympic athletes. Olympic coaches. And she was in the same aisleway as us at this horse expo. And I knew of her for 20 years, but I'd never met her, and I met her there. She's lovely. And so I went up and I did this talk called Everything I Learned in Life I Learned from Horses. And for some reason, the normal blah, blah, blah I talk about, I kind of went a bit further, and I probably spat out some stuff in a crowd in front of 100 and something people that I probably haven't told anybody before. And it freaking exhausted me. Like at the end of that thing, felt like I was run over by a truck. So I was walking back to the booth, and I walked past Barbara's booth, and she said, "How'd it go?" And I said, "Oh God, I'm exhausted." And she said, "Why?" And I told her, and she said, "Oh, well, you know, Brene Brown says vulnerability, something, something, something." And I'm like, "What?" And so who here's heard of Brene Brown? You ever heard of Brene Brown? You need to look her up. If anybody at home hasn't heard of Brene Brown, it's spelled B-R-E-N-E, Brene Brown. And if you want your first taste of it, go on YouTube and look up a TED Talk called The Power of Vulnerability. You can thank me later. But anyway, so she mentioned this Brene Brown lady. So that's what I did. I came home and I watched that TED Talk, and then I bought one of her audio books, and then I got all of her audio books. But I was out in that pasture there one day on the tractor, moving some dirt around or something or other, and I'm listening to her in the noise-cancelling headphones, and I'm thinking, this lady's been inside my head, you know. And then 10 minutes later, whoa, she's been inside my wife's head, and that's a completely different head than mine. So she kind of gets the human condition. But one of the things she said in this this book was you cannot selectively suppress emotions. If you suppress the lower ones, you automatically suppress the higher ones. And so as a male of my generation growing up in Australia, I'm pretty sure it was kind of the same in this country, Charlie, boys don't cry, boys don't show fear. So you get taught to suppress that stuff from an early age. And I'd never, and she said, you cannot selectively suppress emotions. If you suppress the lower ones, you automatically suppress the higher ones. If you suppress the fear and the grief and that sort of stuff, you also suppress the joy, happiness, all that sort of stuff. And I'd never given it any thought. I thought, well, I think I'm happy. But I don't know, maybe my version of happy is not happy. Never gave it any thought. So I talked to somebody who I'd met at a horse expo somewhere who's a therapist of some sort, and I said, I want to work on this. What would I do? Go and see is there a class you can take? Should I go and see a counsellor? What do you do? She said, I'd go and find a therapist who specialises in something called DBT, dialectical behaviour therapy, which was initially created for highly suicidal adults, but now they use it for people with any emotional regulation issues. I'm like, okay, so I found one in our area, well, an hour away, but so I go up there, and the first meeting I told her what I wanted to work on, and she said, oh yeah, we can do this, this will be fine, this will be easy. And she said, now we also offer group therapy at night time, but you won't need those. Anyway, after 3 months of going to this therapist and not getting anywhere, she said, you know, you probably should go to the night ones too. So I start going to the night ones once a week. I was going to see her every 2 weeks, then I start going to the night therapy, the group therapy once a week. And I did that for a whole year. I didn't get anywhere out of the whole thing because apparently in order for that particular therapy to work, you actually have to have some emotions. So, but I learned a lot of really, really cool stuff there. And so we used to have homework every week. And a lot of times I didn't do the homework or didn't do all the homework. And the homework would be doing some exercises to help you with what you're going to do when you have an emotional crisis. And then the other part of the homework was when you have an emotional crisis that week, you use that stuff that you've worked on away from the actual crisis itself to solve the problem. And I didn't ever do the second half of the homework because I didn't have an emotional crisis. I mean, I live here. I wasn't traveling that year, so I was at home. So there's not a whole lot of emotional crisis to have. But so there's always homework. And one week we had the most amazing homework. They said, what we're going to do this week is we want you to count judgmental thoughts. I want you to count your judgmental thoughts. And they said, you know, put some pebbles in one pocket, and when you have a judgmental thought, move it over, or get a clicker like, you know, the bus conductors or train conductors or, you know, bouncers at night stuff have. And I thought, well, I'm going to have about 3 judgmental thoughts the whole time, so I'll just put 3 pebbles in my pocket, and I'll just, when I have a thought, I'll move one over, and at the end of the day, it'll be 3. I had 21 before breakfast the first day. And the thing about counting judgmental thoughts is you become aware, when you start doing it, you become aware of how many you have. And that's a lot. But you become aware of how many you have about yourself. And that's a lot, that you don't even know that you are having. And what you find a lot of times when you're aware of that stuff is you realize how many of them you have about yourself and how many, and they're not nice thoughts about yourself, you know. And so Brene Brown that I talked about before, she's she's a researcher, like a therapist researcher type lady. But she ended up being a shame researcher. She says that shame is the scourge of society. Everybody's problems they've got has got to do with some sort of shame. And she says there's a difference between guilt and shame. Shame is I am stupid. Guilt is I did something stupid. Shame is a focus on self. Guilt is a focus on behavior. And what we tend to do, no matter what we do, we tend to turn it into us. You know, so you do something that could be, that's questionable. Let's call that stupid. And you don't go, well, that was stupid. I won't do that next time. You tend to go, oh, you're so stupid. You know, and it gets stuck in your subconscious and becomes a part of who you are. And so that whole judgmental thought thing, it's very, very interesting, because when you get good at recognizing judgmental thoughts and you are good at reframing them, so instead of when you do something, instead of going, oh God, I'm so stupid, you go, I'm not stupid. I just did something stupid, but next time I can do it differently. I think it's really good practice, because then when you're around your horse, when they do something, you're not as judgmental about it. Like, my horse just did this. You're not judging it. It is what it is. You know, my horse just stood on his hind feet while he was standing still. Instead of, oh, he reared up, and what if he, and you go down that whole line of what ifs and stuff like that. And that, yeah, counting the judgmental thoughts was very, very, it's a very interesting, life-changing sort of a thing to do. But something so I've done a lot of this inner work, personal work. You might notice there's Chance is laying down now and Sherlock's standing up, whereas a little while ago Sherlock was laying down and Chance was standing up. And there's only two of them. Think about this. So one's laying down, one's standing up. So I've had a bit of a paddock paradisey thing around the outside of here where the horses live out there, but I've had it blocked off over there. So I've had 3 horses out here, those 2 in there. The other morning, both of those were laying down over there in the corner. Like, they're both laying down. So I came out and had a look. That's because those other 3 horses and we're over here at this water trough. So like, okay, we've got some lookout, we're going to have a nap. Yeah, so that whole judgmental thought thing, when you get really good at it, it's helpful because, oh, that's what I was going to say. In the past few years, something strange has happened with horses at like clinics and horse expos and stuff, whereas in the past, someone's having trouble with their horse and I say, give me here and I'll show you what to do. And they hand me the horse and then I pull out my flag and then I do something with the horse and the horse is better. But what's been happening, not with every horse by any means, but at times in the last couple of years is someone will be having trouble with a horse and I say, just bring me over here. And they hand me the lead rope and the horse goes from this to that. And it's not something I did at the time and it's not something that's ever happened in the past. So it's not like, oh, he's good with horses or whatever, you know what I mean? It's not something I actually did at the time. And so I think a lot of this stuff I'm talking about here has made a difference to that. And I've noticed it enough to where it's like, I want to make everybody else aware of it because I really think the innards of who you are has a huge reflection on your horse. And we're all, you know, I'm not here to be a therapist. I'm here to help you with your horses, but I'm trying to help you guys understand why, if you're having trouble with your horse, especially with horses that have anxiety and stuff, a lot of times it can have a lot to do with just their energy or our perceptions of what they're doing. You know, they're telling us they're anxious and we're telling them, knock that stuff off, instead of being more empathetic about it. So 2018, both Robin and I represented Australia at the World Equestrian Games in the reining in Tryon, North Carolina. And I had not been training horses for a few years leading up to that. And so I hadn't been competing much. And so I needed to get back in the game. And one of the things we did was a friend of ours from New Zealand named Jane Pike she's an equestrian mindset coach, basically a horse riding mental coach. And she does a lot of work with mostly people who are fearful around their horse, but she also does competition stuff. But we got her to help us with the preparation for the World Equestrian Games. And one of the things we did was we had like a Skype meeting. I don't think Zoom was invented then, but we had like a Skype call with her. Robin and I had 2 different calls, like hers was separate to mine. And she asked us some questions, and then what she did was she made us up an audio, an MP3 to listen to. And she told us we have to listen to it with stereo headphones. Like, okay. And it's about 35 minutes long, and you'll listen to it, you know, every couple of days. So you put the headphones in and Jane's chatting away about stuff, and it's stuff we talked about, you know, and it's about kind of making you believe in yourself sort of thing. Anyway, about 10 minutes in, this Jane keeps talking, and a different Jane shows up here, and there's this blah, 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 and you can't listen to both at the same time. You can only listen to one. And so you can choose this one or this one, and they're both talking about much the same stuff, but they're two different conversations. And so I did the homework and listened to it, didn't know what I was doing, and so when we went to the Water Question Games, we, when we got there, our team coach, or discipline coach, not team coach, but our discipline coach. So the official language of the FEI is French. So FEI is Fédération Équestrienne Internationale. In English, it'll be the International Equestrian Federation. And so all the terms are in French. And so this guy's our chef d'équipe, which actually means chief of equipment, basically. But he's basically your coach. And he said, so he's a friend of ours from Australia, but he didn't know these two horses, and so he said, so what do you think you guys can score? Because the Water Question Games, the first round is the team medals. So all the members of your team, your scores added up, and that awards the team medals. And then what they do is the top 15 scores go straight to the individual finals. They have 20 horses in the individual finals, 15 go straight through, and then 16 to 35 get to go again in semi-finals. They take the top 5 from there and they go to the individual finals. That's for the individual medals at the Water Question Games. And so Rodney's trying to figure out, are we in for a chance of having maybe a bronze medal? And so there's 4 members of the team, and the 2 other members of the team, they're superstars, so he knows what they can do. You want to know what Robin and I could do? And I said, you know what, with us and these 2 horses, we could probably, everything works out right, we could probably be a 2:17.5. That's probably what we could score. He's like, okay. So we go in the first round, and I was a 2:17, Robin was a 2:18. So we did about what we thought we could do if it all worked perfect. Me was a tiny little bit less, hers was a tiny little bit more, but it was basically, it all went perfect. But the thing about it was just an amazing sensation, because I've never been that relaxed competing anywhere. I've never been that relaxed competing in a show 15 minutes from here. And it's the World of Question Games. You're supposed to have your ass cheeks clamped shut, you know. Like it was an odd sensation. It was just like I was in the zone. Robin's Spirits was exactly the same thing. And we're both looking at each other like, I don't know what the hell happened, but that was pretty cool. So it turned out we both made the semi-finals. So I was the last person in. I was at 35th and Robin was about 33rd or something. And so we go to the semi-finals. I'm at 2:20 and she's at 2:20.5. I'm 3 points higher than I was in the first round, and I was very happy with the first round, and she's 2.5 points higher than she was. And it was just like, what? It's like all the stars lined up 2 times in a row at the biggest competition we're ever going to be at. And it was just it was a really, really odd sensation, and especially like I was just in the zone. I wasn't nervous, and I couldn't figure it out. And then afterwards I got to thinking about it, and I thought something was different. Like, not just the fact I was in the zone, but there's something, it took me a while to put my finger on what it was, and what I realized was, I just realized that normally in the back of my mind there is this voice that says, you suck, you can't do this, who do you think you are? And I realized it's always been there, and I never knew it was there before, because it's a silent voice, it's subconscious. But when it wasn't there is when I realized that it had been there. It took for me not having it to realize it had been there. You know, because I've never shown a horse I didn't think I could have him do it on. I know what I'm doing, I know what he's doing, so consciously I know what I'm doing. But I've realized now that subconsciously there's been this, what Jane calls the itty bitty shitty committee, back there telling her, you suck. And what you find is, when you start counting those judgmental thoughts and being aware of them and reframing them, you can reframe that, because we have that, you know, when you have a judgmental thought about yourself, usually it's you suck, you're stupid, you know, that sort of stuff. And you don't even realize you're doing it, and you're just piling all this stuff on yourself. And so, you know, so when you start counting those judgmental thoughts and being aware of them and reframing them, I think you redo that for yourself. And so that was 2018. All the therapy, the World of Question Games, all that's 2018. And I wasn't traveling. And so when I went back to traveling at the start of 2019, first airport I go to, I'm walking through the airport and I'm walking along and I'm people watching. Who people watches at airports? Anybody want people watch? What I realized is that when I people watch, I'm judging. I'm not people watching looking for the best in people. I'm like, you need to lose a few pounds. You need a haircut. You even have a mirror at your house? Would you even leave home looking like that? Why would you wear that? You know, that sort of thing. Now, I realize now that I've always had those, but I never realized I was doing it because I wasn't aware of my thoughts as much. And so, as soon as I started realizing I was doing it, walking through this airport, I'm like, okay, I'm going to stop with that. What am I going to do? Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look him in the eye and think to myself, may you be happy. So I'm walking to the airport. May you be happy, may you be happy, may you be happy, may you be happy, may you be happy. And what happened was I got to the other end of the airport, and when I got to the other end of the airport, I had this light, airy feeling inside me I've never had before. And I realized, oh, it's the complete opposite of that dull, dark, heavy feeling that I always have that is so normal that I never know it's there. Just like that itty bitty shitty committee thing. And so just those things made me realize, holy cow, the only thing that's different is I'm aware of what I'm thinking and I'm changing the negative thoughts into positive thoughts. So after the World Equestrian Games, Jane came from New Zealand over here, went to the World Equestrian Games with us, and she came back here, and Jane and Robin held a cultivating confidence clinic here. And some of it was outside with horses, but some of it was in the house. And Jane said something there that it was just amazing for me to hear at the time, and I've been using it ever since. She said, you cannot move away from something, you can only move towards it. And when she said that, I looked at her like you were looking at me like right now, like, what the hell did you just say? And she said, you can't move away from something, you only move towards it. She said, think about this. Right now, and I'll have you guys do it. Right now, I want you guys, even you guys at home, right now, I want you to not picture a big blue tree. And while you are not picturing a big blue tree, I want you to not picture some green grass at the bottom of the big blue tree that you're not picturing. And while you're not picturing that beautiful green grass and that not picturing that big blue tree, I want you to not picture a yellow bird at the top of that big blue tree. What are you all picturing? Green grass, blue tree, yellow bird, because you can't. So that would be trying to move away from something. Okay? That would be trying to move away. I don't want to think about that. You can't not think about something. You can only think about something. So right now I want you to close your eyes and picture a basketball. You're holding a basketball in your hands and you get to choose, is it brand new so it's bright, orange and it's pumped up really hard and it's got little pimples all over it, or is it old and worn out, it's brown, it's kind of flat and it's smooth? Whichever one of those basketballs you want to picture holding in your hands right now. And right now I want to know, where's your big blue tree gone? There isn't that big blue tree when you're thinking about an orange basketball. Does that make sense there? And so what you can't do is think about what you don't want to happen. Oh my God, my horse is going to spook and he's going to go up there with a helicopter at the end. You can't do that. You've got to be able to picture what you are going to do, not what you don't want to happen. And so, you know, it's the same walking through the airports. So it's like you're meditating. Initially there is no not thinking. And a lot of people think I can't meditate because I keep thinking. It's just controlling what you're thinking about. You're thinking about your breathing, thinking about the chocolate. Oh, now I'm thinking about the breathing. Oh, now I'm thinking about the chocolate. It's not, I'm not supposed to think about anything. I think you've got to be a Buddhist monk before you get to that point. And so, you know, really practicing controlling what you think about. Like when I was walking through and I still do it to this day, if I don't mentally, walking through an airport, it's been a few months since I walked through an airport now, but when I was walking through airports this year, walking through an airport, if I just zone out and I'm not consciously thinking, may you be happy, may you be happy, may you be happy, I am subconsciously thinking, you need to use a few pounds, you need a haircut, there is no nothing. Something's going on. And so if you are not, you know, there is going to be some dialogue going on all the time, and if you don't control that dialogue, it can control you. And when you're riding a horse or around your horse, that's where you need to really be able to control it. Otherwise you get that, you start going off into, but what if you, horses are so good at all animals are so good at reading that stuff. There's a book I've been reading lately, I've read lately, called The Sense of Being Stared At by a fellow named Rupert Sheldrake. And it's, the whole book is about the sense of being stared at. That's the title of the book, and that's what it's called. And he interviews a lot of like spies, you know, CIA agents, spies, things like that. And they said if you are tracking another spy or something through a city, you don't look at them and you don't think about them. Because if you do, they can pick up on it. Now, if you guys were to walk downtown down here and a spy was tracking you, you wouldn't know because your spidey sensors aren't on. Because we're in a safe place. But if you're a spy in Moscow or something or other, your spider sensors are always on. Who's ever seen that movie Spy Game with Brad Pitt and Robert Redford? Have you ever seen that? Great movie. Right at the start of it, Brad Pitt is like a junior spy, you know, he's started, and he meets Robert Redford at a restaurant. And so they're sitting out at the table and go up against the window. Brad Pitt's there, Robert Redford's here, and Robert Redford says to him, okay, so the third car from the corner, what colour is it? What does the waitress have in her pocket? The guy sitting in the corner booth behind you, is he wearing glasses or not? And Brad Pitt's like, I don't know. He goes, you need to know these things. You need to be able to see all that. Because in this business, all that stuff tells you things. And so, where was I going with that? Oh yeah, so the book called The Sense of Being Stared At. And I went to a clinic just a couple of hours south of here, a couple of years ago. And the guy that was doing the clinic, he spent a lot of time with Ray Hunt and Tom Dorrance. And the first morning, everybody's in the arena together, and they all did some horsemanshipy stuff riding. But then after lunch, he bought 15 head of cows in the end of the arena. And this guy said this day, let me hop on your horse. So he hops on a horse and he says, what I want you to do is be able to go around this herd of cows here and then come back through them, or through the herd of cows, and then cut one out. And this is not a cutting competition, not about holding the cow out, but I want you to be able to into the cows and out of the cows without scattering cows everywhere. And he did it, and it looked like it was really simple. He just walked slow. So everybody else tried it, and no matter how slow they walked, cows went everywhere. Everybody tried it, cows went everywhere. And he said, you want to know the secret? And I'm kind of leaning forward like, yeah, what's the secret? And he said, do not stare at the cows. He said, when I walked in there, I was aware of it was really pretty. I was aware of the hills, I was aware of the fence, I was aware of the arena, I was aware of the cows, I was aware of the ground, I was living underneath me, I was aware of where his feet were touching the ground, but I wasn't staring at any particular thing. And so I walked through the herd, I walked out the back of the herd. He said I turned around and I started to walk into the herd and I saw the cow I wanted and I stared at that cow. And that cow went that way and the other cows felt that and moved over there, and when I went out here, they all come back in behind me. And I was like, but I saw it happen. And then when he explained it, I'm like, yeah, no kidding. Does that make sense? And so, you know, these days I'm using a fair bit of that, especially in the groundwork. And I'm going to explain right now why I'm doing that. There's two main reasons for it, but before I do that, I was in Canada a few years ago. So there's a horseman from Canada named Jonathan Field. Has anybody heard of Jonathan Field? Amazing horseman. And I went and stayed with him. I was in Canada doing some stuff, and I was near his place, and he said, oh, come over and spend a day with me. So I went over there, and I went over there just to hang out with him, because this guy is one of those people you just feel like a better human being being around him, you know what I mean? I didn't expect to work with the horses, but we went out, and we actually went and worked with his horses, and he's done quite a bit of liberty stuff, and he's got a horse named Hal that was his main liberty horse. And Hal, whoever had those Breyer model horses as a kid, okay? So last year, Breyer made Hal a Breyer model, so he's a pretty cool horse. And so Jonathan had Hal in the arena, and he was doing some liberty stuff with him. And Hal was, let's say the fence is here, and Hal was standing here side on to us about, I'll do it this way actually, but you know, Hal was probably 30 feet off the fence, and we were probably 50 or 60 or 80 feet away from Hal, and he was facing that way. And Jonathan he didn't have a flag, he just had a stick. And he was talking about intention and energy, and he said, you know, if I look at Hal's loin, so right here, okay, if I look at Hal's loin, and I look at that loin and I put some energy and some intention towards that loin, and he takes his stick and he waves it a tiny little bit like this. I just wave that stick, and Hal, who's 60 or 70 feet from us, moves over sideways, bent with his head towards us. So he's bent like a C, like this, and he moves sideways, and Jonathan's looking at his line here. And at the time I was thinking, you know, I could do that. If I wanted to teach my horse, I'm pretty sure I could do that. I didn't say that, but that's what I'm thinking. And then he says, but that's because I was looking at his line. What I'm going to do now, see that post over there past Hal's head? I mean, here he goes. So I'm going to look at that post. Now I'm still going to direct my energy and my intention towards his, my energy is going to go towards his hip, I mean towards his loin, but I'm going to look over there. And so Jonathan does that. He looks over there, but the energy goes here, but his look goes over there. Hal turns his head and looks at the spot Jonathan looks at and moves sideways in an opposite bend of what he did the time before. And I'm like, I give up. And that night I posted on my Facebook group and I was telling him about spending the day with Jonathan. I said, I do basic math with horses. This guy does quantum physics. Well, that was before I knew what quantum physics is. Now I know what quantum physics is. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was. But he could, just where he looked made a difference. And it's not like he had to teach Hal that. Horses can do that. It's us that need to be able to be more aware of that. And so these days when I'm, let's say on the ground, I'm going to ask my horse to go off around me. I'm trying to really, really slow things down, like really slow, like you don't have a cap on today, Jackie. I couldn't find you because yesterday you were wearing a cap and I'm like, where's Jackie? So I helped Jackie with her little horse yesterday a little bit, and yesterday, so Jackie said her horse does not react to the flag, like can't get this horse to move to the flag. And we'll talk about what happened with Jackie's horse in a minute, but so let's say my horse is standing in front of me and I want him to go off around me this way. The first thing I'm going to do is have a mental picture. Okay? I'm going to mentally picture what I want to happen, and it is not, I haven't got it to work yet. Okay? But the reason I do it is because if I don't think to myself, mental picture, I'm not in my body, I'm in my head. I'm just going to do this. So it really makes me stop and think about what I'm doing here. And then I'm just going to pick up on that lead rope real soft. And I'm probably going to do everything for about 3 seconds. So mental picture. Okay. I'm going to pick up on that lead rope. And when you do that, you want to make sure the lead rope is short enough to where there's a slight feel under their chin. Because you're teaching them to lead, you're teaching them to tie up, you're teaching them to steer, you're teaching them to respond to that. If you have the lead rope looping like that, and you pick up on it, you're teaching them to go where you point your hand, but there's been no transfer of energy down that thing. So you want to make sure your lead rope's short enough. Then I'm gonna do that, and I'm probably going to take about 3 seconds to get from here to here. It's not, and then count to 3. It's just occasionally do that. Then I'm going to look at his outside shoulder. Okay, I'm going to look at it, and then usually I'm going to be relaxed like this. I'm going to look at it, and then I'm going to get some energy get some energy and intention about me. And so I call it the mum look. You ever got looked at by your mum when you're doing something wrong? You can almost feel that, it's palpable. So I'm going to look at that shoulder, and so mental picture, point, look at that shoulder, and I'm going to try to look at it for 3 seconds before I do anything else, and I'm going to get that energy and tension. If that doesn't work, I'm then going to take 1 step forward. So if you think about, I've just turned on this, basically this force field of energy around me. And if he doesn't move, I'm going to step forward, I'm going to push that energy against that shoulder. If he doesn't move there, as I step forward, I'm not going to do more of that. He's telling me that, I don't read that bit, so I'm going to start with the flag, and I'll probably start over here, and it'll be very subtle. And depending on the horse, it may get closer, it may get bigger as it gets closer, depending on the horse. And as soon as he starts to move over, I'm done. I'm gonna turn it all off. And I'm gonna repeat it over and over and over and over. And after a while you get to where they're starting to move off of that. And there's 2 reasons I want to do this, because I think that is a horse's primary way of communicating. Their energy changes before the physical part of them changes. So I think doing it that way is a better way of communicating with them. But the other thing, doing all that slow, is it makes you think about what you're doing. Okay, and really what I'm trying to do, and there's several parts of that I think that help. One is when you are really thinking about what you are doing, you know what you're doing instead of just doing stuff. But the other one is if you have a tendency to think about big blue trees, like what if he doesn't do it? Oh, people are watching me. What if he steps on my toe? What if he rears up? You can't think about that if you are mental picture. Now pick your hand up and go over here to, okay, I'm going to look at his shoulder. Nothing's happening, so I'm going to get some energy like I'm about to move. Nothing's happening yet, so now I'm going to slowly step directly towards that shoulder. He's not moving yet. Nope, he's not moving, so I'm going to start with my flag. It's just like me walking to the airport. If I walk through the airport and I forget to go maybe happy, maybe happy, maybe happy, I guarantee you I am.
Okay, you can go and get your horse.
If I'm walking through the airport and I don't consciously think maybe happy, I guarantee you're going to be thinking, okay? There is no not thinking. You are going to be thinking about something. If you don't make sure you are thinking about something that's under your control, you'll be thinking about something that's not under your control. So if you are there and you go, and you don't start giving yourself a bit of a talk about what you're going to do, you'll tend to go, God, I hope he goes. Well, what if he rears? He's very big, like you've got a big tall freezer, like he's big and tall. Holy cow, he's a lot heavier than me. What if he stepped towards me? And then you can. What if he spooks? Yeah, you can go down that path very easily. So there's two parts to why I'm doing some of this groundwork this way is because, one, I think it's how they communicate. I've found horses, even horses that are lazy, and no matter what you do, you can make them give you more energy, but they're still kind of lazy. I've found doing this stops them from being lazy because they're not lazy. They're just like, you're yelling at me with the stuff, you're too loud. Turn it down a little bit. So there's that part of it. There's the better communication part, but the other part of it I think is like the human mental health part, to where it keeps you in the moment instead of either getting too far ahead of yourself or letting you go down that, what if a helicopter, you'll be a helicopter in ambulance in which hospital, because it's very easy for us to go down that path right there. And so and then it'll be just like meditating. You'll forget. Like doing groundwork today, you might ask your horse to move and I'll say, so Penny, what were you thinking? And you go, I was thinking about getting him to move. I'm like, yeah. Your job is not to think about getting him to move. Your job is to think about, what am I going to do to get him to move? Have you ever seen a movie called 28 Days with Sandra Bullock in it?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, if you remember from that movie, it was when Sandra Bullock was in her 20s. So the movie, she's in her 20s and she likes to drink a bit, and the movie starts out, she wakes up with a hangover and, oh, I'm late for the wedding, and she gets the bridesmaid's dress on and runs down the street putting a shoe on and gets to the wedding, and she's a bit late, she's a bit hungover, she gets drunk at the wedding, she falls on the wedding cake, she steals the limo, drives it down the street, crashes into someone's garden, and the next thing you see is she's in rehab. And that's what the movie's about, 28 days of court-appointed rehab versus going to jail. And in that movie, she's walking through the gardens of this rehab centre and she comes across the actor Viggo Mortensen, and he's got a mattress leaning up against a tree. And he's taken a spray can, he's spray painted a big black square with a big black X in it, and he's got a laundry basket full of baseballs, and he's pitching baseballs at this mattress with this strike zone on it. And she says, what are you doing? He goes, oh, I'm a professional baseball player and I got addicted to pain medication because I've got a bad hip. I'm here drying out. And he's pitching balls and he says, do you want to try? And she says, oh, I couldn't hit that. He says, come on, try. She goes, no, I couldn't hit it. He goes, come on, just try. So she goes, okay. She throws the ball, completely misses, and she says, see, I told you I couldn't hit that. And he said, well, what were you thinking about? She goes, what do you mean, what was I thinking about? I was thinking about the strike zone. He goes, that you have no control over the strike zone. You have control over how you place your feet. You have control over how you grip the ball. You have control over where you put your foot to when you step back. You have control over where you bring your arm to. You have control over the timing of your lean forward and your arm coming forward. And the most important thing, you have control over what you point your hand at when you release the ball. Once you've released the ball, you've done all you can do. The strike zone is none of your business. Well, your horse is the strike zone. You cannot affect the strike zone by thinking about the strike zone. And I was the same way as a kid. I wasn't very athletic as a kid as far as I could, you know. You said, throw a rock at that tree there, I'd miss it. But what I realise now is I was always thinking about the tree. I was never thinking about what I was going to do to affect the flight of the rock. I actually think, and I don't know this for sure, but I think people who are naturally athletic naturally connect with in here versus up here. They think about what they're doing and its effect on that. I just used to think about, I want to hit the, didn't think about instructing any of this. Does that make sense there? So you think about your horse is the strike zone. You know, you can't control the strike zone without controlling what you do. Does that make sense there? Yeah. So, what time is it? So the first group's going to get their horses. Look at that, 2 minutes till 10. So the first group's going to get their horse. I might as well tell you guys at home about the first group. So there are 3 horses. One of them's a little black quarter horse. She's the one I worked with yesterday, Jackie's horse, that did not respond to the flag at all. And what happened yesterday with Jackie's horse, you know, Jackie was using the flag quite big quite soon. So she'd wave the flag around and then nothing would happen. What I did was I slowed everything down. I did the mental picture, the point, look at the shoulder energy, step forward, and then I started with the flag, and as the flag came towards that horse, I realized the flag doesn't work. And so there's no use in waving something that doesn't work. And so I just, as I got close to the horse to the flag, I then, as the flag came closer, I increased my energy, and I kind of ran up to the horse like that, and the horse went, whoa, what? And I got some response, and then I stopped. I don't need the response I want yet. When you've got no response, you don't want the perfect response, kind of like your horse backing up yesterday. You want a response. And I worked on that for a bit and after a while the flag worked because I was getting a response. And by the end of it, I could have a move and put a bend in the body just with my energy and tension. And you know, Jackie was thinking her mare is kind of dull, whereas her mare is actually very, very sensitive, and they dull down because I think they tend to get dull when they can't control what happens to them. You know, they tend to go, I just will kind of make it go away. She wasn't really shut down. And the thing I noticed about her was she's very bright-eyed, not bushy-tailed, like not running around, but she's very alert of everything except the person in front of her. And so she's not a dull horse. She's been taught how to be a little bit dull about that. And so it didn't take very long and she was a whole lot better. So that's one of them. Then there is the grey horse. I don't know much about the grey horse. And then Kate's horse is 14 and she's had a varied life. I think Kate's done a pretty good job with her. So I think that one's probably going to be relatively easy. But that's the one that Kate was wanting to ride up in the hills and work cows on, and she said that she's not going to be suitable for that, but we'll see how she goes with that. Okay, so Tyler, so you guys at home, we're going to move this camera a bit. We're going to put it on the arena right now, and then we'll bring the horses in there. Sorry? Yeah, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Tyler's probably going to run some ads for our lovely sponsors right now.
What does digestive health have to do with performance? For your horse, everything. Proper digestive health prevents colic, ulcers, diarrhea, and poor body condition. Protect your horse's performance Assure Guard Gold, the ultimate digestive aid.
One tradition.
One family.
One faith.
We ride the brand.
Dear Hands-On Gloves, Amber has been in our family for 33 years. As a pasture mare, shedding presents unique challenges for us, especially with Amber's age. Your gloves allowed us to spend some time making her feel pampered. They not only massaged her tired muscles and relaxed her, but they also bring out the best in our special girl. They removed the hair dirt and dander and brought out that gorgeous glossy coat that gave her the name Amber all those years ago. Thank you, Hands-On Gloves, for making our old girl shine.
Horse & Rider is the most trusted brand for your Western horse life. From top training tips to important health and horse care information to trail riding advice, Horse & Rider is dedicated to providing you with insight from the top professional trainers and horse keeping experts in the Western horse world. To subscribe to Horse & Rider, visit horseandrider.com and make sure to check us out on social media for great additional event coverage, instruction, and videos. Horse & Rider, the go-to source for your Western horse life.
Okay. How's that sound? Can you hear that, Kate? Kate, can you hear that okay? Yeah. So what I normally do when these horses all first come in here, I usually ascertain who's likely to die first if I don't intervene. That's usually, that is usually what I look at. So, and right now, yeah, not so much use. So Melissa, if I were you right now, I would just switch my feet and match steps with him. So I just want to talk about matching steps.
I have a really hard time with him because it seems like when I try, we're off.
Okay, so if we just have a look at his, there you go. So the big thing about matching steps is, let's talk about leadership a little bit with horses. You know, there's a lot of people talk about leadership and like, you've got to be the leader, but I don't think, you know, for me, leadership is not necessarily about being bossy. It's about being somebody reliable and someone they could count on. And so for me, sometimes, you know, I like to talk about active leadership and passive leadership. So for me, if I was going to be the active leader, that would mean I am calling the shots. Okay, this is what we're doing. A passive leader would be when I go, I'm going to allow you to call the shots. I'm still being the leader, but I'm allowing them to direct what's going on. Does that make sense there, Melissa? And so if I was going to, and so the reason I would match steps with him is to just try to connect with him. But what you've got to be able to do for this to work really well is you have to decide which one of those two leadership roles you're in, and right now you're in neither of them because you're so can I just borrow him for a second? So, and I'm probably not going to do this matching steps hello mister, I'm probably not going to do this matching steps very long. I'll just have you step away from there for a second. Listen. So if I was going to match steps, I would go with him, but you notice this lead rope is slack now. Okay, so I'm not going to match steps with him because if I match steps with him, he'll get going faster and faster. But what I was going to say was, I'll just try and show you here real quick. If I was going to match steps with him, it doesn't look like, I'll wait till he moves. But what it doesn't look like is that. Can you see I'm pulling on that rope? So I'm trying to take control and I'm losing control, which is the mark of a poor leader. Does that make sense there? So him dragging me around like this would not be what I would call matching steps. That would be me trying to stop him from going and him dragging me around. Does that make sense there? So if I was going to match steps, I would be keeping this slack and going wherever he's going. But you might notice, have a look at his ears. And so I talked before about I'm going to let him do whatever he wants to do for a second. I talked about if you're present, you're living in the past. If you're anxious, you're living in the future. And if you're peaceful, you're living in the right now. If you watch his ears, now I'm going to match steps with him right now for a second while he's doing that. If you watch his ears, for the most part, his ears are over there. Now, did you see I pulled on that lead rope and he flipped his head up right there? And his ears didn't flick over here. So right then his thoughts were over there. And I pulled in the lead rope, he's like, no, go away. My thoughts are over there. And so that is what I would call anxiety. Because his mind is somewhere his body is not. So what I'm going to start to do here is I'm going to start to redirect his attention back to here. Okay? And we talked a little bit about meditation before. And in meditation, one of the anchors you use, the thing that you're supposed to be thinking about, is your breathing. Okay? The anchor I'm going to use is this lead rope. And see, right now this lead rope doesn't work. You see he's pulling me off my feet. So I'm going to get a fresh start here in a minute. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to stand still. And if he walks off, if he takes the slack out of the lead rope, I'm going to direct his attention back to me. Because what I want him to do, I want his thoughts to follow the lead rope. So I'll find a bit of a starting point. So I'm going to stand here. Okay? So the lead rope is slack, it's still slack, it's still slack, it's still slack. he's coming to say good day, and that right there, that's social connections. He wants to say hello, and he has a big old lick and shoot, good. So I'm prepared. He's heading off to my right, and my flag is in my left hand. And what I'm going to do, if, like right now his thoughts are over the fence there. If his thoughts get so far over there that his body follows it, like that, when he hits the end of the lead rope, right there, I just waved that flag at his hind end. You see his ear flap? I redirected his attention back over here. I didn't pull him over here, okay? But I want to time the slack coming out of that with me moving the flag towards his hind end. Now I'm not, where's Amber? I'm not disengaging him. I'm just trying to take this flag right about here and having to go, whoa, what's that? But I'm not physically pulling him back here with this lead rope. I'm having his thoughts come back here, but I'm not just doing it willy-nilly. What I want to do with his thoughts is I want his thoughts to come back here when he hits the end of the lead rope. So basically I want him to think, when that slack comes out of that lead rope, he's got to think in that direction. That's tying him up, that's steering him, that's all sorts of things. And so right now I'm giving him some autonomy. I'm giving him the ability to move his feet if he wants to, within limits. And the limit is, if he gets to the end of the lead rope and pulls on it, that's too far. So he's starting to wander off, and right there he hits the end of it, and I'm going to wave this flag right here, and his thoughts come back over here. Now I didn't put any, so if you think about your intention in your body, I didn't step towards him and like move that hind end over. All I did was wave this flag like that towards his back end, but I had no energy in me. So I'm not pushing his hind end away from me. If you watch this, I'll wait till his head goes back to the front, like that. Now I'm going to take this flag over here, and see right there, his head started to turn back towards it. I didn't pull on the lead rope, so I'm using the flag to attract his attention in conjunction with that right there. So when he hits the end of that lead rope, I'm going to redirect his attention back over here every single time. So I'm teaching him several things. One is to follow this with your thoughts, and his feet go where his thoughts go. The other thing is I'm telling him I'm really, really aware of this. So I'm communicating with him how aware I am, and that comes back to that being present thing. If I'm pulling on this lead rope, so right here, he's going to hit the end of it right there, I'm going to wave this here, and he just flicked his ear back towards me. He doesn't have to come around here perfectly. And if I can do this, hey mister, and if he wants to engage with me, I'm going to engage with him, but it's about when he wants to engage with me. So right then he went to sniff my hand, I'm going to say hi. If his head moves away and he licks, hi there. If his head moves away, I'm not going to chase him around. It's not about me patting him. It's about if he wants to engage with me, I'm ready to engage with you. If you feel like you can't engage with me, that's fine too. Can I just get you to step just over that way, just because that camera's looking at the back of your head there. Thank you. And so right now, our starting point is he wants to hang with me. Right now, he's leaving. I'm going to redirect his attention back over here. And this is not so much about obedience. This is an opportunity for me to tell him how aware I am. I'm aware exactly when the slack comes out of that lead rope. Does that make sense? And so step one is like what these two both over here are basically doing. They can just hang with the person. He's leaving. Now what does he do this time? Does he hit the end of the lead rope and keep going? Right there, I'll redirect his attention back over here. Hey mister. How old is he?
Not sure, somewhere between 13 and 14.
Okay, and what's his history?
I leased him as a lesson horse for almost 2 years.
Oh, this is the one he was he a lesson horse before? Yeah.
From what I know of his history, he was a former Western pleasure show horse.
Okay.
As a lesson horse, he was in a lot of physical pain.
So he's in a lot of physical pain as a lesson horse?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I did what I could as a leaser.
Yep.
But I eventually bought him after multiple injuries.
Oh, so you leased him and then you bought him. Okay, perfect. Now, he's walking off. He hits the end of the lead rope. I'm going to direct his attention back over here. So right then I was waiting to see if he followed the end of the lead rope, but he hit the end of it and there's a little dead spot there. Yeah. But I'm not going to wave the flag before he gets to the end of the lead rope. It's not about the flag. It's about using that flag to redirect his attention over here when he hits the end of that lead rope. Okay, so I've got to be present. I'm not getting ahead of myself. And the thing I'm trying to get him to do is feel comfortable enough with me just to hang here. I'm not forcing him to stand here. I'm not going to jerk on this and say, whoa, stand still, any of that stuff. But whenever he gets so distracted, remember I said before when we had that chat up there, the reason they feel the need to go find friends is because we're not present enough. So a lot of this interaction here, I'm trying to show him how present I am, how aware of stuff I am. But I'm not just doing that, I'm also teaching him what this means. Everything we do with these horses mostly has a lot to do with this. This is what you tie them up with, this is what you lead them with, this is your, hey mister, this is your lead when you're riding them. So you might notice this horse here is completely different than the horse I took a hold of the lead rope on. His mind's here and his feet are here. Can you guys over there see that? And I haven't made him stand here. I didn't tell him to stand here. I just redirected his thoughts back over here when he got to the end of the lead rope. And the reason he's standing still now is the social break. So it's not the dorsal the dorsal vagal break. It's not freeze. So he didn't have freeze before. He wasn't standing still. He was moving. He had anxiety. He was in the sympathetic nervous system. But me redirecting his attention back over here, it's almost like a guided meditation. You're breathing, focusing your breathing. You think about the Easter bunny rabbit, the chocolate, and then, oh, I'm back over here. And so he was Easter bunny rabbiting, and then I brought him back over here. So, and this is, for me, this is step one. Like if they can't stand here with you. Now before he looked like he couldn't stand here with you and was leaving, so I wanted you to match steps. But he didn't look like he was leaving because he didn't want to be near you. I don't think it had anything to do with you. He wanted to be over there. It wasn't a personal affront to you. He was really quite distracted. And you might notice when I started matching steps with him and letting him go, he started trotting off. So he wasn't trying to get away from me, he was trying to get to his friends over there. So that's probably not a good place to do the matching steps. But the matching steps, if they kind of reject you and walk off, and then you match steps with them, that builds connection because you're like, hey, I'm not trying to tell you to do anything, but if you're going to leave, can I tag along as well? Can I be the kid brother and tag along? But now he's kind of controlling himself a little bit. And that's the, you know, that's step one. If we don't have that, and think about, I've talked about the don't go to bed angry principle. He was anxious before. If you're, you know, if you're depressed, you're living in the past. If you're anxious, you're living in the future. If you're peaceful, you're in the right now. He was in the future. I need to get myself over there, not here, over there. I need to get over there so I can feel more comfortable. Now he seems to be feeling comfortable here. Does that make sense? But it's not about, you know, I didn't physically make him stop. I didn't work him to make him look for the stop, which in the past I would have done. In the past I'd have moved his feet here and there and here and there till he was like, can I have a place to stop? And I would offer him the place to stop here, but the reason he would be here is because it's the place to stop, not because he has any connection with me. Does that make sense there? And when they get to what he's doing right now, I'm just going to leave him alone. Now, you might notice his ears aren't on me. I don't care. You know, a lot of this focus work that I do, people think it's about being the focus Nazi, like, got to keep him focused on you. Initially, right now, as long as he doesn't get so distracted that he hits the end of the lead rope, everything's good. And so I want to, you know, you try to say yes more than you say no. And right now, he's not doing anything wrong. So yes, that's good, this is all good. Because we are just hanging out together. You know, you often see horses out in the pasture, they're not standing side by side like this, and they're not standing facing each other. One's pointing one way and the other's pointing the other way, and that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're just like two horses hanging out in the pasture. So that's the kind of the start of the whole thing. So he's starting to control himself. Now, I want to talk about his focus and how it changes. And so before, he was singularly focused over there. But now, his ear flicks here. Now he looks over there. Now watch his ears. So he's focused over there. Oh, but now he's focused over here. Now he's focused over there. Now he's focused over here. That's controlling himself. He's in the future, he's in the present. He's in the future, he's in the present. It's like meditating. It's that transition. Does that make sense there? So I'm not asking for that, but I'm observing that now. But his ears were not doing this before. His ears were up there. And so his mind is over there and his body's here. And so you get that separation of mind and body, and that's when they're kind of worried. But if you look at him now, he keeps coming back to here on his own. See that ear moved? You know, there's just changes in focus. He's not fixated. So horses that tend to be anxious tend to be fixated elsewhere, physically elsewhere. Horses that are shut down tend to be fixated mentally elsewhere. Their ears are back here and they're off in their head in some far off land. I don't know where it is, but it's not here. But notice his head's a lot lower. He's standing still. And I really haven't done much except basically just redirect his attention back here in a certain way. I mean, it's not hard to do, but there's a fair bit I did. I made sure that it was as he took the slack out of the rope, I did it. I made sure I didn't ask him to move his hind end over. It's not a yield. I'm not pushing him around. I'm attracting his thoughts. And as soon as those thoughts change, then I stop asking. Hey, mister, how's it going? Sometimes these clinics are a bit scary, aren't they? Away from home. And if you think about this horse, he's been around people a lot. And none of them gave two craps about him. You know, as a lesson horse, it's just, I'm just going to get on and ride you. It's a little bit like, I don't know if I can go there on the live webcast. Yeah, let's go with the movie Pretty Woman. Okay. What wouldn't Julia Roberts do with Richard Gere in Pretty Woman?
Oh God, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
She wouldn't kiss him. She'd do a lot of other things. She wouldn't kiss him because kissing him on the lips denotes some sort of connection. And how did he get the connection? It wasn't by paying him money. He paid him money for the other stuff. How did he get the connection? By being social with her, social interaction, treating her like a human being and not an object. And so this horse was a lesson horse in a lot of pain at the same time. So it's basically, I'm sore, and everybody's like, well, I don't care. I just want to get on and learn how to ride and not fall off, or whatever they were doing with him, you know what I mean? So they tend to end up feeling like a piece of the furniture rather than a member of the family. So, one like him, it's about reconnecting. Some of these others that have, like Kate's horse, Kate's got a lot of connection with her horse. So now with Kate's horse, it might be teaching her horse to do things and keeping that connection. And that's where another transition comes in. You've got the connection, then you start asking for things and you lose the connections. Then you've got to get that connection back again. You've got to make sure that with your horse here, the first thing we're trying to do is just trying to get some connection. And this horse being a lesson horse in the past, I would say the least amount I ask her to do, the better. Because she's basically sick of being asked to do stuff. Now I'm going to match steps. And you might notice right then, how different was that than the first step matching? When I started walking with her before, she started going faster away from me. That time I started matching steps, and 3 steps later, what did she do? She connected with me, like, hey, how's it going? And so I haven't really done much here, and it's really quite simple. It's relatively complicated if you really analyze the whole thing, but it's not that hard to do. But there's a whole lot of reasons why a lot of this stuff happens with horses. But right now I'm not trying to this is passive leadership to where I am giving her the leadership role. Like, I'm just standing here. I'm not going to ask for anything. What you do tells me what to do. Like if she walks off and hits in the lead rope, that's telling me I'm going to, as she hits in the lead rope, wave the flag towards her hind end, step her back, draw her back in. But she's the one that did it. She made the first move. So that, for me, that would be passive leadership. Active leadership is when I go, okay, now I'm going to ask you to whatever. Does that make sense? And with her, I'd probably want to stay away from, there's lots of big licks and choosing. I'd probably want to stay, at least right now, away from asking for, how old is she? Somewhere between 13 and 15. So he's had a long life and no one probably paid that much attention to him. I'll have you move out of the way so he doesn't, I'll have you like wander over this way somewhere. Oops. So I've got to make sure I keep slack in this rope, but I've also got to make sure I don't let him step on it. So I'm not, that whinny is not anything to correct. It's something to observe. It's not something to correct. Has another lick and chew. Why do these horses always take me towards the speaker so it squeaks? Right then when his head went that way, I gave him some slack. I don't. Now, let's say I wanted to take over the leadership role. Right here, I'd pick up on this, wave that flag to get his attention. Now, I'm leading the whole thing. And we come out, I'm just coming away from that speaker. And then I might go, okay, now I'm going to blend back in with you. What do you want to do? If he wants to connect with me, great. If he wants to go for a walk, great. So I just took over that leadership role, but I took it over a certain way. I made sure it worked. So you've got to be effective. Being ineffective kind of tells them you're not a very good leader. And like I said, this leadership thing is not about, excuse me, being the boss. It's about someone you can rely on, someone I can trust. And that's the thing that reduces that anxiety. I might just stay here for a second. So do you want to try that? I'm going to stay here. He hits into the lead rope and I'll redirect his attention back over here. Hey, how's it going? Are you good? Jackie, do you have a flag? Kate, do you have a flag? Oh, you've got one. Oh, it's there. Okay, perfect. I was going to leave this one with you. So do you have any questions about that?
No. It's been an interesting role reversal because when I first started leasing him, I was his safe place and he literally wouldn't leave my side. And so now that he's happier, he's healthier, I've fixed a lot of the pain issues. Now it's like, testing mom, testing our boundaries.
Yeah, and that's, that is, that's the whole work with the horse you have today thing, if that makes sense. All I was working, so when I first started, I was working with the horse that, I started out with the matching steps, and then I realized, oh no, this horse is not ready for that. So then I did the other thing, and then oh, now my horse is ready for matching steps. So 5 minutes ago, that wasn't a good idea, and then 5 minutes later, it was, because the horse was in a little bit of a different place. So, and when you come to a clinic, they're always different than they are at home anyway, so you've got to kind of find a starting point here, and then go on from there.
So he just nipped me with his teeth.
Why?
This is part of our problem.
Not why did he nip you?
I had my hand out like that, and he put his muzzle in it and then went with teeth.
Okay.
So we go from nice...
Open your hand hard. There you go. So make sure when you're in the front of their face right here that you don't let your hand get soft.
Right.
But I mean, he's sniffed my hand and done that, like right there. He'd be nipping me if I let him. Right there, and right there, and right there, and right there, and right there. I could be getting mad because my horse just bit me. Or I could open my hand like this to where he's trying to nip me and he can't, and I'm not getting frustrated about it. But I think he's been whacked in the head for that. Because right then, yeah, but he's...
And I don't want to do that, obviously.
Yeah, so just make sure you know that. So right then, he nipped you, and then your face kind of got that, you just nipped me look. And it's all in your interpretation and what you do, because he was doing exactly the same thing to me, but he did it multiple times. I didn't pull my hand away. I was like, yeah, you can do that. But if you open your hand up like that, they can't bite it. Does that make sense there?
Yeah.
And nipping, I think, is always a sign of trying to interact with them.
Okay.
So if he was going to rub his head on you, now in the past, I used to not let horses rub their heads on me, but I'll just have you step over there for a second. So he's wandering off there. And what just happened then? Did you see he turned the corner before he got to the end of the lead ropes? He was heading directly away from me. Instead of hitting the end of it and having me have to use the flag, as he got the end of it, he started to follow it. So that's your steering right there.
Right.
That's your steering, that's your leading. So I'm just going to wait here. Now I could go match steps with him right now, but I'm just going to stand here. What I want to do is see what happens when he gets to the end of this lead rope. Now right there's no response. So there you go. I'm going to redirect his attention back over here. Didn't use this automatically. I was waiting, because he was going nice and slow, I was waiting to see, as he hits the end of the lead rope, does he follow it around or does he forget it's there? He forgot it was there. Yeah, but that whole nipping thing is, I have found that when they're nipping, they're trying to actually engage with you. I'm going to leave you with that for a little bit. You got any questions about that?
How do you open this thing?
Ah, well, it's attached to the the flag is actually up there.
Oh, whoops.
You've attached it to the handle bit. Here, I'll tell you what, I'll give you mine,
Treasure.
and I'll go, actually I'll hand this over to Robin, she's really good at doing this. I'll let you have this one. I'll take this one with me. Make sense? Yeah. So right now, if you can, just stand still. Now, he's pointing this way, so you would have the flag in your left hand. Mm-hmm. Now, let's say right now he turned and walked over that way, you'd immediately switch these so that you're prepared to use it towards his hind end. You don't let him go that way and like, oh, hang on. Let me, you know, if he's heading that way and you've got the flag in this hand, the rope in this hand, don't wait till he gets to the point where you're supposed to be ready and you're not ready, because that just tells you you're not present, you're not, you know, all those little things all add up to a lot of stuff. Does that make sense? Yeah. I'll leave you with that. How's it going, Kate? So, Jackie, are you continuing on from yesterday? Perfect. How is it today?
I'll try and let you know.
Yeah, no, just go ahead and continue on. So yesterday afternoon I worked with Jackie's horse a little bit. Hello, beautiful.
She wants to meet you. Look at her.
Hey there. And so, I mean, she's an older horse who's been ridden a lot. So you're still doing some groundwork. What is your reasoning for still doing groundwork? What are you still working on that's not working?
Was well started.
Mm-hmm. She was well started.
But apparently she sat and didn't have a lot of miles.
Okay. Sat and didn't have a lot of miles. Okay.
At a clinic as an 8-year-old green horse, and a speaker went haywire, I guess, and the amateur rider fell off. She does that cute little cutting horse. Boop, and
so the speaker went crazy and the rider fell off, yeah.
Not even that bad of a spook, probably, but she can unseat you real easy if she wants to, and then she just...
So while we're talking here, Penny, have you noticed, now it's changed now it's gone back again. Hey, sweetness. And this is a little thing, but your body language has been trying to stop her from doing something the whole time I've been here.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. If you do that and then don't follow through with that, pretty soon that means nothing. Okay. But also, if you think about what your subconscious mind is doing, and yours was more, you're pretty chilled out right there. But if someone's leading a horse and they're leading the horse like this, okay, and they think, oh no, I'm fine. I guarantee you're not fine. Your subconscious is going, this horse is going to run over me, and I don't want him to run over me. What if they step my toe? And would it be a helicopter and ambulance coming in? What hospital? And so, just looking at people's body languages, I know what's going on subconsciously, and right then you were trying to stop something from happening, and I don't think it was I'm worried about her doing something that might hurt me type thing. It was like, maybe you're worried about her doing something that you don't want her to do right now, but you started to ask for something and you didn't get anything, and you were just holding it there, and so your energy had changed and there was no response, and your energy's kind of staying in this half do something thing. And that's one way to get those horses to be a little bit dull and a little bit worried, because you didn't even know your body was doing it. Like when I pointed out, like, oh, what's that thing doing? And horses are very good at detecting incongruent behavior. Like they use horses for equine assisted therapy and equine assisted learning and stuff these days. And one of the things they use them for is that they're very good at, and this is not talking about you, Kate, so yours wasn't incongruent behavior, but they use them for that sort of thing because horses are very good at detecting incongruent behavior. And incongruent behavior is when your insides and your outsides are not doing the same thing. Okay? Your mind is thinking one thing and your body's doing something else. That tends to send them a little bit cuckoo. And so like our friend Jane Pike, the equestrian mindset coach, she says the whole fake it till you make it thing is BS. With a horse, you are so much better off just being, if you're scared, tell them, I'm scared. Not, I'm going to pretend I'm not scared and inside you're scared, because that makes horses crazy. And you think about that whole incongruent behaviour thing. Think about, if you ever watched the National Geographic channel and there's some zebras here grazing or whatever, and in the background there's a lion walking past on the way to the watering hole. And those zebras don't even pick their heads up. Why not? Because the lion is congruent. His body is walking to the water hole, and his mind is walking to the water hole, and his energy is walking to the water hole. The instant that lion goes, I think I might grab one of these here zebras, I'm going to pretend I'm walking to the watering hole, but really I'm sneaking up one of these, the whole energy changes. And that's boop, 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 then the heads will start popping up. And so I think, you know, they've evolved to kind of detect that. And so, I mean, they who's ever heard of clever hands or clever Hans? Yeah? Some of you haven't? So it was back in, I think it was in the 1800s, and it was here in America, I think. I can't remember. But this fella had this horse, and he could count. He could tell you the capitals of cities around the world. They used like a Ouija board sort of thing with the letters on it. And they'd start at A and they'd go along. And when they got to a certain letter, he'd pour or whatever. And then they'd start again, and he could spell out things and all sorts of stuff. And the owner would be, you know, his owner would be just standing there watching the whole thing. And it was like this Clever Hands was really clever, but Clever Hands could only get the answers right if his owner knew the answer or if he was in the room. But they said there was really nothing going on with this guy, but he must, you know, like when the horse got to the right answer, relax slightly or whatever, but he was not signaling or anything like that. So they're just amazing at reading that sort of stuff. And that, what you were doing a minute ago, it's not that big a deal, except because that one wasn't a big deal. Some of you guys here may be doing something that is a big deal that you don't know you're doing it. But the big thing is, if you don't know you're doing it, you're telling them, parts of my body do things that I'm not aware, I'm not in my own body. Does that make sense there? And that can add up to them feeling less than confident. Now, depending on your horse, if you've got a pretty well-centered horse, you can do a lot of that stuff, it doesn't do anything. But if you've got an edgier sort of a horse that can have a tendency to be a bit concerned, that thing right there can do a lot. And I don't think with Kate, with you and her, it's probably that big a deal, but...
It leads me to ask you a question, though. We're standing here, and I'm trying to talk to you.
Oh, yeah. That's why we have that big old talk up there at the start.
You do both.
Yeah, well...
Do you just keep checking in?
Well, I would say your focus should be her, like your primary focus should be her.
Okay.
Listening to me, interacting with her. Not, you know, I won't feel offended if your back's to me.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's why we've got the loudspeaker. I could be over there, or over there. I could be sitting up there. But yeah, if you can, as much as possible, I try to be present with the horses when I'm with them, even if something else is going on. And what I have found, it's really amazing. It makes huge difference. Even with like Bundy, my horse Bundy. You've all probably seen videos of Bundy stuff. He's just getting better and better and better not about the physical things, but about, you know, Bundy used to be really quite mouthy and stuff. Okay, he's getting less and less. The more present I can be, the less of that he gets. And I'm starting to realize that's just insecurity and that, you know, all that sort of stuff.
That with a friend of mine's horse that I've been handling, and when I'm able to focus, it works really well. But when I get distracted, I lose it.
Yeah, so my horse Bundy, he's always been a bit of a donkey to lead. Like you go to walk off and Bundy will just stand there and you go, hey, come on. And he goes, okay. But what I've been doing for quite a while is not just doing the groundwork, but like leading a horse. Before I even move my feet, I'll bring my energy up, I'll think forward, I'll bring my energy up, I'll kind of project it forward, maybe slightly lean forward. And what I've found is Bundy, and then Bundy will start moving his feet and then I'll go with him. If I ever walk off and I hit the end of the lead rope and Bundy's like that, instead of me going, Bundy, what are you doing? I go, Warwick, what are you doing? Because I know this horse, if I am present, he goes when I think about, he leads when I think about leading. But if I'm in my head and I catch him out there and I'm thinking, well, I might take him to the round pen first. You know, if I'm mentally over here when I'm catching him out there, and it's like, and all this time I've been thinking Bundy he's a tester. He tests to see if you know what you're doing, sort of thing. You know, he tests to see if you're going to be serious about it. But what he's really doing, he's testing to see if you're present. Does that make sense? So anyway, my question with you was, you're still doing some groundwork.
I basically went back to the beginning
Okay.
because of anxiety.
You went back to the beginning because of anxiety. So, and how's all that going?
I think it's going
Okay,
really well.
perfect. Because I mean, I don't want to do. We've got one down over there.
Oh.
Tyler. I don't want to do groundwork unless we need to do the groundwork. You know what I mean? It's the basis of everything. And so if all this part works good, I'd like to get to the writing. But if this is not working good, I'd definitely like to work on it too.
So some of the moments are when I lose connection.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'm questioning. You know, I feel like I'm making progress, and we as a team are moving. You know,
Yeah.
in the direction that we want to move in. But there are moments when I get up to a point where I'm like, is she having a bad day? Are we not ready for the next step? So I often go back, but I'm wondering, like, am I going back too much? Am I dilly-dallying too long?
Well, there's certain types of people have certain aspects of their personality that makes them good at some things. And I would say not very good at others, but it can get in the way of some others. And so you have a degree. You have a few degrees. Let's hear your degrees here, okay?
You know, I'm overeducated.
Well, okay, but I'm going to get to a point here. So what degrees do you have?
I have an associate's degree in equine science.
Associate's degree in equine science, okay.
A bachelor's of science in
Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Biology.
And a master's degree in wildlife.
A master's in wildlife biology, okay. So you are a studier.
In my head person.
Yeah, but you're a studier. You spend a lot of time trying to get things right and whatever. And in all my videos, I like, don't get it right, don't move on till you get it perfect, okay? Which is for everybody who's not you. Because people want to do the least amount of work possible and skip ahead. You are prepared to, how many years of studying is those 3 degrees?
2 plus 4 plus 2.
Yeah, so there's 8 years, basically it's like a doctorate, you know. You're prepared to put in work, and sometimes with horses, and especially when you get into the nitty-gritty of some of this stuff I'm talking about now, you can tend to want to just stay in one place forever to get it perfect. You know what I mean?
I also want to skip steps too, though.
Oh, okay. There was a girl at a clinic in Arizona this year, and she seemed to be like very detail-oriented, almost to the point to where she wants to, you know, get pedantic about things and not move on. And I said to Robin that night, I said, I bet she's an electrical engineer. The next day we came to the clinic, I said, what do you do? And she says, I'm an engineer. I said, what kind? She goes, an electrical. I'm like, you know what I mean? Because you've got to have that mind to do that. And I'm not saying your degrees are better or anything like that, but you can, you know, most people, I'm saying, no, I need to go back to the start. Some people I'm like, fly and be free, flap your wings, get something done, you know what I mean?
Which one am I in?
And you might fluctuate from one to the other, and there's no right and wrong answer, it's all just reading where you're at. But if this bit's working, so she looks like you just watching you guys this morning, looks like you have quite a bit of connection.
We're working on it a lot.
Okay, got that. Next step is, can I have connection? Can I have relaxation, connection? Then can we start asking her to do stuff? And then can we get the connection and relaxation back easily? That's a transition. Remember this morning I said there's a lot of things about transitions. Because having this for 6 years, and then the first time you ask your horse to do something, you lose it, or you have wasted 6 years. Does that make sense? I'm not saying you've wasted 6 years, but think about say in dressage, the thing that starts to create horses to have self-carriage is transitions. And you can just do walk to trot to walk transitions. And I have said to dressage people, so would you say you spend about half your time walking and half your time trotting? And they go, oh yeah. And I say, does that help? And they go, yep. Help self-carriage? And they go, yep. And I go, so if you rode your horse for an hour a day and you walked it for half an hour, then you trotted it for half an hour, that would create self-carriage. They go, oh no, that won't do it. So it's not the ratio of walk to trot. It's how many times you make that transition. And this is no different than meditating, okay? You're focusing on your breathing, you're thinking about Easter chocolate. Oh, come back, that's 1. That's 2. It's how many transitions can you make? And so you've got a great baseline here, okay? She's relaxed, you guys are friends, whatever. Can you keep that when you start asking for things? Does that make sense? So over here, we're trying to get that at the start. You've got that. Now, can you ask for things? Can you take over the leadership role? Can you be an active leader and then be able to get back to that? That's your next step. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So what's she like if you were to stand in front of her and ask her to go off around you one way or the other?
We do pretty well up until we start asking for trot and lope.
Okay, you do pretty well up to the point you ask for the trot and lope, and then what happens?
And then there's a lot of resistance to move forward.
Okay, perfect, very good. Okay, so now we've got something to work on. So, lazy.
No, it's not lazy.
No,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
lazy.
Yeah,
People would say, I can't get my horse to go, so obviously my horse is lazy. Okay, and resistance to move forward, and how do you see that resistance? What does it come out as?
Ear pinning.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So a definite no, okay, good. So let's forget the trot and the canter.
Right.
What's the walk look like?
It depends on the day.
This is my question. This is not you for to answer. This is for you to show me. It's show and tell time.
Okay, all right.
So, as I said, I want you to be able to start directly in front of her. So just go ahead and walk out there in front of her. There we go. So do you see right then, just that little thing right then? She's been standing there perfectly fine. Kate walked around in front of her, and the first thing that happened with that mare was and turned her head away. Did you guys see that right there? And this is where you've got to be able to observe it without judging it. Instead of going, oh no, and then you have all these thoughts like, oh my God, I've messed it up and I've come all this time to this clinic. And observe it. Notice it's there and maybe do something about that, but without having that whole internal dialogue about what it was.
She was one that at first, she really wanted to like cuddle.
Yep.
Close,
Mhm.
let down, and I've been trying to slowly get more space.
Yeah, sometimes those horses need to feel close to you, excuse me, to be able to let down. Yeah, and that's I'm good with that initially.
Right.
Eventually they've got to be able to do it away from you, otherwise you end up with a horse that you put them in a pen, you walk away, and then they've got separation anxiety and they run back and forth. Yeah, okay.
And so I've been asking, and most of the time when she's not staring off at the paddock.
Okay, so just stop there for a second. Don't do that again. Do not do that again, because right then you were just a poor communicator twice. You started asking for something and you didn't get it, and then you stopped. And so you just told this horse, I'm a poor communicator. I would make sure I had the flag out first, and when I do that, I'll move, I'll create a little bit of energy, maybe bounce something down your toes or whatever, but then that'll go into something else, into something else, into something else till they get what I want. So right now, you're almost at the point to where you're not going to work on that because you're not in front of her anymore.
Right. He wants to be over there.
Well, if you look at her ears though, it's not that she wants to be over there because, her head's not up and her ears aren't pointed that way. She looks at Robin and then she comes back over here. So it's not, I don't know if it's necessarily she wants to be over there.
I just get the feeling from this horse that she looks where she wants to be and then looks back at me like this, like, come on, Mom, can't we go? Can I not do this?
You ever match steps with her?
A lot.
Okay, yep.
I've done a lot hand grazing.
Okay.
She wants me to scratch her butt and let her eat food all the time. And I'm trying to
Okay,
find
so
that
the thing
balance.
about that matching steps, it's to get that connection, but at some point in time, it all depends. If you just want to have connection, great, do it all the time. But if you want to actually get to where you could ride this horse in the hills or whatever, you at some point in time, you've got to say, now, okay, we're good, but I'm going to ask you to do something.
Yeah.
And so right now, I just think, how you said she wants to go over there, but she doesn't appear to be fixated over there.
Okay.
I'm thinking if you've done maybe too much matching steps, that she's like, come on, let's go over here. Like she's calling the shots all the time. I don't mean she's pushy or bossy or pushing you around or anything. What we're trying to do over here is we're trying to develop this communication, this give and take, and we had to give quite a bit over there. Yeah. There's a possibility you've given too much to where you said, all I want to do is, and it's fine if that's what you want to do. You know what I mean? If you don't, some people don't want to ride their horses and they want their horse to think they're really cool and they will match steps to them all day long. That's great.
I wanted the connection to get the connection and then the relaxation. And
Yeah.
then,
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure when to move on, and I realized I went from being like the 51-49 thing.
Yeah.
I was going 100% me, and then I was giving 100% her, and now I'm trying to find that balance.
Yeah.
But should I just do what I would normally do if I were at home? And
Yeah, let's see what you would normally do.
again?
Yeah. What would you normally do if you're at home?
Thank you.
Now, what happened right then?
She started to come in, so I brought energy.
Okay,
up.
how did she start to come in and what was she trying to do?
It feels to me like that one is that she wants to come in and stand right next to me real
Okay,
close.
okay. It looked to me like she was actually reaching out to you. So what I think the difference is,
Oh, yeah, okay.
what I
Who
think the
does that?
difference is, let me have your flag for a second. Think about this. I'm going to attach this flag to me. Okay? For me, if they walk up to me like that, that's them coming into this. But see that right there? If they walk up and do that, I'm going to engage with that. Does that make sense? And does that make sense to you guys? So it's not about her nose is touching me, it's too close. It's how does her nose touch me? Does her nose attach to her body and her body just walks up and her feet stop when her nose gets to me?
Yeah.
That's too close. But if she walks along
She's always very polite.
and does that, I'd probably want to engage. It's kind of like when people shake hands. You're like, you know, notice I'm on this foot.
Yes.
Hey, how's it going? You know, now it's social distancing. It's elbow bump. You know what I mean? But so there's a lot to it, and I'm thinking she's a complicated little horse.
A little bit. I'm trying to read her. I'm trying to listen to her.
Mm.
I'm trying to get rid of a lot of my old muscle memory and make them do it because they're,
Yep.
you know, your employee
Yep.
and you're the boss.
What's your right hand doing?
Keeping me from dropping this rope.
Okay, perfect. So what I would do, what I tend to do then is shorten the rope up.
Okay.
Okay,
still
so the
working on
rope's
my
not
skills
touching the ground, but if I start picking up, if I was to take my arm, I'm expecting a follow.
So I was
If that
kind
makes
of
sense.
trying to watch this part here, and when that started to move, but like the slack part, if that part didn't move, I thought I had a little more wiggle room.
Perfect. Okay, so let's just start in front of her, because what I want to see here is how does she go off around you? So have you ever heard of, who's heard of an ethologist named Lucy Reese? Has anybody ever heard of her? Her? No? So she studies herds of wild horses, and I think it's in, hey Carissa, I can't remember what country it's in, but she videos wild horses, and that's all she does. And like she's really big on the social interactions of wild horses. And in domestic horses, there's a lot of aggression goes on, over food, resources, stuff. In the wild, it doesn't happen very often because there's plenty of grass. It's not like there's one pile of hay or whatever. But she says that one place it does happen a lot is the mother teaches the foal what she calls collision avoidance. And they learn that earlier on, and that's what enables the herd of horses to gallop around the pasture like a flock of birds without crashing into each other. You don't see them pinning their ears and having a wrestle. They just go around, and that's collision avoidance. And so the first thing I want to do here, asking this horse to go off around me, is about collision avoidance. Okay? So it's not about, you can't be in my space. It's about, if I bring my energy up and project it to you, can you yield away from that?
Right, and she'll do two different things. She'll normally, like that felt like she was kind of looking and focusing over there and walking up next to me, like this creeping thing.
Yep.
Versus the reaching out and, oh, hi, but there's more of the notice your haircut, oh,
Yep.
hi.
Yeah, so there's all that stuff going on, and I'm noticing that, but what I want to do right now, just because I want to, you said when you get to the asking for the trot and the canter, then you get the ear pinning and stuff. What I want to see is basically how's your collision avoidance, because all that trot and canter thing, you're on the ground, you ask her to go, it's part of your whole collision avoidance thing. So for me, it's very important that's how she goes off around you. So right now, go ahead and switch hands and ask her to go off to your right, just because she's on your left a little bit. No.
You want me to send her off on her bad side?
Well, she's on this side a little bit, and she keeps walking off this way.
Okay, yeah.
So I want to know if she's moving off your collision avoidance rather than she's just wandering off. Does that make sense?
Right.
So just go ahead and, whenever you're ready, have her go off to your right.
I'm doing what I would normally do
Okay. And what would you normally do if you're at home right here? What would you...
Looking over there, so I'm giving her a chance to...
Okay. So I think, you know, you know, she's not a horse that's worried about you. And so right then I wouldn't, you know, I think every time she wants to look at something, you allow her to look at it, sort of thing. And at some point in time, you've got to go, you can't look at everything. I've got to be able to ask you to do something. Does that make sense there?
Absolutely.
You know, if they're anxious and looking at something, trying to step in the middle of that is going to make them more anxious. You know what I mean? So if they're worried about something and getting all worried, Amber, like yesterday we were talking about that, if they're worried about something and you get in there in the middle of them because they're worried, now they're worried about you. Does that make sense there? But if she's just looking at stuff, I would choose that as a time to ask her to do something. Okay, so when she left right then, it looked to me like her mind left and then her body left, but her mind didn't stay and her body leave.
That's where I'm having...
Okay.
Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. Hello, sweetness. Can I borrow this for a second? So I'm just going to ask her to go off to the right. So what I want to do is have her go off with a bit more of a bend in her body. Mm-hmm. Hey, sweetness. With a little bit more of a bend in her body. So I'm going to... Okay. I just want to ask her to go off here. So mental picture. Pick up here softly. So I'm looking at her shoulder. I'm going to get some energy. Hello? So right then, you notice, as soon as she started moving her feet, where did her head go?
Away.
Yeah, and so what I don't think you've been doing is looking at her shoulder. Like you point, I mean, you ask her to go, and she goes, but there's no energy, intention-y. Like I looked at that shoulder, and she didn't feel that. And I stepped towards her shoulder. She didn't feel that. And then went, hey, did you not feel that? And as soon as she moved over, her attention came back here, but then it turned that off. And I'm trying to tell her, I guarantee you she can feel my energy. She's not reading it because, and it's not just you, she's had years and years and years of people coming home with having a bad day and their energy's up and their energy's down and it's not related to them. A lot of what we're doing, I think, with this stuff is reteaching these horses how to respond to human energies.
See, it's funny because at home, I get it to the place where if all I do is start to pick that hand up and I've done the shoulder and the intention and
Yep.
But what happens, I think, is that I start to think that works. And so then when I go to do it and she like slowly starts kind of not doing it as much, then I don't follow up the way I did it the first time.
Okay, so what Kate's saying is, so I get to the point to where she does it perfectly, so I don't have to follow up. And then I assume she's going to do it right every time.
Let it dribble.
Yeah, and so that's just not being present. That's working with the horse you had yesterday.
Yes.
So,
yes, it is.
When you get in a car to start it, any sort of a vehicle, and you turn the key, how many rrts do you let it do?
I don't like.
Do you go rrt and stop, or do you go rrt, or do you go rrt?
Kind of goes.
Okay, what about an old car?
Oh, if that's the case, then yeah, it's is it clicking? Is it until it starts to kind of start to.
And so you hold the key on until it starts. No matter if it's 1 rrt or 2 rts or 10 rts, you know what I mean? And so you don't get in an old car and just go, in my car, I turn the key and it goes rrt and it starts, and hop in this, you know, old tractor and go rrt. There's nothing wrong with it. You just go rrt, 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 and as it fires, then you let go. It's the same thing here. You're going to go mental picture, rrt, this, rrt, intention, rrt, energy, rrt, step, flag, and it's going. And then if the next time it's mental picture, it's but your job is not to do a thing. Hello. Your job is not to do a thing. Your job is to do the thing till it starts. So every single time. And so that you've got to be present right then. You've got to be aware of what you're doing and what they're doing, not what they did last time. Does that make sense then?
It absolutely
does. So let me just try this again. So yeah, and that's very common. Now that's interesting, isn't it? So I'm just going to ask you to go off that way. So mental picture. I'll have you step back a bit, Kate, if you can. Thank you. Pick up here softly. Now I'm looking at that shoulder and it hasn't moved over. So what I'm trying to do, like we did with Jackie's horse, yes, your horse is going to have a roll, so I just let her. Jackie's horse would go off real stiff with no energy. We got this bit working and Jackie's horse started going off with that bend in the body. So it's not about going, it's about collision avoidance. Okay, so even though your horse went off this, okay, but it was just stiff. What I'm trying to do is, can I project some energy and have you feel that? Because that's what the collision avoidance is. Like the horse, you don't see the horses running around the pasture holding each other off. They just feel each other. The zebras, one's grazing and he pops his head up. The rest of them feel that. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get happening here. So I'm looking at that shoulder. I'm going to step, there we go. And so that time, you notice as I stepped in there, that head came this way. What else is different already? Jackie, same thing happened yesterday. She's now standing over there. Okay, Jackie's horse yesterday was kind of all over us until I got this bit working. And then when I stopped, Jackie's horse stopped out there. So do you guys see the difference right here? This horse didn't just immediately come in here. Because I don't think this horse was reading your body. Reads the rope, or whatever, but not so much reading you. I mean, she's still out there and she just keeps, she's a creeper, isn't she? Keeps creeping in, creeping in, creeping in. Because I don't think your collision avoidance is working very well.
Her permission to use more energy.
Yeah,
because I feel
yeah.
like she's been so in the past.
Yes.
Now we're not there.
Now you're not there anymore. Can you just wander over this way? Just because if this was a cow, and I was trying to get her to go that way and you were standing in front of her eye, so I'm not trying to tell you to get away, it's just I'm going to send her this way, and if you're in front of her eye right, then she might not go. Okay, so mental picture. Pick up here softly. And I'm looking at that shoulder. I'm going to get some energy. I'm going to step towards that shoulder. It's not going, so I'm going to start here, 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 over there. So if you think about, now I'm going to step back and draw her back in. So if you think about, and you might notice where she stopped again, that energy that I'm projecting, it's about the length of this flag. So if my flag comes around from here to here to here, and when it gets here, it can touch her shoulder. I don't care if she's walking. I'm not trying to ask her to go that way. I'm trying to get her to go that way. Think about this, okay? Put your hands up. We're going to dance, okay? You're about to. Say I just stepped on your toes and bumped into your nose. Okay, you're late, aren't you? If we were ballroom dancers, there you go, you felt that, didn't you? Energy, intention, and now, very good. You felt me start to step towards you. You're supposed to step backwards right now. This foot, this foot. No, backwards. We're not going toward, we're dancing. We're not supposed to butt heads. If we were standing close, right then we'd have connected heads. I'm dancing, okay? And so we're standing like this. You feel it, don't you? You're late. But you still got it. But that's what I'm trying to teach you. It's not about get away from me. Because when we get that working, I also want to get that work. That's collision avoidance. That's the whole, hey sweetness.
That worked with her before, but I feel like I don't, like I understand, like again, I'm a studier, I get the idea, but the physical practice is challenging. So it's like I'll hit it and then it will go away and then I'll get it back and then I can use my energy and the back and the forth and the energy and the leading with the energy. And, but then if I get distracted, like I'm here in a new place, there's a lot of people.
And that's the skill, you know, it's just keeping that there. Yeah. Now what I think about her is, even though she's pretty quiet and whatever, I think if they're not responsive, like she's not real responsive to this collision avoidance thing, what you'll find is as soon as you get that, then you'll lose the connection. And then you got to rebuild it again. And like I said, there's no use being friends with them for 6 years and then 6 years later asking her to do something and then losing 6 years of friendship, because it's not really 6 years of friendship. It's 1 day of friendship, 365 times 6. It's not 6 years of experience. The experience is get the friendship, then start to get something happening and lose the friendship and get that back. And there's 6 years of it's like a relationship. You know, if two people haven't had an argument and they've been married for 20 years, they've probably had 20 years of the same day. Like no one's actually said what they really feel. Does that make sense there?
It is.
And so I'll just do this again, but really it's a huge part of this whole thing is this whole collision avoidance thing. And there's some other stuff going on here that I'm not really going to address right now because I'm not sure what it is, but I mean, she thinks away quite a bit.
I wasn't sure if she was blocking me, if it was a stress indicator, or if she was just saying.
So I'm looking at that shoulder. I'm going to step towards and push on it. See, she's not dancing with me right there. See that weird head thing right there? Okay. Now I'm not in a hurry. She can feel it. Like all that head going back and forwards happened when I projected energy and I stepped towards her. Now I'm just going to start here. I just want that. See, that came towards me. I don't want it to go towards me. I want it to go over and around me. So I'm going nice and slow here. Over. There you go. Now notice when I stepped back to draw her in, for about 3 strides there, she kept going away from me. So there's the this and the this. Right, then I didn't have this, and when I got this, then I didn't have this. Amber, with that groundwork yesterday, you know, I said drawing her in and watch those front feet, like right there, I stepped backwards and this horse kept going and like thinking out. Does that make sense? So I'd kind of want to get this really quite good because this is a microcosm of everything you're going to do with her, you know, and this is about transitions. And there's no, if you get the friendly transition, you get that bit working, good. Now it's time to ask for something, and then can we get back to being friends again? Because that's the whole spitting out of the rabbits. Your horse, when you're out hacking in England, you're riding along, and the rabbit jumps out of the bushes, and the horse should go, oh, it's just a rabbit. Let go of that. Does that make sense? And so that's a transition. The rabbit causes the upward transition, the horse should be able to just do that downward transition. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on here, but I'm not trying to fix that yet because I'm not even sure what it is. So see, like right there, she's left, right, not sure, head here, head there. So I want to be really slow. I think she doesn't want to be in trouble and she's not sure what the answer is. Just gonna, there you go, and she moves over. And you know she's got more of a bend in her body right there than she had before. Then I'm just going to step back, draw her back in. And you might notice when I stopped, she stopped. But I didn't give her a stop cue because she's starting to read me just a little bit. Does that make sense to you? So that's what I want you to work on right there.
This is normal though, right?
Sorry?
This is normal though, right?
Oh yeah, perfectly normal. Yeah, no, perfectly normal. And everything's perfectly normal. I remember we had a friend of ours was a personal trainer, and we were at dinner one night with a group of people from this one horse place, and there's a guy there named Tony, and Tony mentioned something about his arms were different lengths or something like that. And I thought it was interesting, and I said to Tony, is that normal? Oh no, I said to Victoria, is that normal? Because she's a personal trainer. And she said, well, it is for Tony. So this is perfectly normal, and so there's that big old link. This is perfectly normal, and for you, I think it's perfectly normal as in, I think you tend to get, something's not working, so you get it working, and then you're afraid to lose it. You don't want it to not work anymore.
To be able to go up.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's like, think about if you're a dressage person, you want to teach an extended or a collected walk. Okay. You would actually, in order to teach a collected walk, you'd actually have to go from a walk up to a trot, then back to a walk, then up to a trot, and back to a, and up to a trot, and back to a walk. You have to lose your walk to get the walk that you want. Does that make sense there? Yes. So it's all about transition. So don't be afraid of transition. Transitions are, you know, it's like bodybuilders or weightlifters. Okay, one day they work out really hard, the next day they're sore. They don't work out when they're sore, when they're no longer sore, then they work out again, and that's how they build the muscle. They tear the muscle down, then they let it heal and it rebuilds bigger. Okay, and then you tear it down and you rebuild it, and that's how it gets bigger.
That's exactly exactly what my body works.
And this is no different. So you don't be afraid of losing what you got. As long as you know you are going to lose, that's not, what's perfectly normal is you've got what you got, and then when you try to get the next bit, you're going to lose that. Good. And then now you got this bit, you don't have that bit, you go back there. And I think, and that's just a, that's just a mental outlook. Like a lot of times, like, my horse is nice and quiet, I don't want to lose that.
I was worried that a lot of that head, whatever that head thing she does is her giving me stress signals.
Oh, well, it is a bit of concern. And like when I ask her to go, sometimes she like, should I? Yeah. And you might notice when she did that, it made me slow down even more. Like, it's okay, I'm just going to let you think about this for a second. If she's, what you to do, and then you step in the middle of her,
that's going to escalate.
Yeah, I would slow that down right there. Does that make sense? I'm going to leave you to mess with that for a minute. Jackie, so how's it? Oh, sorry, Robin. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, perfect. So this one I think is actually Melissa's, but thanks, Charlie. So how's your collision avoidance today, Jackie? A lot better. Okay. So is she she get a bit more responsive?
Yeah.
Hey, sweetness. So see the expression on this horse's face yesterday? Oh, today? That's what she looked like yesterday in relation to everything except the flag. Mm-hmm. So I knew she's not lazy, she's not like shut down inside herself. She's like, yeah, she's pretty interested in a lot of stuff. So Melissa, right now this horse will be biting you. So, she stuck her nose out here and she's resting here. What you've got to do is just keep your hand pointed up and down. If you let it get sideways, they will get the hand in your mouth and now you're bitten, and then you slap them and then it goes downhill from there. Let's have a look at your, oh sweetness, I know, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Let's see your collision avoidance here today. And so all this stuff's really slow and boring, but when you get this stuff good, it's the foundation for all the rest of the stuff. Okay, let's slow down. I'll try that again. She kind of threw you for a loop right then, didn't she? Because she stepped into you. Yeah. Good. So you might notice, you can step back and draw back in right there. You might notice that she wasn't going and then she kind of went in a hurry. Your hand went nice and slow, and then at the end it kind of went, well, come on, let's go. If you can, it's just going to go from here to here. Try not to have any expectation of it working. That's probably the best thing. Is like if I've got a series of 8 things I'm going to do in a row, I'm not having an expectation of by the time I get to the end of the second one, she should have done it. Like right then, if you think about mental picture as your first one, right then you went from here to here, and right over here you went, why aren't you going? Your hand kind of went, why aren't you going? You've been going when I do, instead of from here to here to, okay, that didn't work. So then step 3, it's just the same as what I was talking with Kate about. There you go. So see she's going around with a little more bend in her body? And right now, all we're doing is getting her to go off from a standstill. And so the big thing is, right then, Jackie, right then, so think about this, all you're trying to do is get a collision avoidance, yield off around you from a standstill. Right then she did it, and then while she was going around, your hand was still pointing, and forget to put it down. And then there was no change in her when you took it down, meaning, so if you think about your hands up like this, she's just going around, and at some point in time you take this down, but it doesn't come directly after a change in her. And that's the biggest thing about getting a response is when you get a change, stop asking. Connect that, stop asking with the change. And that's where timing comes in. If you're asking your horse to say back up and you close, so like Amber yesterday, if you close your fingers and your horse gets ready, rocks back, picks their foot up and steps back and you let go right then, their intention could have been, I'm going to take this step and then I'm going to stop, and you let go right as they think, I'm going to stop. Whereas if you pick up and the horse goes, I'm going to step backwards, you let go right then, they finish that step on their own. Okay, so rewarding them, almost rewarding the thought and the preparation for it and let go, and then they just finish it. If you wait till they've done it and then you let go, if their intention was to take another step, great. But if their intention was, I'm just going to put my foot there and stop, and you let go. So that's where the whole thought reading thing comes in. Does that make sense? Can I just borrow her a sec? Thank you. Hello, sweetness. How you going? I've got a flag. Hello. How you going? You went left or right? Right. Okay. So I'm just going to ask her to go off to my right. Mental picture. Pick up on here. 2, 3. Now right. I'm just going to wait for a second. Okay. So right here, this is about how close she was going around you yesterday. And she's a little bit like Kate's horse, to where, I don't know if she's reading this stuff. So, and it's more about her reading my energy and intention than anything. So I'm going to mental picture, pick up here. It's good. Now I'm going to look at that shoulder, get some energy. I'm going to step towards it right here. It's not going, no big deal. I'm going to start from here to here to here. Now yesterday she didn't respond to the flag, to here, and right there she moves over and away from it. And then as she moved over, I stopped. End of story. And then I would step back and draw her back in. But you might notice right then, when I used it, I took it over and I kind of did that. If that didn't work, then you could do more. Whereas a second ago, you kind of got really big, really quick with her. And I think this filly here is actually very, very sensitive. And like I said yesterday, I think the slower you can go. Because if you think about none of these situations, if I don't get it right, I'm going to die. If you're getting run over, by all means, do whatever you do to get run over. But if she's not, you know, if you're safe, and especially with one like her, just take your time. And I think that really will help. So mental picture, pick up here softly. Now I'm going to look at that shoulder, get some energy. Hello. Step towards her, nothing. So I'm going to take this flag from here to here, to here, to here. I'm getting closer and closer, and right there I might have it just move over just a little more right there, and I'll let go. And then I'll just draw her back in. When I'm drawing back in, like right there, she's pointing directly at me. The thing about when you draw them back in, you're checking to see if they can connect back with you again. If you draw them back in and they keep walking around you, keeping you in one eye, that's something you wouldn't have known if you hadn't stepped back and drawn them back in. So it's, after I get you to go, can I get you to come back over here and reconnect again? But yeah, I wouldn't be in a huge hurry. I'm just going to try the other way for a second. So, mental picture, pick up here, look at that shoulder. I'm going to take this flag here, here. Now, there we go. So that's kind of what I did with it yesterday. When I waved the flag and nothing happened, I had a great deal of energy, but I didn't go towards her fast. So right then it looked like I ran towards her. But if you think about my body getting close to her, it went towards her about that speed. Okay? If I run really fast towards her, I'll end up against her and she still hasn't moved. And now, what's different right now because of that? I got a bit more response to me. What was that? What else was it? Come on, someone give it a negative.
You made her mad.
She got mad, didn't she? No, she didn't. I saw a horse, a black horse, move and lift her front feet up as she was moving. No. They're judgments. I saw a black horse pick her front feet up like that as she moved. I'm not giving it a name. I wanted you to give it a name because I'm sure in your head you all went, that bitch, she just... And if that comes into your head, it'll come out your hands. It comes out your energy and it comes out your hands. Like, hey, she had a great deal of energy right then. What have I been wanting to get? Response to my ask. Now, was it exactly how I want it? No. But what did she do? Whoa, she picked her front feet up off the ground. I've been having trouble getting her to move her damn front feet. And so instead of going, don't you do that, like the first time she tries to have some energy, we say, don't do that. Then she's like, oh, no. So right then I just
said, oh, cheeky girl.
Someone said cheeky, yeah, someone on the webcast said she was being cheeky. What was I trying to get her to do? I'm trying to get her to read my energy and move away from me with some energy. Did she do that? Yes, she did. Okay, was it perfect? No, it wasn't. So you've got to try to, and what stops you from embracing that and going, that was good, is your judgments. Okay, does that make sense then? Cheeky girl. Okay, let's try this here, sweetness. The breeze is not supposed to come till 4 o'clock, but anyway, it's here now. So I'm just going to pick up here, look at that shoulder, put some energy and intention. She's moving over, but I'm still, okay, so right then, you know how you left your arm up before and I said you got to get something to happen? I had my energy and intention looking at that shoulder and it moved over a little bit and I was wanting it to keep moving over and it stopped moving over and it stalled out, meaning it was only the same distance from me. Like I'm trying to dance and my partner's not moving. So I stayed there till I got, there we go, and then I stopped. Does that make sense? So I was actually trying to get a little bit more than what I had, and I realized I didn't, you know, she yielded initially and then she stopped yielding. So what sometimes horses can do is respond to your first ask, but it's rote learning. They're just doing it because they've been taught to do that, but they're no longer communicating with you. And you see it a lot with people that do a lot of lateral flexion, and they go, I'm going to bend my horse here, I'm going to bend my horse here, I'm going to bend my horse here, bend my horse here. And you say, just pick up and bend his head around, just hold your hand there. And they pick up and the horse flings its head around and then yanks the rein out of the hand because it's not a communication, it's just, this is what I do. I just do that. And so right then I was seeing, is she reading me? She did that first bit and I'm thinking, if I leave this energy and intention there, does she read it? And she went, not reading it. I'm like, hey, come on, you got to read that. And she moved over and I stopped. Okay, so, and pick up here softly, look at that shoulder. Now I'm going to look at her loin, and so she felt that, so all I did was, like let's say I'm looking at you, just move that way. Good. Now if that's the shoulder, but my intention stayed there, now I'm looking at the place beside you, which is where your loin is. So that's what I did right then was, as soon as her shoulder's moving away, instead of following around, I left my gaze there and let it get to a loin. And then I went, hey, do you not feel that? I'm just trying to get her to read me. So I'm going to pick up here softly. Good, now I'm going to look at that loin. It's not working, so I'm going to step in here and maybe get it to step over just a little bit, okay? But you notice when I stepped back here, what happened right then? As my energy came down, her energy came down. So she's starting to read me just a little bit more instead of just, I'm just going to walk up there. Does that make sense? Hi, sweetness. Pick up here. Look at that shoulder. It steps over. Look at that loin. It steps over. There you go. So I didn't move at all. My feet didn't move right then. And I looked at that shoulder. I moved it over. Then I looked at that loin and I moved it over. And that's what I'm trying to get. And now she's standing over there, but that's what I'm trying to get. Like I said, for two reasons. One is I think it's more effective communication with them. You get to where you can just almost think it and they do it. But the other thing is it keeps us in contact with us. Keeps us in contact with us. Okay, beautiful. We're going to go again. And so this is, there we go, I'm going to look at that loin and it steps over slightly like that. Good. So this is some groundwork we're teaching them, but it's not really about the groundwork. It's really about the collision avoidance thing I was talking about, and it's about teaching us to make sure that we're, in my therapy stuff, I've become aware of the term somatic experiencing. So a somatic experiencing therapist will get you back into your body. Because a lot of times from trauma, you get in your head and you almost leave your body. We're almost trying to somatic experience ourselves with this. Like we're trying to keep ourselves aware of what our energy and our body's doing, and we're carefully controlling it. Because if we're not, it'll be doing stuff. It'll be calling her a cheeky girl. Oh, he's out. Does that make sense? But for me, I really want to get this bit working, because I really think it's the beginning of everything, not just the training of her, but it's educating us how to stay present around our horses. And I think that's a huge part of everything. So I'm going to pick up here, I'm going to step here, and right there, my little dance partner move. See that move over right there from that? Perfect. Do you want to mess with that a bit? I might stay here and help you with this a little bit, and then I'll go over and see how Melissa's going. Perfect. So everybody see what Jackie just did? She's walking towards me, and she said, oh, hang up, coming close to the horse, I got to get this over here. Perfect. She was aware of what she was doing. She wasn't ahead of us. She was aware of what she was going to do, but she wasn't just, yeah, I'm going to go over and get the horse and not even realize this was there. I'm going to go over and take a hold of this horse, and I realize my flag is out in front of me, so I've got to turn it around, put it back behind me before she got there, and that's just being present. Good. You feel right then when you stepped, she stepped. Does that make sense then? That's perfect. And this stuff here is slow and boring, but when you get this bit good, and especially when you get them reading your body. I had a horse at a clinic in England last year. She cannot get to canter on the ground. Well, this horse didn't read her energy. It just, if she asked it to go, it would go, but it didn't respond to this. So I spent quite a bit of time getting this bit good until she responded to my energy. So now she's walking around, and I go, okay, now I'm just going to bring my energy up, and she trots, and I'm going to go, now I'm going to bring my energy up a bit more, and she canters. And this lady said, I cannot get this horse to canter online. But that horse wasn't reading her energy when she asked it to go around. And so if you can get them to read your energy, it all works pretty good. You got any questions about that?
No.
Okay. Perfect. So have you made fast friends now, Melissa?
I've never had a more, like, he's always willing to be in my space. I have a hard time getting him out of my space.
Okay.
And then when I do move, he immediately follows. So like if I wanted to send him off around me, he will get all up in my space.
Okay, well, let's have a look what he looks like when you send him off around you. Good. That's it. Just stop there for a second. Good. So it didn't work, okay? But there's a reason it didn't work, and so we'll talk about that. So you might notice when I use the flag, it's the last thing I use after my energy and my intention all comes up. And so right then, yeah, right then you forgot about your body. So you pointed, and your body was standing perfectly still, and then your flag went like this, and then your horse still didn't move, and so then you stepped to the side, not forward, because, you know, think about it, we're trying to dance. It's my dance partner. And so they're just little things, Melissa, but they all communicate, I don't really want you to go. I tell you what, I had a lady at a clinic, this is a crazy story, I had a lady at a clinic in England years ago, and she was little, like about this tall, and she was probably 65 and had a relatively tall horse. She didn't have a flag, she had a rope, but she was trying to get a horse to go off around her, and she could walk up to him and take that rope and swing it and tap, 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 tap on his shoulder, whack him on the shoulder, he wouldn't move. But on the fence there was a sign, and it had a horse's head on it because it was an ad for some sort of a warm blood breeding place, and had horse's head and neck. And I said so a horse was pretty quiet, so I took the lead rope off and I said, let's go over here. I want you to ask, like this horse here, but it was just a head and neck. I want you to ask that horse to move in that direction. And so she started here and did exactly what she'd been doing on the ground. She walked in a semicircle towards that horse. And so I said, no, I want you to, and I drew a line on the ground. I want you to walk along that line. And she was stepping along the line. And finally I got to where she'd walk along the line. So this horse will not move. She can walk up to him and whack him with the lead rope and he won't move. Once I got her walking directly towards her horse, like dance partner, like you need to move out of my way, she pointed, looked at him, started to walk towards him, and as she swung the rope, he moved off out of the way, and she couldn't get him to move because her intention was, well, her intention was transmitting, I don't want you to move, I'll walk around you, I don't want you to move, I don't want you to move. What I want to do is I want to walk up and I want to whack you on the shoulder, but I don't want you to, And so if you think about that, she could actually make physical contact with the horse, but it didn't work because all her intention leading up to it was a little bit different. When she changed her intention, she didn't even have to make physical contact with the horse. Does that make sense there? I might try this if you don't mind.
He also likes to chew on everything.
And usually horses that chew on everything, it's
anxiety.
It's like a coping mechanism. Yeah.
Right.
Hey, mister. Hey, how's it going? So you might notice that I didn't take hold of the lead rope and go, I'm going to show you where to go. First thing I'm going to do is, where's he at with me? Okay, so I'm going to walk you through what I'm thinking in here. So, mental picture. You notice my left knee is cocked? Mental picture. Pick up here softly. Look at that shoulder. Get some energy, some intention. Step towards him right there. He stepped towards me. Okay, he moved, but he went into my energy, not away from me. So right then that flag came in and said, hey, don't run over me. And then we're done. And then I would just go again. So mental picture. Pick up here. He's going to go the wrong way, so that's all right. I'm just going to look at his outside shoulder, still looking at it. I'm going to step forward towards it. I'm going to bring my flag here, wave it a little bit, a little more, 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 a little bit. There you go. And you see when I put some energy in me, he completely moved over there. Whereas the flag on its own, and that was kind of hard to get over there because he went the wrong way, but the flag on its own doesn't necessarily work, especially horses that have been a riding school horse and just learnt to block a lot of stuff out. Pick up here, look at that shoulder. Now I've stepped forward and he's not moving over, so I'm going to have him move over a little bit. As soon as he moves that shoulder over, I'll relax. Doesn't matter what. Hey, mister. Do you notice he gets a little bit like, who was it said it before? Mad, angry, whatever. He gets a little bit offended by that, doesn't he? Okay. What I don't want to do is take offense at his offense. If he gets offended and then I beat him up because he got offended, he's going to get more offended. I'm like, yeah, I did notice that. I'm going to ignore it. And so some people go, what do you do if your horse gets offended? And I go, I just ignore it. Ignoring it doesn't mean don't notice it. Ignore it means don't react to it, don't respond to it, don't judge it. It's neither good nor bad, it's there. I mean, he's had a life as a riding school horse that was in some pain. He's got a reason to do that. And so I'm not going to correct him for it. You know, horses, just like people, we all have histories, and there's a lot of, the younger ones like this have got less history. That one's got quite a history. This one, he's got quite a history. So I'm going to pick up here, look at that shoulder, step into it, it moves over slightly. I'll let go. So that's the start of the whole thing. And you might notice...
He definitely turns his head in, and if I'm not careful, he will go to bite my hand.
Well, but if he tries to bite your hand there, you're too close. Your yielding's not very good. So that's the bit I'm trying to work on now. And it's kind of like her, that black filly. I was trying to get her to yield. I don't know if you saw it, but I was trying to get her to yield with a bit of energy. And when she did, at one point in time, she got a little mad and she had a lot of energy in her front feet, came up like, great, perfect. That's what I wanted you to do, was have some energy. And so that's one of those judgment calls, you know what I mean? Like, you could label that as bad. It's like, no, it's a lot closer to what I wanted than what I had. And with him, if he gives me a response, yeah, great. So he's going the wrong way. So I'm going to start with this flag over here. Now it's getting a little bit closer and a little bit closer. Now I can't increase my energy right now because I'm not on that side of him. So I've got to kind of, right here. Now I'm going to increase my, and then he moves over and then it's just everything just, and if he wants to walk around right now, I'm going to let him. So right then, the reason I didn't increase my energy is because I was on the wrong side of him. So I had to kind of keep the flag, so I didn't take the flag away and then walk around there. Notice I kept the flag going. So once you ask for something, if you stop asking for it, you've taught whatever response you just got. So the flag was around there and I'm like, I'm in a wrong spot. I need to see if I can get in this eye. Good, now I can increase my energy. Does that make sense there? But I didn't go, oh, hang on, and stop with the flag and then walk around there because that can lead, that's just one instance of where you told him the flag doesn't mean anything, and then you're going to go back and try to tell him it does mean something, and he's had a lot of that in the riding school life, you know. They've got to learn to put up with a lot of stuff. So I'm going to step here, hey, no. There we go. So right then I was expecting him to yield as I stepped, hey mister, as I stepped forward, and he didn't, so I brought that flag in there. And look at that shoulder, get some energy. Lean into him, right there, over, oh, there we go. So right then, he started to move over and his feet tightened up and he got a little mad. I didn't wave the flag harder because he got mad. I waved the flag harder because he wasn't moving over. I was ignoring the bitey looking sort of stuff. The thing I was looking at was I'm asking that shoulder to move over. You know, it's kind of like if you ask a horse to, say you ask him to trot. You're asking them to trot and they kick out. People go, what do you do? I say, just ignore it. You do ignore a kick out? Yeah, well, I'm not going to stop asking. I'm after a trot. If they're walking and I'm asking for a trot, I'm going to keep going until they get a trot. If they're walking and I ask them to trot and they kick out, they're still not trotting. I'm just going to keep asking. I'm not going to punish the kick out. I just haven't rewarded for the trot. Does that make sense there? It doesn't matter what they do. It's not what I want. There's no punishment for it. It's just I'm not going to stop asking. Does that make sense there? So it's just not buying into, hello. It's just not buying into whatever it is they're doing or judging it, good or bad. Shakespeare said, nothing is good or bad, only thinking makes it so. So he walked off that way before I really got it. So right now, what do we want him to do? Have some energy. So right then, if he wants to wander, and you might notice, what's he not doing now he was doing at the start? He's not hitting the end of the lead rope. He's now circling around me right here. So right then, it's like, hey, that was great. You had a trot. I didn't even ask for it. And so that's part of your attitude with this stuff. If you've got to be able to kind of say yes more than you say no. And like right then, before this horse was mentally leaving me, and I'm working on trying to get him to go, and he's hard to get going, and before he was mentally leaving me, right there he was mentally connected and he was trotting. So instead of going, I didn't ask for that, it's like, that's awesome. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's just, you know, that takes a bit of getting to where you can mentally do that. Now, a lot of times when a horse comes too close, I'll create a bit of energy and then wave the flag a bit, and they'll tend to look at it and step backwards. But he tends a little bit bitey at the flag. So if his mouth is in my face, I'm not going to choose right there to use that as a way to get him back out of there. Okay. What I might do with, let's say he walked up and got too close to me. Right as he got here, I might just turn and walk down here and just wave that. And now he's away from me. And then if he came up and got too close, I might walk down here, wave that, and right as the flag stops waving, he's away from me. Then I stop here, if he comes too close, walk up here, walk down there. I stop here, he comes too close, walk down here, stop here, Comes too close, I might walk down here. Stop here. Comes too close, I might walk down here. Stop here, I might walk down this side. Stop here, walk down this side. And I'm doing it with a little bit of energy to me. There we go, and that's what I'm looking for.
Right.
So what I did was, he keeps getting up in my space where I don't necessarily want him, but I know I can't correct, you know, I don't have the tool to fix it the way I might fix it otherwise. Yeah. And so you've got to do it in such a way that you get what you want without asking for something you can't get or making matters worse. Does that make sense there? Yeah. And so, you know, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll just create a little bit of energy, and then I might create a bit more and a bit more, but I don't project it at them. Right. But he doesn't care about the flag, and he almost, not only does he not respond to the flag, he almost wants to bite a little bit. And so when his face is right there, I know that's not something I'm gonna.
I mean, I can just like stand there and do full-on jumping jacks with
Yeah.
the flag, and he's just like, what?
Okay, so you did, Melissa just said she can stand there and do full-on jumping jacks with the flag, and he's just what? So I would only do that once. Like, as soon as I knew that didn't work, I'd be doing something else. And that's the thing is, if you realize something doesn't work, don't keep trying to do that. You know, you've got to try something else. So I'm going to ask him to go off to my left here. Pick up here, look at that shoulder, it moves over. I'm going to look at that loin. Loin, move it over, very good. Now, what happened then? Did his loin move over? Eventually. No, is it yes or no? Yes, it did. Did he grunt and have half a buck as he did it? Yes. Did I let that affect me? No, he moved over. Does that make sense? Like this guy's had a bit of a hard life, and he's had a lot of confusion in his life, and right then he kind of did what I wanted. Even though he had an and half jump, I'm not going to step in there and go, you don't tell me what to, you know, because that's just going to make things worse. So I'm just going to ask him to go this way again. Moves that front end over. Now I want it to move over further. There we go. And now he's heading away from me. I'm just going to leave him alone here for a second. I'm going to see if he pulls on the end of the lead rope. Or does he, when he gets to the end of it, he hasn't got to the end of it yet, when he feels the slack coming out of it, like right there, does he, there you go, he just came back in. So that's what we worked on at the beginning, wasn't it? And so what happened then was he was going around me, and I'm looking at his shoulder, and his head's coming closer, but his shoulder's not moving. I wasn't looking at his head, I'm trying to get that shoulder to move over. Okay, pick up here. Now he's going the wrong way again, but I think now the flag works a little better. Now I'm not going to get crazy with it, I'm just going to hold it here. I might wave it a tiny little bit more, a little more, a little more. What did he just do? He just did what I wanted. I ignored that bit right there. But you see that thing? It's not going to the right. Oh, he's to the left. Okay? It's not going to the left.
Pawing like he's gonna strike, you ignore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I wasn't.
He's obviously been disciplined for that.
Oh, hell yes. He's been disciplined for biting. He's had a lot of discipline. All I'm trying to do is get you to go that way.
Right.
He wasn't going that way.
Yeah.
That was not going that way. And then as soon as he went that way, I'm like, yeah, great. Perfect. That's awesome. It's kind of like, there was a meme I read on Facebook a little while ago about have you got kids? Who else got kids? You haven't got kids? Who's got kids? There was a meme I read a little while ago on Facebook, and it was about, do not punish your child for doing something you want them to do. And it went on to say, let's say your child is a little bit introverted, okay? And you have guests over and they're hanging out in the house, and so your kid's up in the bedroom. When they finally come out, don't say, about time you joined us. You're putting a negative spin on a positive thing. So what you'd say is, hey, thanks for coming and hanging with us. And that's the same thing right then. I want him to go that way. He was not going that way, not going that way, not going that way. Got to here, was not going that way. Went like that with his foot. I ignored that. And when he did that, I'm like, yay, thanks for going that way. Does that make sense? And it takes a bit of a change in mental outlook on things to get to where you can do that. But I'm trying to point it out how much of a difference it makes. I'm going to ask him to go. Move that shoulder over. Very good. And if he wants to trot, that's great. So with one like him, we're not trying to make it perfect. I'm just trying to get him to respond somehow and try to say yes as much as possible. Now that doesn't mean, and try to say no as little as possible. So I haven't told him, don't do that. I've just said, that's not, hello. I've just said that's not quite a yes. So right here he's a bit too much on top of me, so I'm heading back over this way. Now he's not reading me, because when I stop, when I stop here, I'd like him to stop. And he's not reading me, so I'm going to stop here, and then I'm going to head off over this way. There we go. Hi, how's it going? Good. So I'm going to go ask him to go off to my left again. Now, I've asked. He's not doing it. Am I getting offended? No, I'm just not going to let go. I'm going to see if he can figure it out on his own. And if he doesn't, I may come in with the flag, but because he's been kind of half striking at it, I want to try to stay away from that as much. So there's no harm, no foul, because I'm still asking him to go to my left. We haven't failed yet. The only way this could fail is if I let go before he went left. That's the only way that could be a fail. Does that make sense to you guys? I mean, he's a little bit tricky. Hey, mister, yeah. Now, I'm just going to ask him to go again, because he's kind of set up really well to do it. No, off you go. So over there, I'm going to get a little bit higher with this flag up here. Now, see his head's coming towards it. I don't want him to come. I'm going to use this flag a bit more. There we go. See his head straightened up a little bit? So he was thinking this way too much, but he's not. It's not connection thinking. It's almost, you know, I don't want to use the word fighting or aggressive, but he's not thinking good thoughts. He's tricky.
Huge improvement from what he used to be.
Oh, I imagine, yeah. But he's tricky. Now, if he wants to stop right there, that's good. I don't mind. What don't we want him to do?
I don't want him to run over.
Yes, so right then, if he chooses to stop way out there in the circle, instead of drawing him in, I might leave him out there. Now he's come in, I've got to deal with this, but when he stopped out there, instead of going, no, you've got to draw him in, to have him reconnect with you, but if every time he comes in, he runs over you and then he's biting you and striking you, leaving him out there would be a great thing. Okay, so I'm going to pick up here, look at that, move it over. I'm going to get it, there we go. I don't want to have to get that big, but he's in his past, he's learnt to not respond to anything less. Yeah, ones like this are tricky. They're like trauma victims, you know what I mean? It's not like, one like that, they're pretty simple. You're just going to make sure you don't do anything silly and you're good. You know, this is like getting a kid from a foster home.
He has PTSD.
Oh yeah.
And reactive attachment disorder. Like, that's what
Oh yeah, there's this one of Kate's is similar. Hey there, mister. Is similar as in there's a lot of stuff underneath there. The black filly, she's pretty cool, but this guy, there's a lot of stuff underneath there. And so I was about to ask him to go to the left, but I hadn't really, so I'm just going to let him go this way. I would try to stay away from saying that's wrong at this point in time. Now that he's not going that way, now I might see if I can ask him, no, off you go, mister. Go this way. And that was I wouldn't say it's quite easy, but that was easier than what it was before. Now, with him, if he wants to walk around and put his nose on the outside like that, I'm going to leave it alone for a bit. I want him to have a place that's not on top of me where he's left alone. Whether it's walking, trotting, where his head's on the inside, the outside. I mean, with him, I don't want to be too particular. I'm going to hand him back to you, but yeah, he's pretty interesting. So I think, reading between the lines, you can have him back now. Reading between the lines, I think there's a little bit of you thinking, oh God, I haven't done it right or whatever, but this horse is tricky.
For saying that because I feel like an idiot sometimes.
Yeah, don't feel like
I'm
an idiot. This
hard
horse
with
is
him.
this horse is tricky. Not just with hard to get him to do things, but gets a little to where intimidating at times too.
Very.
Yeah, and so what you've got to do is you've got to try to minimize the things to where he can be intimidating. I don't mind if he's intimidating out there,
Right.
because I've got some margin for error. Intimidating when he's up close are the things you want to kind of avoid, and that's why I started like walking down that side and down that side there rather than trying to get him off me here. Does that make sense there?
Yeah.
But yeah, I would.
That's yours.
This one. I would give yourself a pat on the back, and I would also forgive yourself for whatever, because I mean he's been tricky for you, and I think he's got you kind of doubting yourself a little bit.
A lot.
Yeah, they will do that, but
I've nursed him through a broken shoulder, a broken hip, SI injections, stifle issues. Like, I mean, I've put
You're a
lot
saint.
of time and money into him because I love him. And when he was a lesson horse, I knew they were going to put him down.
really.
Because he kicked a bunch of people. I was the only person who could get near him. They would not have kept him if I wasn't leasing him.
Yeah.
And then
Where was that?
Webb Branch in Portola Valley.
I mean, I don't have to know where. Just up here, close to here. Yeah. Well, I like I said, I'd be very proud of how far you've got with him, and understand that he is difficult. Okay. And I don't mean he's difficult, but it's difficult to interact with him because of all his previous stuff.
Right.
I wouldn't label him difficult, because then those things he did, you'll start to be defensive about those things.
And I've tried really to not look at him that way, like at all, right? And again, every person I've ever had training him has cowboyed on him hard.
Right. He's had a lot. Yeah, he's had a lot of that stuff,
Because
and so
of his aggressiveness, right?
yeah, and
that's why I found you. I wanted a different way to handle that.
yeah, I really think if they're aggressive, they're telling you you've missed a lot of things, and so he's had people that wanted to argue with him, and he'll argue back. Yeah, a lot of them are like that. So yeah, I mean, like I said, he's tricky, but hopefully that gives you some idea of the way forward. But the big thing I would do is go a bit easy on yourself. You know what I mean? What are you finding over here, Kate? Wants to go on a walkabout. So, is this a good walkabout or a bad walkabout?
Well, normally when I back up, draw her in, she does it, and now she's kind of keeps going. There we are.
Okay, but while she was on a walkabout, what was she doing? Was her head bent to the outside? Was she pulling on it? No, so that's when you kind of go, okay, she wants to go on a walkabout, but it looks like a decent set of a walkabout, so I'm not going to ignore it as in she can't stand still and look at me, but also there's nothing that needs immediate immediate intervention. So sometimes, just like with this one, I don't know how much you saw of him, but sometimes it's just like, okay. But there is a lot of interesting stuff going on. But what I worked on before, just that collision avoidance thing, there's so much to that. Since I've been working on that with horses, it's like, depending on how much trauma or whatever they've had, but once you start working on that, it's almost like they kind of go, you're speaking my language now, you know what I mean? And it's about slowing down. Like I said, I keep saying there's a lot to it. It's about slowing down. It's about being inside your body and know what your body's doing, rather than thinking, I want the horse to move. It's, it's the strike zone. The strike zone's none of your business. What you can control is all in here. But yeah, so I can see where this horse, you said you'd been trying to ride her up a big hill somewhere in some difficult situations, and I can see this horse would not have a lot of confidence in someone in that situation, because even in these little interactions here, you can see there's a little lack of confidence. And how you said the lady fell off her? Two ladies fell off her. In one of my very, very early YouTube videos, I started a black warm blood stay, and I'm riding him around just on a rope halter, but I'm holding onto the horn. And someone on YouTube, because there's a lot of lovely people on YouTube, had made the comment, let go of the horn. What, you worried about falling off? And my answer was, no, I'm less worried about falling off and hurting me than I'm worried about falling off and scaring him. I think sometimes falling off horses scares them more than it hurts you. And I can heal me, but
I think it really scared me.
yeah, and this horse was really sensitive, feely sort of a horse, and me falling off him would be harder to fix than any broken bone and everything. And I don't want to fall off either, but that's not the big deal. You know, it's the same thing with the saddling process. The one thing I do not want to have a horse ever do is get a saddle under their belly, because that gives them nightmares. And so, you know, so I'm very, very particular about how I go about saddling them for the first, second, third, fourth, 100th time sort of thing, because I just want to avoid having to undo stuff. It's hard enough to, you know, like Jackie's got a, you know, kind of a clean slate over here, but it's hard enough to train the clean slates, let alone deal with a lot of other baggage. So the things I'm doing along the way, I'm trying to avoid causing baggage as much as I can, if that makes sense. So right then I would have used my flag right as she went, because she just went around you. There was no, you know, think about this as ballroom dancing, and the first thing I'm trying to do is get this. We're not up to this yet. It's this and this. Can you read this? We're not just going together. You know, think about, a lot of people are trying to, when they're doing groundwork, they're trying to get their horse to go, like off around them. But every horse can walk from here to the water trough. You know, it's not, walking is not important. It's the reading you, because I think when you, and try not to think about this as obedience. Try to think this about is, my energy comes up, and you can tell the instant she's not reading your energy, and you make a correction, and that tells her, I am very, very aware of me, and I'm very, very aware of you. So it's just another way of letting them know how present you are. And then you get a lot of stuff out of that. So it's not, and it is part of it about having this part, but it's not just, oh, it's about being obedient, you have to be the leader and the horse has to do what you say. I think the way you do this stuff really helps with the connection stuff too. Perfect, very good. So that was awesome, and I'll tell you why that was awesome. Jackie knows why it was awesome. She was going nice and slow, nice and slow. Horse was not yielding away, but wasn't pushing into her. And then when the horse started moving its feet, it came this way slightly, not that way. And right then, as that horse pushed into it, Jackie went, oh, don't run into me. I saw that. So it's almost like you're telling them, I know where my energy ends and where your body starts. And if they cross that line, you know, if they're outside that line, you're being nice and slow. And the instant they step in, you go, hey, saw that. And it's less about obedience and more about, I saw that. I know where I end and you start and where you are. And I think that helps that whole letting them know how aware you are. Does that make sense there?
Yeah.
Get a bit stuck then that's fine. It's not perfect every time, and you know, sometimes we'll get things wrong, or they'll do things wrong, we're not sure how to get out of that. But see that right there? You were backing up, you stopped, she stopped. So she's starting to read you a little bit more. And a lot of times at clinics, people say, I can't get my horse off me. Keeps pushing on me. And I say, well, how's your dance? You know, I used to call it your dance move. How's your dance move? And when you go to do that bit, and like, your horse does not read you. So, and usually after we fix them reading your energy, your intention, where you are, then you step back and they come in, and when you stop, they stop, because they're starting to read you. Does that make sense? So that's why this bit's so important, because I think for me, it covers everything. It gets them going around you with a bend in their body. So now you've got this, for riding them, you've got this rein to rib to hind foot connection. I really think it's all the parts in one. Just go and try that again. Stop. Don't move. Don't move. Freeze. Look at your feet. Don't move. No, you moved. Look at your feet. Did you know you crossed your feet?
No, I don't think I did.
Yeah. So put your foot back there. No, back where it was. Good. Now you think about. So cross your feet again. Good. You are stepping in this direction, not that direction. So you're telling that horse, I don't want you to move out of my way. I'll just sneak off here around you. Does that make sense? And now, of course, she was in front of you. So what I'd start doing now that you have a little more response to the flag, can I just borrow her a second, is not so much with your lead rope, but if you have your energy and intention turned on, she can't come in that circle. Okay. So if I have my energy and intention turned on and she stepped in it, right there, I go, no, not there. Now, before we were giving her a lot more benefit of the doubt. So we're going to start here and pick up there. Now, I'm looking at her shoulder. I've got some energy and tension. So if she steps inside my circle right now, there we go. See, she went right around it. Like my flag wouldn't be able to touch her right there. And so I think you're at the point now you can really start to work on that. And it's not, she can't come close to you. Like if I walk back here and I stop and she kept coming up close, there's nothing wrong with that. Because my energy's not turned on, but as soon as I turn that on, they've got to be reading it. Does that make sense there? I talked this morning about Jonathan Field. You know, when he does his liberty stuff, if he's wanting the horse to move away from him, he's like pushing out his belly button, he's projecting energy. When he steps back and draw him in, he's pulling his belly button in and drawing him in, and that's his first cue. And after a while, he gets to where he can push him and pull him and stand perfectly still, almost with his internal energy. And I really think they all can read that. It's what they kind of do with each other. And so if we can start to incorporate it in what we do, two reasons. One is they read it better, but the other one is you've got to be thinking about yourself. Yeah. You've got to be, what was the saying I was going to include in this clinic? Check yourself before you wreck yourself, you know? But it keeps you in here. So, pick up here, look at that shoulder, get some energy, step toward, there we go. Do you see how much energy she kind of had that? And yesterday you could wave this thing up and down and there was no response to it. And right then, just me looking at that shoulder of hers and just having a bit of energy, and she almost went to step in here, well, hang on, and had that bit of spring in her step. Yeah, perfect. I think that's good. That might be a good place to quit her for this morning, but you got any questions about that?
No, I just need to get more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, this is difficult. You know, don't think, oh, God, I should be able to do this. This is like learning a martial art, learning to play the piano, whatever. It just takes a lot of repetitions to do it. But she doesn't know how to do it, and you don't know how to do it. Right. And it takes a lot of repetitions if you're getting it right and then her starting to read you. But I really think that getting this bit right makes such a huge difference in all of them. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Is it time? Okay. It's exactly 12:30? Or we're back at 12:30? Okay, so it is 12:07 right now. Someone texted me and said it's 19:07 in Germany. I think that means it's 7 o'clock in the morning in Germany, but we'll be back in about 23 minutes with the next group. Perfect. Now, if you can, when you walk down there, if that everything doesn't roll over away from you, so right then you had your flag in the hand and lead rope. When you walk in there, walk down, and if you don't feel her starting to roll, like look at that loin as you go down there. So, you know, give it the mum look, and then just have that move over, because then you're having him read you, right, as well as getting that moved over. Does that make sense? Yeah, he's really interesting.
I'm happy to hear you say that.
out, leg out, leg out, leg out, leg out. Jesus, I hope Tyler's video on that. So Charlie gave you,
Hopefully they didn't hear me do that thing.
Okay, I'm going. How's it going, Penny? So where are you heading to? What I would tend to do, I noticed when you, at lunchtime, you brought him in here and kind of led him around and everything bothered him. What I would tend to do anywhere with a horse is, especially when you take him somewhere new, is find him the place that bothers him the least before you start doing anything. What we all tend to do, you lead your horse in the arena and he looks at something over there. So the first thing we want to do is take him to the place where they're going to be the worst. So with him, he seems to be looking at a lot of stuff on the outside, so I'd probably start right in the middle. The furthest away from anything would probably be the easiest place, because remember, the first thing you're trying to do is work on relaxation. And if he cannot relax in the place that's the least bothersome to him first, then the place that's the most bothersome to him is not going to be relaxed there. Does that make sense there? So always start in the easiest place, no matter what you're doing. You know, all horses are a little bit one-sided, one way or the other. So let's say you know your horse is a little stiffer on the left than he is on the right. And that, when we say stiff on the left, that doesn't mean he has a physical problem on his left. Some horses would like to bend right more than they would left. But if that was the case, as you're going along with your training, you're always working on it. But let's say I was going to teach a horse something new that had to do with bending. I would start on the right side, teaching him something new, before I try to do the left side. So when I'm introducing a new idea, I'm always going to do it in the place that's the easiest, choose the side that's easiest, the geographical location that's easiest, the time of the day that's easiest, whatever, to teach it to them first, and then you can start to work on it later on. Because you're always trying to set yourself up to make it easier for yourself, not harder for yourself. And for some reason, us humans, we just tend to want to go to the place that makes it hardest for ourselves without even thinking about it. It's just part of our...
I was just trying to... People were kind of spread out, so I thought, okay, that's a spot that nobody's at. So
yeah, well, I mean, the big thing I would want to do, like I said, with him, like some of those others don't look like this place bothers him too much, but he, was kind of looking at everything. So, in order to get a good starting point, you try to go to the place to where there's you're furthest away from the things that bother him. So let's say there was one end of the arena that was terribly spooky.
Right.
Well, I'd do everything I want to do on the complete other end.
Right.
If you've got, like in this situation, I think a lot of stuff on the outside of this arena is a little bit distracting to him. I'd probably start in the middle. Always try to set yourself up to make it easier for you and not harder for you. Does that make sense? Yep. So so you said, like under saddle, he has spooked and bolted. What's he like on the ground?
He can spook and more in the last year. He has more spooked in place, but last year he had a real tendency to bolt a lot.
Okay.
Even with his trainer, who was, obviously much more experienced than myself. Right?
Hey, beautiful. How's it going? Oh, you're a very big boy. You've got 2 swirls right in the middle of your forehead. Hello. How's it going? So what I did right then, while we were talking, I noticed this horse was asking to have some social interaction with me. So instead of thinking, well, he's standing over there with you, I came over, and because this is part of that, so that, you know, we've got to get the brakes on. We've got to get the brakes on. You know, if he's all worried about stuff, he's in that sympathetic nervous system. And so he was looking for something to help him get into this parasympathetic nervous system. And so, you know, when he showed me he was interested, like, yeah, I'm down with that. And if you see what he just did, so his head was really low and he's licking my hand, then something got his attention and he took it off me and his head went up there, but let's see how long it stays there. And then it comes back down. So that's that change of, I was talking about that change of focus before. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with your horse getting distracted. The thing it's just like the meditation I talked about before. If you're trying to meditate and you get distracted for 20 minutes before you realize you're even distracted, that's one transition. Whereas if the more transitions you make, so the key with horses that are, you know, get worried about stuff is, can you get them to mentally transition from what they're worried about back to being the present? Worried, back to the present. It's not about keeping them in the present. You know, some people think, but he keeps looking at stuff. They're allowed to look at stuff. It's just how easy can they make that, how easy can they make that mental transition, that change of focus? Like horses that are relaxed tend to change focus a lot. Yeah. You know, they're like Melissa's horse. When he first came in, he was quite worried about over there, and then after a while he was standing still, he could look over there, he could think over here, and he'd look over there, and he'd think over here. He was kind of doing it on his own, and that's basically spitting out your rabbits. Okay, so right here he's doing a lot of licking and chewing. And what I want you to look at with him is when he stops licking on my hand, okay, when he stops interacting, you're a funny little man, aren't you? So when he, I'm not going to say disengages, but right there, that's what I was talking about. When he stops doing that, does he go back to the high head or does he stay mentally right here? And so right now, his brain and his feet are in the same place. Okay, he's present. Okay, now he still, see how low his head is, and then he goes, starts to go into Frisian mode, and then it lowers again. And then it goes back into Frisian mode a little bit. Okay, and then what does it do? Then it lowers slightly right there. You know, a lot of people seem to think that Frisians have their head stuck in there. But right there, soon, if you're, no one here's a vet tech or works for a vet or anything, if you've ever seen a tranquilized Frisian, their heads go down like everybody else's. When the tension goes away, their heads go down. And I think these Frisians can easily get concerned about stuff, but when they're not concerned about stuff, just watch his head, it lowers. Okay, and I haven't done anything with him yet, but does that make sense? Yep. But he offered this. I could have let him hanging and he'd go back to staring up around, but right now I'm working on the don't go to bed angry principle right here. He's wanting to engage with me, and when he's doing that, his brain is in the same place as his feet. Gotcha. His body and his brain are in the same place, and now his brain's over there and his feet are here. Now I want to know how long does it stay there. So he's thinking over there. We're not going to do anything, Penny, we're just going to stand here and see whether his focus changes easily. Does he change his own focus? Does he get stuck there? So that's quite a long time for me, for a horse to be stuck. And so what will tend to happen is they can build rabbits and build rabbits and build, and then they'll explode. I'm not going to interrupt it because I just want to watch him. Right. But you might notice when his mind's over there, his head's up. And as soon as his mind comes back here, where's his head go? Yeah. Does that make sense there? Yeah. So as soon as he's present, he's relaxed. Can you guys see that? That head goes down as soon as his mind comes back here. And it doesn't have to be back here licking my hand. It's just back here wherever he is. His mind and his body's in the same place. You know, as they say, you know, like I said this morning, if you're anxious, you're living in the past, and if you're depressed, if you're depressed, you're living in the past, you're anxious, you're living in the future. If you're peaceful, you're in the right now. When a horse picks their head up and looks up over there, they start to get a bit in the future. Am I going to have to run? Am I going to have to? That's future tense. Right, yeah. But when they're, so I'm just going to step back for a second. But when they are right here, Like, notice how low his head is right there? Okay, it's not because your hand's that low. Just take your hand away for a second. See, his head's still that low. Now he's looking over there, but he's looking over there, but he's not reading stuff into it. And you notice he's looking over here, but his head's still low. He doesn't have the Frisian head anymore.
Right.
Okay, and he's got one ear cocked. He's got his focus is split. And then he looks over there and his head, oh, hello, mister. How you going? You're very cute. You're very cute, man. You're a very cute little fella. And so sometimes with some horses, doing nothing is the best thing for them. It's like with him, he's wanting to socially engage here in a place that he's a little bit concerned about. Right. And this is probably better for him than all the training in the world, sort of thing, you know what I mean? But you've got to recognize when they're offering that.
Right.
You know, I was over here and he was over there, but he kind of like, can we? And I'm like, yeah, we can. And then I came over and said, g'day, how you going?
His, when I purchased him about a year and a half ago.
Just 1 second, Penny. So see how low his head is now? But he's looking at something, but his head's low. You know, people tend to think when Frisians look at something, their heads are up, but only if their tension is starting to escalate.
Yeah.
And there's a yawn. Rolls his third eyelid back a little bit. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was just going to give you a little history on him. Before I purchased him, he was highly treat trained. So everything was about a treat. As a matter of fact, when I took my ride to purchase him, they loaded my pockets with treats.
Was he clicker trained or treat trained?
Treats, literal treats, yes.
But there's no clicker involved?
No.
No, so see with clicker training, the clicker will mark the behaviour and then the treat rewards it. With treat training, there's no marking the behaviour. So let's say he does something and then 30 seconds later he gets a treat.
Right.
He's just thinking about the treat. They don't relate it to what they were doing. Whereas with clicker training, you are marking that behaviour right there is what's going to get you the treat here in a second.
Yeah. So he would stop, and he was used to getting a treat when he stopped, so he would turn and ask for a treat before he would go forward.
So let's just see what he does here. His head's not as up as it was before. He's looking at something. I just want to see what happens when his focus changes. Does he change his own focus, and what happens when he does? Must be my dog moving or something because his head's moving. Oh no, it's Jackie. So he's looking at Jackie, his head goes up, and he's looking at Jackie, his head's get a little bit higher. Now just watch his ears. What you'll probably find is he'll flick an ear. Usually they'll probably flick an ear before they lower their head, or lower their head then flick an ear. There you go, and shakes his head and just, so he brought himself back to the present right there. And that's the thing we're trying to do. You know, I'm trying to teach them how to have a bit of emotional intelligence, how to be able to reset their own nervous system. And like I said, sometimes this social engagement is part of it. Now, we had two horses this morning that kind of wanted to be all over the top of me, but they weren't socially engaging. They were, you know, that was probably a little bit different, but I think for this guy, it's really good for him. Very good, mister. Oh, you're very beautiful, aren't you? Yeah, he's a beautiful man. Okay, so I might just have you hang here with him.
Okay.
He seems to be relaxed right here.
Okay.
Just hang with him. If he wants to engage with you, just engage with him, you know, let him lick you on the hand, and I don't want to do any, you know, because it's not about doing something, it's about getting something done. And right then he was starting to relax quite a bit. You might notice how relaxed he is.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, but that is relaxed. So horses, a lot of times when they start to relax, they will just hang it out there. And a lot of people think, oh, it means something sexual or whatever, but it's just when they start.
He's just relaxed.
Yeah, he's just starting to relax, yeah. Okay, so that's our Frisian. We're going to go over here to our Mustang. Tyler's going to follow me somewhere. Hi, Bridget.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Mustang. What's his name?
Diaz.
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 Hello. Oh, Diaz, 10. See.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Mans. And so you have said that he can have a little bit of a spook and a bolt too, is that right?
He did have one. We were in the middle of a clinic
Yep.
last November, and we had a
horse and rider team kind of come crash through us.
Yep, you had a horse and rider crash in there, and yep.
And it set him off, and I couldn't save it.
Yeah, well I noticed yesterday, I mean there wasn't a lot going on here, but at one point in time, before you even let him in the arena, something spooked him and he grabbed his ass and just hit the end of that lead rope like there was no tomorrow, yeah.
Yep, yeah, little learn burn right off.
And so...
And then this is the other side of him.
And this is the other side of him. So you might notice I walked up and I'm like, hey, how you going? And his ears haven't flicked this way at all. So I think he's probably a little internalized. And I think he's one of those ones that probably internalizes until he can't, and then you get the other thing. So the big thing is we've got to, now if you have a look, he's got a lot of twitching going on around his muzzle, so he's probably going to have a lick and a chew if we left him stand here long enough. I was talking about that this morning. So the ones like him, you've almost got to get them out of their shell. And the progression usually is shut down to really worried to regular horse. You don't go from shut down to good horse. You go from shut down and not being aware of everything to now I'm aware of everything and I'm an idiot. Inverted commas. And then you can work on it from there. And if you're aware of that, then you don't get frustrated. But what sometimes happens, people have a horse that's a bit shut down and they start getting them out of that, and then they get apparently worse. But getting, they think their behaviours are worse, whereas any behaviour that's a real behaviour, like it's showing them how anxious they are, for me that's a good behaviour. Now does that mean I'm going to ride him on a trail ride? Probably not. But you know what I mean? I'm just talking about being able to manage your expectations and especially frustrations. If you don't know that's the progression, you could get really frustrated. It's kind of like there's a book that I've read called Mastery by a fellow named George Leonard. George Leonard was an Aikido master. He talks about the path to mastering anything. He says when you learn anything new, all of a sudden you've got no knowledge, and then you go up. If this was a graph, you go up and you get better, and then you kind of taper off a little bit, and then you're on this plateau and there's this long flat spot where you're not getting any better, not getting any better, not getting any better, not getting any better. And then what happens is you go up again, which is higher than you were before, and then you drop down a little bit, which is still higher than you were before, and then you're on another plateau. And he says you need to learn to love the plateau because you spend most of your time on the plateau. And what's happening when you're on the plateau is you are working on the skills you're going to need to cause the next upward surge. Does that make sense there? But you're just working on these skills over and over and over, and you're not getting anywhere. And some people can get frustrated, like, I'm not getting anywhere. It's like, that's, as long as you know that. I actually did a YouTube video about this a while ago, just to get people to, I think it was called How to Avoid Frustration and Lack of Progress with Your Horse or something like that. As long as you know that, then you're like, yeah, I'm on the plateau, we're flat, this is good. If I do this for long enough, at some point in time when I'm not ready, I'm not even thinking about, we're going to take off again, it's going to surprise you. And so understanding how that stuff goes, I think, is a huge part of working with horses or learning to master anything, because it keeps you from, it's like I was talking this morning about people that meditate and go, oh, I can't meditate because I notice that I'm thinking about chocolate. That is meditating. Yay, go to the top of the class. So if you don't know that's normal, you could think of it as a failure, whereas it's perfect,
I know that he's very sensitive. He seems very smart. He can be very brave. I've seen him chase a bobcat.
Really?
Oh yeah, ears flat back.
So that's what I'd like to. That's what I'd like to have. Yeah.
Yes. And I feel almost a little bit like we go into the arena, and he's kind of in my sacrificial lamb for some of this stuff. So we go in the arena, and he's like, ugh.
You're going the arena. Yeah.
And I don't know how to balance. Hey, I need a little more energy from you, and him saying.
Okay, so Bridget said, he can be really brave. He's chased a bobcat. That'd be cool to watch. But you go in the arena and he kind of goes, ugh. Yeah. And so I think what we want to work on here is, like I talked about this morning with those others, is that collision avoidance thing, that reading your energy, because that's normal to them. So, I trained reining horses in the past, and I trained reining horses in arenas for almost exclusively in arenas for 20 years, and didn't really have one that would go, ugh, if you went in the arena. So a lot of times it's not the arena that's the problem. A lot of times it's just the boring, repetitious, same old that we tend to do in the arena, or how we go about it. So, okay, so what's he like if you ask him to go off around you? Let's have a look at that bit. So we could call this collision avoidance if we wanted to. So you notice I've stepped back so I'm not influencing that circle in any way. Okay, so what if you want him to trot? How easy would that be? Okay, good, perfect. So it doesn't just flow out of him, does it? Okay, perfect, good. Just step back and draw him back in. Excellent, good, okay. So you said before he's very sensitive, and a lot of times the sensitive ones, you know, you've got to slow, the reason they get, think about Mustangs. I think Mustangs can shut down very, very easily. And that's not because Mustangs can shut down very, very easily. It's because they are a feral animal, okay? And when the BLM gathers and puts them in those pens, they're tall enough so they can't jump out. So they want to flee. And they can't flee, but this whole experience here is overwhelming for me and I can't make it go away, so I'll make it go away. You know, that's what happened. Hey, that's a big old lick and chew, isn't it, mister? You know what I mean? I think they can do that quite easily. Or they can stay on very high alert, you know. You're very licky. You're very licky.
You get some big yawns in there. He laid down in here yesterday.
Yeah, I took a picture.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
I did see it.
I just wanted to get a picture of that background. Like, you know, that background is so cool.
So I don't want to shut him down further, but I feel like sometimes how do I ask for a little bit
Okay,
more
so
of
good
a
question.
snappy response?
Yep, that's what I was going to get to is, you said you don't want to shut him down any further, but how do you get more of a snappy response? So that's what I want to work on here.
Perfect.
Can I borrow that for a second? Hey, mister. And so, what I've found with ones who are maybe a little bit shut down is going slower helps. And also being really aware of your energy and your intention. So I thought that was a stress indicator right there, like he turned his head away from me, so I just stepped back to let him know that I saw it. He doesn't have to turn his head back straight away back to me when he does that, but... And so that's not one, because he's, you know, when they turn their head away, so, you know, how do you know when your horse is looking at something or looking away from you, and there's a difference? And usually when a horse looks at something, his head and his eyes and his ears are all pointing in the same direction. If you're standing in front of him and they go like this and their head and their eyes and their ears are looking over there, they're looking at something. But if they kind of turn their eyes slightly and then turn their head a little bit and their ears are back here, they're usually like, go away sort of thing, yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask him to go off to my left here. And I recognise that, but I was already in the middle of this, so pick up here softly, he starts to go. So right then, he's going from this, but he's not going from this. And right then, I thought, I'm going to see if I can get your body to just move the slightest bit. And I went like that, and there was no response. I'm like, hey, did you not notice that? And I did it in such a way that he jumped. Good, I'm not trying to scare him or anything, but I want a response. Does that make sense there? And it was slow leading up to that, but I really think having them read your energy and your intentions are a huge part of this. So I'm just going to go again. So I'm going to look at that shoulder, and I would like it to move over, and that's over. I'm going to look at his loin. Now you might notice when he came back in, whoop, he was right there. So sometimes, you know, I said earlier this morning when I first got Sherlock, I couldn't do anything with him. Sometimes when horses are a little bit inside their head, if you can just actually get a little bit bigger, you can get a little bit bigger. Sometimes, oh, and that'll snap him out of it. With him it didn't, it made him go further inside. But this one right then, after I did that, he walked back in like, well, what are you going to ask me to do? Does that make sense? And that's a judgment call. I'm not saying getting bigger is good for all of them. Anyway, I'm just going to go ahead and try this again. So what I'm going to do here, Bridget, is I'm probably going to work on this for a bit, and then I'm going to leave you to it for a while. I'm going to look at that shoulder, get some energy. It moves over. I'm going to look at that loin, and it steps. Good. And you might notice, what did his ears do when I looked at that loin? What are you doing over there? So I'm certain they can feel that energy, and I think, like I keep saying, I think there's two parts to it. I think that's their communication thing, but the other thing, in doing that, you're letting them know how somatic, if you want to call it, how much in your own body you are, how much you're aware of your energy, your intention and all that, and you turn it on, turn it off when you get a response from them. And I would rather get a lick and a chew in between each one of these, but there's a lot of waiting involved in that, and you can wait at home. So he's starting to go there. I'm looking at that shoulder. I want to move over a bit more. It goes over. I'm going to look at his loin. I want to move over. And you might notice when I do that, I open this hand. Okay? And that is a big, and see when he comes back in, he's looking at me like, hey. If I step in there and do that and don't let this go, like you might notice when I go to move that loin over, everything runs kind of sideways. Okay? It doesn't just move that hind end over, everything moves over. If I was to not let go of this when I did that, he'd hit the end of that and then feel that you got me trapped sort of thing. Does that make sense? I'll do it once more, but what I think I want you to watch, Bridget, is, and I don't know if you've been doing this or not, but when I step in there and move that over, I let this go. Okay? Because otherwise you tend to be, come here, you know, it can worry them, especially these Mustang times. But see that right there? And that right there too. But right then when he looked at me, he looked at me. You know, you said he was kind of standing here kind of inside a little bit. And so what I don't do, I've seen several people do it today, you were one of them I think, is if my horse is distracted like that, and not like really worried like that Frisian was when he first came in here, but a bit distracted like that, what I'm not going to do is go, hey, 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 pay attention. I'm going to ask him to do something in the opposite direction. So I'd ask him to go this way. I'm not going to ask for his attention. No horse in a herd goes, attention ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to ask you to do something. That's that collision awareness thing. The key thing that keeps them aware all the time is, does that make sense there? So I'm not going to, I would not give him a, hey, pay attention cue. He really, I would expect him to be present all the time. Now I'm going to go this way because I'm working on this side, but. Okay, so I'm going to mental picture, pick up here slowly. He starts to go, the shoulder's moved over. I'm going to look at the loin. It's not moving over, so I'm going to, there you go. And then I'm going to let that go. See right there, his front end moved just a little bit over, but if I had held onto that, he'd have hit that and felt a little bit claustrophobic, and I'll just step back and have him come back in here. And see right there, and so I think what happens is, what was happening, you would ask him to go, and as soon as he starts to go, he's in his head a little bit, like, and this again, okay. You know, you said out in the trail, he's brown-eyed and bushy-tailed in here, he's a bit blur. So, when I asked him to go and I wanted him to read my body language, when he didn't go and I took that back there, he's like, whoa, and he kind of came out of his head and back into the present sort of thing. And right now he's got a lot of twitching going on, so I imagine he's probably going to have a lick and a chew here in a bit if I leave him there. And it's about having them be present. You know, the ones that are all wound up, I like that. The ones that are all wound up are much easier than the ones that are inside their heads. And he seems like he's one that might be not easy inside his head, but not that hard to get him out, because you can actually do a little bit more and have him come out. If you got one, you do a little bit more, they go further in. Then you got to go back to real straight relationship stuff, you know, like the matching steps and the just hanging out with them and all that sort of stuff. But right now he's got a lot of twitching going there, and there's our lick and chew. So I'd really like to try to get that in between each interaction if I can. Hey mister, how's it going? You having a good day? Where did you get him from?
He was in one of the makeovers.
Oh, that's right, you told me yesterday he was in one of the makeovers, yeah. And see, oh, you're going to have a lick and a big lick and a big lick.
And Charlie couldn't keep his hand down. Because I was like, no. And Charlie just kept bidding.
Oh, you're doing one of the makeovers and your husband kept bidding on him? Very cool. Okay, so, and I'm just going to go the same way again. I'm just going to pick up here softly. Now I'm looking at that shoulder. It's moved over. I'm going to look at that loin. And it moves over slightly. And that's all I want. Okay, and I hadn't moved my feet then. You know, try not to be in a hurry to get too close. I want to have a lot of energetic communication first before I go, okay, now I'm going to change my physicality, and then I'm going to get physical with this thing.
He's been moving his head like that. What I've been doing is backing up or even just slightly waving the flag and kind of waiting on it.
When he bends his head, so yeah, I would. I would. I wouldn't, now if he does that stress indicator thing like that, I wouldn't try to get his attention back. Because he's kind of saying, I really don't want to talk to you right now. And then if you go, no, we're going to talk, hey, pay attention to me, when he's just told you, I'm really not in a place I can chat with you right now. Yeah.
Asking for more and then trying to watch for the other.
And so, it's a little bit like Kate's horse. There's a lot of that stuff going on there. I like what's going on over there, Penny. Completely different, isn't it? And so we really haven't, if you think about that Frisian, Tyler, you want to swing that camera around on the Frisian a second. He's just standing around sniffing the ground, whereas when he was first in that spot right there, his head was up in the air, and all I did with him was offer that social engagement that he asked me for. And all he did was, I was standing 10 feet away, and he kind of looked at me and stretched his nose out a bit. And if I hadn't have been present and paying attention, I'd have missed it. And he'd gone, okay, no one wants to be friends with me, I better go back on high alert. And all I did was offer him that. You know, if you just watch what he does, so he's looking over here. So just watch his left ear. Nope, he's looking over there. So still, there's his righty. Okay, so that was a change in focus. There's a change in focus. And there his head starting to lower, and there his head goes down. So as soon as he's not going to lower his head when he's mentally over there, but as soon as his focus changed back into his body, he went down. So what he's doing right now, he's fixing himself. He gets a little looking out there, getting up, you know, looking at things, and then he's like, oh no, I'm okay. Okay, Tyler, we can come back over here now. So Bridget, I'm just going to ask him to go off this way again. That's good. So I'm going to look at his loin right here. Loin. Now, remember yesterday he kind of got a spook and bolted and hit the end of the leader? He's done the same thing here every time. Every time I go to untrack that loin, everything runs away. Okay? But instead of making it worse by trying to stop it from running away, I just allow it. Does that make sense right there? Because I'm trying to get more of a response to what I'm asking here, but I don't want to make him worse. Does that make sense? And so shortening it up and saying you can't move your front end over, only your hind. So watch it again here. But see, he's a bit more present with me. So I'm just going to ask him to go. Now I'd like him to move his hind end over when there you go, that was better. Just see it, there we go. And you might notice he's got more of a bend in his body. And that bend in his body is the pull the lead rope out of your hand. Because yesterday when he hit the end of the lead rope, everything went stiff and there was none of that right there. And so there's so much stuff, like I said to Jackie over here before, all this stuff, there's so much to what I'm doing with this little bit. It covers everything. But one of the big things I want to have is when you pick up on this lead rope, not only do their thoughts come, their nose comes, as it comes, their rib cage bends and that inside hind foot steps there. That is safety under saddle, that is the technical stuff under saddle, that's a connection between your rein aid, their abdominal muscles and their hind legs. That's all the cool stuff right there. But it's also, hey mister, did you wash him? He's very slick, like,
3 days ago.
yeah, he smells like some sort of a shampoo. He's slippery. He's like slippery. Hey mister. So I'm just going to keep messing with this a little bit here, but I'm liking the fact that I can get him to operate off my, right, there we go. Did you see that? So as he went to leave, his rib cage had a bend this way, and I kind of looked at him, whoop. Did you guys see him bend up and around that right there? Hello, mister.
So I feel like I was asking and sending, but then not staying with directing the energy down.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's something I'm trying to help you with here, but that's, we all do stuff here, but we don't do a lot of that. And so we're not, you know, have you ever played golf?
Do what?
Ever played golf?
Play dog?
Played golf.
Golf. Oh, putt-putt, not much.
Okay, you played putt-putt golf. Ever played tennis? Ever shoveled manure?
Yes.
Okay, so you're used to, here's putt-putt, here's tennis, here's shoveling, and you're used to moving a solid, long stick thing with your hands. That's normal for us. But this whole projecting energy stuff is not something we tend to do. But have you got kids?
Yes.
Yeah, like the mum look thing, like when you look at them and your intention changes while you're looking at them. You can look at them lovingly, or you can look at them like don't stick that fork in that power outlet sort of thing, you know. So I'm just going to pick up here softly. So I'm looking at that shoulder. It moves over. Now I'm going to look at his loin. It moves over. Now I'm going to keep him going. Now I'm looking at the middle of his belly. So now he's going around. See the bend he's got in his body? He didn't have that when he was going around before. Because I'm riding him with my inside leg on, but I'm not. It's my intention is looking right there. So he's reading my energy. So before, when you asked him to trot, so I'm going to just bring my energy up a little bit. Oh. Now, when I brought my energy up, he didn't go. Okay? So as soon as he did go, I'm not trying to keep him trotting. I asked him to go and he didn't go. So I worked on it until he did, and as soon as he did go, there, that's what I'm after. Does that make sense? So I'm not just trying to get him to trot. I thought he might. And if he did, I'd have been good with it. But he didn't, so I had to correct it. But as soon as he got it, so think about this, if your horse gets it wrong, they're not being bad, they just don't know what the answer is. They're kind of searching for the answer. So if they don't give you the answer right, if you ask your horse to do something and gives you the answer right away, he knows what it is. But if you ask for something and he's like, I'm not sure what the right answer is it this? You know, when he tries the right thing, he's not saying, this is it. It's a question, is this it? And you want to go, yeah, bingo. So now that he's starting to read me a little bit more, what I want to do here is start to work on this trot. So I'm going to pick up here. Oh, that bit's good. Okay. So now I'm just going to bring my energy up a little bit, and then I'm going to say, hey, come on, we need to have some response to that. And I also let this go. I'm not trying to tell him where to go. I need to have the energy, and then I need to be able to where I want to direct it. But you can't, it's like trying to ride a young horse. Trying to get him to go forward and steer him at the same time is a recipe for disaster, because you need forward to steer. So initially, oh, we're having a snooze here. Initially, when I'm riding a young horse, I just want him to go. I don't care where they go. The more you try to steer him, the harder it is for him to go. So right then, when I got that energy, I don't care if he's half heading off over there. I want to have the connection, but I want to have the energy. Right now, it's just the energy I'm really trying to work on. So I'm just going to ask him to go here. Move that shoulder over. Good. Now I'm just going to bring my energy up. And his energy comes up as mine comes up. So see the difference right there? So you think about before when you asked him to jog, 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 jog. I got it working better at the walk. And this is what Jackie, where's Jackie? You've got a cap back on now, I can't recognize it. This is what I was trying to work on with your horse. If you can get, so if you know, this horse doesn't have a lot of available energy, but he doesn't read our energy. And so what he's starting to do when we ask him to go, right here, when I do that, see, he just got some energy just from me looking at him. So now I'm going to look at him and I'm going to bring my energy up. Now he's not going, so I'm going to get that, and then I'm going to let it back down. And I might just go again. I'm just going to pick up here, look at him here. Good, so he's walking. So I'm going to bring my energy up a little bit. Now he didn't really mirror it, so I'm going to get some more energy, and I'm going to bring my energy back down. Let his come back down. Now I'm going to bring my energy up, and as mine comes up, his comes up. And then when mine goes down, Now I can't stop him. But you see, I'm not doing anything now for him to have that available energy. So I think, once again, the only thing I did was do this whole collision avoidance thing, get him to read this energy. Off you go here, mister. Good. So if I bring my energy up a little bit, now he's not responding, so I'm going to just use the flag a little bit. Now I'll let it come back down. Now I'm going to bring it up a little bit. Good. And now he's trotting around here. Now if I want to have more energy, he could probably have more. And if I turn it off, he comes back. Now I'm going to bring it up. He goes up. I'm going to bring it down. I'm going to wait for him to follow me down. Here you go. So he comes back down. Now I'm going to bring it up. And I'm going to let it come back down. That's really what I'm trying to do. But I didn't teach him that. There, I taught him that at the beginning. You know, Jackie, that's what I was trying to do with your horse. Kate, and a big old lick and chew. Very good. Kate with your horse, wherever Kate is. But there's a lot of other things going on there. But you know, just having that. Same thing with Melissa's horse. Trying to get that horse to read this. But the bad thing about that is, in order for them to read that, we got to control that.
And you're not bringing him back in to start again for the trot.
Well, only because I want to show you. Look, I was just jumping ahead like 10 steps just to show you that.
I mean, so you're asking him and he's walking, and then you're asking for the trot, and if he starts trotting and he comes back down, you're not then bringing him over in and starting over again.
Well, like I said, I'm kind of jumping ahead because I figured I could jump ahead. Okay. Normally it would be, it's a good question there, Bridget, but you know, I would break it down a lot more. But you know, if I got his energy up, then I go, very good, and I bring him back in. But you see right then, that was instant. We were like dance partners right then, weren't we? Did you guys see that? You know, my energy came up, his came up at the same time. I'll just try that again. So he's going around here. So I'm going to bring my energy up, and he starts to jog right there, and I'm just going to bring mine down, and he comes back down. Now I'm just going to bring it up, but he didn't follow it, so I'm going to, hey, what's going on? And then as soon as he does that, I go, that's what I wanted. Perfect. You know, training, there's a difference between getting a horse to do something and training him to do it. Getting him to do it is just make him do it. What I was doing right there is training him to do it. Like if I ask and he doesn't give me the answer right away, and this is the way I look at it. If I ask and he doesn't give me the answer right away, I'm not allowed to keep asking. I've got to go back and say, can you give me the answer? If he goes, let me think about it, how about this? I'll go, yeah, that's perfect, and I'll stop. But if I say, what's the answer? And he goes, here it is. And I go, okay, can you give me some more of the same answer? Does that make sense? So if they can't just hand the answer to me on a plate right at the beginning, I'm not going to expect them to do more of that. Like young horse, first canter. I'm trotting along and asking them to canter, and they hit the canter, I'll relax, and if they come back to a trot one stride later, I'm like, that was perfect, good, you got a canter. Not, I expect you to keep cantering. Does that make sense there? But if I can ask for a canter, whoa, there it is, good. Give me another, and that's good, and then I might come back to a trot.
Actually, under saddle canter's easier.
Oh yeah, I think under saddle it's probably a little bit easier. I think just the way he is here on the ground, that whole looking away from you. So so something you could do with him with this, when he looks away like that, is you might come over here and scratch his itchy spot. Now watch his ears, so he basically doesn't know I'm alive. There you go. So, and then what happened? Immediately, big lick and chew. And so if he kind of rejects you a little bit like that, I wouldn't try to get his attention. I would come over, so you stand in front of him and he tends to block you and look off. Now he's looking at something. Let's say he was in his head. Just come up here, start scratching, and as soon as that inside ear comes back towards me, see right now he doesn't even know I'm scratching him. And that's not the ear I want, because he wasn't thinking about me. Going to keep scratching here until this left ear flicks towards me like that, and I'll let go. What am I communicating to him? I know where your thoughts are. I'm not asking for his thoughts. I'm just scratching him. And initially he was like, this is not happening, you know. Do you like a good shoulder rub? Who likes a good shoulder rub? Okay. Would you like a good shoulder rub do you ever fly anywhere? I mean, not during COVID, but before that, you ever fly anywhere? So if you're sitting in the airport alone and a strange man you don't know walks up behind you and starts rubbing your shoulders, how good does it feel? I don't feel good at all, does it? Even though if you had paid this guy, if you went into one of the little places there that give you a back rub and you paid some strange man to rub you, that's different. So it's exactly the same thing, but your interpretation of it would be completely different. So if you're standing here and he kind of turns his head and goes, I don't really want to look at you, and you go up and start scratching on him, he's not like, oh yeah, that's lovely. He's like, this is not happening to me, it's not happening to me. But then if that ear flicks, and I stop immediately, I'm starting to build some connection there because I'm telling him, I'm so aware of you, I can tell what your thoughts are doing. It's just like that creating connection through change of focus exercise. It's really about facilitating the change of focus, not so much to facilitate it, but so you can stop doing something when they change their focus. And after a while, you're letting them know, I can read your mind. Even from here to that gate, even from 150 feet away, I can tell what your thoughts are doing. They're like, wow, if you could see that, you're probably qualified to keep an eye out for saber-toothed tigers while I have a nap. You're cool. Does that make sense there? So a lot of this little stuff is you are doing things with them to show them how aware you are. And I think I'll let you take over here, but I think you can come over here. I think being in your body is one of those things. That looks great there, Penny. You're doing an awesome job training your horse this afternoon. Is that your flag? I have two. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so just, you know, like so the trot was easy because I got him reading my energy and intention. And that's not me walking towards him. Most of it was in here. If he didn't notice that, I was going to do something to get him to notice that and then stop and start again until he could read that. That was on his shoulder first. Then it was on his loin. Initially, it didn't work. And after a while, he could go around and I could look at his loin and get a bit of intensity and kind of almost lean forward. And that would bend. So now he's reading me. And at the time, his walk was a bit more swishy too. And then I said, okay, he's got this swishy walk. I'm going to see if I can get the trot. It took a couple of times, but then after a while, my energy comes up and he trots, and then my energy comes down, he comes back down. Does that make sense there? Mm-hmm. But not that was magic, but the magic, if you're going to call it magic, it didn't happen at the trot. Right. It just worked at the trot because so a lot of this stuff's about being much more aware of the small things in the little places, because that's where you build the cool stuff. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. I'm going to leave you to mess with that for a minute. So that would be a good way to start any time you take him somewhere new. So if you think about when you brought him in here at lunchtime, you led him around, and it's almost like he got more and more Frisian-like the more he went around. And a lot of times we think, I'm going to take him for a walk around and let him look around so that he gets used to the place so he feels better. Okay? But what's your internal dialogue like when you're leading around a rather large Frisian whose head is about 37 hands high off the ground and he's half snorting at stuff? What's your internal dialogue like there? Are you like totally calm and relaxed? Are you like, I hope he doesn't step on me? You know what I mean? You can have some of that.
I wonder which direction he's going to go to.
Yeah, you're picturing what you don't want to happen. Does that make sense? So sometimes doing nothing is a better choice to get to where you want to go to than actually doing something. I mean, we'll start doing some stuff here in a minute, but hey, can you just grab me water, please? If there's a half open one on the table, that's mine. If it's in the middle of the table.
That's yours?
Yes. Thank you. And so Penny, it's not about doing stuff, it's about getting somewhere. And so, down for the count. It's not about doing stuff, it's about getting somewhere. And as a horse trainer, when I was training hello mister, when I was training horses for a living, you know, if I had horses in training and so let's say I'm going to go away to a horse show on the weekend and I'm going to leave Thursday and be back Sunday night, and some of the horses are going to stay there and not get ridden for 4 days, I would intentionally, leading up to me going away, start asking them harder and harder questions, like start to as long as they were solid where they were, I'd start to push the envelope a bit. And then I would go away for 4 days and leave them there, so they get turned out, but didn't get ridden. And then I come back Monday, and they're good. And if I had stayed home and ridden them Thursday, Friday and Saturday and kept pounding on that idea, it might not have been as good. And so some people tend to think, well, you didn't ride my horse today, so, you know, I'm paying you to ride my horse. You're not paying me to ride your horse. You can pay anybody to ride your horse. You can have the kid down the street ride your horse. You are training me to make intelligent decisions that advance our cause in the direction we'd like to go in. That does not necessarily mean doing work. So it's not, you know, it's not building houses or whatever. So sometimes choosing to not do something that day is actually more beneficial than doing stuff that day. And that's part of and just like kind of what you're doing with him now, I think this is better for him than actually trying to do all that stuff. But he's getting to the point here now in a minute where we can actually do stuff. I'm going to go over and see what Courtney's up to, and then we will start to work on him. Because what I noticed, I came.
Where he wants to go, or should I just kind of keep him in one?
No, I just stand there. So okay. You know, if he
wants to walk off, should I walk with him?
No, right now I would probably just have your flag in your hand, and as he hits in the lead rope, just wave your flag a little bit to get his attention back there. Okay. Good. So stay there, and I'll come back and help you out. I'm just going to go and see where Courtney's up to now. Our horse just had a little sleep. Can everybody see where Courtney is? When I used to do clinics where I had, most of my clinics have 12 people in it. We scaled this one down for the times, but most of my clinics have 12 people in it, and I used to have 12 people all day. And I guarantee at the end of every clinic I did back then, I'd be laying in bed then after the clinic and go, oh, there's that one lady, I just didn't get to help her enough. Like, how did I miss her? I know she was there, and I just didn't get to help her enough. And then what I realized is she was hiding in the corner the whole time. And then I went to 6, and people can still hide in the corner when they're 6, and you can almost miss them. But when there's 3, you can't hide. And you can, if you guys were sitting on that end, Courtney would be in that corner or that corner. It's perfectly normal human behavior, but I used to lose some people in the crowd because they won't help, but I don't really want to be out there sort of thing. Courtney, go ahead and drag your horse over here. Be brave. So your horse is an Arabian?
It's half Arab.
Half Arab, half what?
I think it's supposed to be saddlebred, but
oh, okay. So yeah, okay. That makes sense because saddlebred and Arabs are somewhat similar in shape and head and stuff. So, because I was thinking, looks like straight Arab to me. Hey, sweetness. And so, how old is she?
I think she's like 13 or 14,
okay.
Somewhere in there.
And how long have you had her?
We've had her for 3 years. She's actually my sister's horse, but my sister's been gone for a year and a half, so she's
beautiful.
With me now.
And how are you getting along with her? Hello.
Good. I think we've made some progress.
You've made some progress from?
So she tends to shut down very easily.
She can tend to shut down very easily.
If you put pressure on her.
Really? Usually Arabians go the other way.
I know. That was what I was expecting.
And that's always easier.
When you just initially see her, she's very interested in what's going on around her, and you like take her away from the other horses or something, and she's kind of freak out, typical Arab. But if you start to put pressure on her, she kind of just
shuts down. Okay, so it's a little bit like the Mustang over there. You've got to be very careful about how you apply that pressure. You have big, beautiful brown eyes, you know that?
So when we first got her, we just kind of like did some basic groundwork.
Yep.
Charity, my sister, started riding her. She was doing fine, but she was just kind of like not really that engaged.
So she was really not engaged?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like you got that part sorted. So where are you up to now?
So I've just basically I just scaled it back and started working on the focus work and stuff.
Yep.
And that's basically what we've been doing.
Okay,
lately.
yeah.
I haven't worked with her a ton because I have my own horse, but lately I've been working with her on
Okay, let me get rid of this. She looks like she's very present. And so what we're going to do here in a second, Courtney, is once again have a look at How's your collision avoidance? How does she read your energy? Because if you think about all these horses today, we've been trying to get that bit working, because I think, I'll say it again, I've been saying it over and over and over, when you get that bit working, they're reading, you know, they're easier to ask to do things, but they also you get that connection to where they get how much inside your body you are, you know, how much in control of your body, where you know what it's doing all the time you are. So what's she like if you ask her to go off around you? Okay, and now is that normal?
Yeah, pretty normal.
Okay, so if you think about it right then, you asked her to go, and she went, but she was too close, so you kind of stepped towards her and went like that, and then she didn't move any further away, she just moved further around, and then you stopped. And so right then you're basically telling her or teaching her that when I do this, just go that way, don't really respond to that. Does that make sense there? And that, I think that could cause a horse to either shut down or just ignore. Yeah. So what's it like the other way? Because that was to the right. Let's have a look both ways, and then I'll take a hold of it and see if I can help with that a little bit. Good. See how close you ended up with it. You ended up on top of her. And if you think about what you just did then, Courtney, it was point, step, swing, which I used to do a lot of. I would want to slow it all down. So let me just borrow that for a second. So I think you did all the things. You pointed, you stepped towards it, you used the flag. Okay, so I'm going to do exactly the same thing, not necessarily in a different order. I'm going to throw a couple of more things in the middle there, but I'm going to slow it all down. Okay, so I'm going to have you step over there so you're not in her way. Hey, sweetness, you are beautiful. So I'm going to ask her to go probably off to my right here. Unless she wants to come say hi. Hello, darling. Okay, so now I'm going to have her hop off me, because I wanted to step back over. This is the first one I've been able to do this for all day, but I'm going to just create a little bit of energy, then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then quite a bit more. And I was hoping her ear would pop forward. She wouldn't. So what do you think most Arabs would do when you wave that around? Yeah, and so she kind of goes, not this. Okay, so I just found out that doesn't work, so I'm never doing that ever again. No, actually I wouldn't say I'm never doing that ever again. Until I get her more responsive to energy, I'm not going to do that. And I'm even not worried about her being too close to me. So, mental picture, pick up here. So she's still coming towards me. I'm going to look at that shoulder. I'm going to get some energy. I'm going to step towards it. I'm going to start with my flag here, here, here. Now, I know the flag's not going to work, so I'm going to add something else. Here, here, here. And finally, she moved. Okay? She moved very much. But she's just not responsive to any of this stuff. So all I did, I just created a great deal of energy that went up and down. I didn't go towards her fast. I just created a great deal of it. And so what I'm going to do with her is just repeat this. And so like Bridget's horse, you'll find as I repeat this, so there, look at that shoulder, get some energy, get some intention, step towards her, there's nothing, so I'm going to start with the flag here, 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 and I know it's not going to work, so right here, I am going to get a lot of energy until she steps over there. Okay, so she doesn't read people, and I'm not going to get tough with her at all, but I'm going to have to get her to where, I guarantee you she wouldn't not read a horse like that. So she really doesn't read people. So I'm just going to keep repeating this over and over again here. So, mental picture, pick up here. So what did I keep doing then? I kept going until I got some sort of response. Look at that shoulder, step towards it, start here, 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 here. Oh, see, she's squealing at me. See, the first time she did it, I thought she happened to whinny at one of the other horses as I did that. Okay. You forgot to mention that. So now she's just got a little twitching going on with her lower jaw there. So I'm just going to wait for her to have a lick and a chew here whenever that comes. So it's really interesting because she's really present and aware of everything else. But us is like...
That's what I was thinking, but I couldn't quite figure out.
Yeah. So Jackie, a little bit like your horse yesterday, like, seems like she's really sensitive about everything except us. So what I'm going to do now is, now that I know all that, there's our lick and chew right about. Come on, you almost had it. What I'm going to do now is okay, I am going to expect much, much, much less. So I'm going to reward the slightest little thing that looks like going somewhere. Okay? And what I probably won't do is escalate the flag. Escalating the flag, she kind of has a bit of a squeal about it, which I haven't really seen one do that. Now she's not letting go, so I'm going to do a little quick hyoid release with her. So I'm just going to put my thumb in the corner of her mouth till she starts to have a bit of a lick and a chew and her tongue starts to come in and out like that. And then I'll let go and let her finish that off right there. Okay. So, mental picture. Pick up here. Look at that shoulder. Get some energy. Step towards it. Notice what happens when I step towards her. She steps towards me. I'm going to start with the flag here. And I'm going to bring it around here slowly. Right there. She started to move. Okay? She didn't even move her feet. She shifted her weight. I'm going to stop there. Okay? I was expecting, being an Arabian saddlebred cross, there would be more. And so I tried the same thing 3 times, slightly differently each time. And the third time, I'm like, okay, that's not going to work. So now I'm going to go back to something way more subtle. Okay, so mental. And you notice every single horse today that tends to want to be up here on top of you also has no collision avoidance feeling about them. And you notice with Jackie's little black horse, once we got the collision avoidance work, and the other started to work too. So I've got to here, nothing's happened. So now I'm going to look at that shoulder. Nothing's happened. I'm going to get ready to move, get some intention. Nothing's happened. So I'm going to step towards her like that. Nothing's happened. So I'm going to start here. I'm just going to start to head around slowly towards her. And I'm looking for the slightest movement in that direction, over there. All right, there she got ready to go. I'll take that. But I want to stay below the place where she objects. Like right then she thought, yeah, I think I might. Good. Once again, what are we telling her? I can read your mind. I'm not really getting a physical response yet. Okay, so got our mental picturing. I'm going to pick up here softly, and right then she kind of shifted her weight. That's the first time she's done that. So I'm going to look at that shoulder, get some energy, step, move myself closer. Nothing's happening, so I'm going to start with the flag here, 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 getting a little bit closer, right there she started to get ready to move. Even though it was backwards, I've got no movement. So remember yesterday, where'd you go? Amber? Talking about if you ever get your horse to where they get stuck and they don't move, whatever they give you, reward that even if it's the opposite of what you want. You've got to have some movement before you can shape what movement you have. So, mental picture, pick up here, look at that shoulder. Notice my left leg's still bent because I'm not at that point yet. Now I'm at that point. Now I'm going to step forward right there. I'm pushing on her. And she's not moving off of that, so I'm going to start here, here, here. Now if she steps backwards relatively early this time, I'm going to keep going till she steps over. But we have no response right there. I'll reward that. But notice that time she didn't step backwards. Usually backwards is some sort of a brace, like I don't want to do it. But saying I don't want to do it is in itself a response. Does that make sense? And so, you know, initially I want to reward any response I can get. Hey, you are very beautiful, little squealer. Okay, so mental picture, pick up here, look at that shoulder, get some energy, take that energy and step it towards her, start here, start coming closer and closer and closer and close. Now I'm getting pretty close and she hasn't gone. I'm just going to wait her out right there. So let's say I got real close and she didn't go. I'd probably just stay there. But escalating with one like her probably wouldn't make it better. But being really, I think one of the reasons she doesn't read this stuff is because I think you've been a little bit too quick, like this. I'm going to slow it down. So I'm slowing it way down and I'm rewarding the slightest attempt for what I want. So I'm going to look at that shoulder. Get some energy, step it towards her, start here. Did you see that? Right there. So that's the furthest away I've been with the flag when she's moved somewhere. So we're starting to get to where she's starting to think about this. So all this would fall under the principle of the application of your aids. And your application of your aids is about how you ask for things. And the thing is, it's a layering effect. It's not one, then take it off, then add the next one, then take it off. So I've got a mental picture for 3 seconds. Now my hand is doing this. I've got a mental picture and this. Now I've got a mental picture and this, and I'm looking at a shoulder. Now I've got a mental picture and this, and I'm looking at a shoulder, and I've just got some energy. Now I've got a mental picture. What am I doing? Pointing, looking at her shoulder, got some energy. Now I'm going to step it towards her. Now I've got a mental picture, pointing, looking at her shoulder, energy, leaning towards her. Now I'm going to start with the flag and come around here and just slowly head towards her, right? And there she moves. Not necessarily the direction I wanted, but she moved. Okay? And so now I'll just go ahead and start all over again. But now if she just wants to wander around, that's good. I'm not going to interrupt that, because what am I trying to get her to do? Move. So she just moved and kept moving. So I'm not going to say, now don't move. Now when she's not moving, good, I'll go ahead and start again. But start again. So mental picture. Pick up here. Look at that shoulder. Get some energy. Step towards it. Start with the flag here, 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 and right there. So she was pushing into me. So what I wanted to do right then was just keep going with this flag until she moved her shoulder over and away from me. But there's just, you know, very little response. So did everybody see that? I see a lot of people that doing stuff with their horse, and their horse walks forward and puts their head on the lead rope. And the person's standing here, And they looked and like, oh, my horse got his head in the lead rope. As soon as a horse steps his head in the lead rope, I usually step the hell back, because the next thing that could happen when it gets tight is they fling their head up. And there's one place you don't want to have your head is anywhere around this area when they fling their head up. So I'm going to do this a couple more times. I'm going to hand her back. Oh, if she wants to move, I'll let her move. I'm going to hand it back to you here in a bit, Courtney, to just mess with this. But the big thing is we've got to establish some response. And I think getting bigger with her. Okay. Getting bigger with her is not the answer. Now, you think about that horse there, when we got bigger with the flag, initially nothing happened. But by the end, when I got bigger with the flag, something did happen. Does that make sense there?
Yeah, that's, I think,
so
where
just,
I was going wrong.
Yeah, and it's funny, normally...
I couldn't quite figure out how to...
Normally with one like her, yeah, normally with one like her, the more you did, the more that would get better. Just go over and hide over in your corner again.
Okay.
And just mess with that, assuming she's good over there.
She was cool, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Uh-oh. I've broken another one. Good, so there's a great starting point for your Frisian away from home. He's now a quarter horse. Congratulations. Very good. And so we haven't done anything, like I said before, we haven't done anything, but that's what if we were to do something, that's why we'd be doing it. And so now we've got that bit working, and so now, just go ahead and bring him out here. Now I noticed when I came out of now, what's going on there?
Lagging behind now.
No. Do you have a purse? Do you carry a purse?
I do.
How do you carry it?
Across my body.
Oh, if you carry it in your hand, how would you carry it?
I don't ever carry anything.
You ever carry groceries?
Yeah.
How do you carry a bag of groceries?
Like this.
Really?
Or sometimes like this. Yeah.
Or like
that probably. Yeah.
Why like that? Why not like that?
I don't know. I mean, I would normally carry groceries down like this.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Yeah.
So this is the world's largest bag of groceries. There is no intention in your body like this. Okay. Right then, you walked off like, is he going to come? Is he not going to come? Stop, don't run over me. There was a lot of body language going on that you weren't aware of.
Gotcha. Uh-huh.
Does that make sense there?
Yep.
Like,
Totally.
he's just a bag of groceries, if that makes sense. Yeah. So when I came out of the house at lunchtime, you were over here in the corner, and I saw you asking to go, and you were jumping up and down waving this flag, and he was like, I don't even see it. And so we know
exactly, yeah.
we know the flag doesn't work. But now, right now, I'm going to step to the side, because if his head flies up, he'll whack me. We know the flag doesn't work, but those banners work, and those trees work, and that blue barrel works, and Charlie sitting there works. You know, like he was very, very... So when I first saw him in here, he was aware of everything. But then when I came out of the house, I saw you jumping up and down waving that, and there was no response. So he's aware of... He's probably aware of all the things he shouldn't be aware of and not aware of the things he should be aware of. Does that make sense? And that's what we want to try to work on. So what's he normally like, now that he's relaxed, if you were to ask him to, like, say, go around you? What's he normally like when you do that?
Oh, you mean just to go out?
Yeah.
Goes around. I don't usually use the flag, though.
You don't normally use the flag? Let's not put that on the ground, because if you, well, several things. If it gets sand in it.
So I can use the flag, though. Yeah. Would you
Okay. What do you normally do?
If I'm just using the lead, sometimes I just use the lead rope.
Okay.
Sometimes I use, if I'm on a lunge line, I use the whip, you know.
Okay, let's just go with whatever you normally use for a second. Perfect, stop for a second. So, yeah, twice. Okay, so this is supposed to be collision avoidance. This is supposed to be teaching him to dance. And right then, you pointed, waved, and stepped back.
Yeah.
And then when you didn't go, you step back a bit further, and you're almost somewhere in your subconscious, you're going to go, look, I got him to go away from me. Right. And what that's doing is telling him that I have no idea what I'm doing with this body, because my brain and my intention is saying, go away from me, and my body is actually stepping backwards. Does that make sense? And those are the things that cause horses to be cuckoo, because just the way we ask them to do stuff, we tell them how unaware we are. And like I said, that whole thing that makes them feel relaxed around their herd is the awareness of their herd. Does that make sense? So that's why it's so important asking them to do this stuff on the ground. It might seem like it's really simple, but if we're if we are, in doing it, we're telling them how uncontrolled of us or how unaware of what we're doing we are, not only are we being ineffective asking for what we're asking for, but it's really making a huge effect on their ability to relax around us. Does that make sense there?
Yep.
And now I don't know if that's normal. You know, a lot of times I'm looking at people that makes them do things that they haven't done before. So let's just go ahead and try it again.
Okay. Normally I don't use the little short lead rope, so I'm a little...
Normally you don't use a short lead rope?
I mean, normally I don't have him go around me with just the lead rope.
What do you do?
A lot of times I may do it with a lunge line.
Okay, so let's say it's a lunge line. So it's...
Just a lot longer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So this lunge line is, how long's yours, 22 feet?
Probably.
Okay, so this is a 12-foot rope. So there's another 10 foot hanging right there.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, gotcha.
Pretend it's a lunge line.
Okay. All right. Off you go.
Good, you see right there? Perfect. So you can see right there, this could be normal, but you are, just stop for a second there, Penny. So you're asking him to go away from you, and the first thing he did was step towards you.
Right.
Does that make sense there?
I didn't move.
Now, no, you didn't move, very good. But if your tendency is to step backwards, or when he walks towards you like that, be rather ineffective, that leads up to why he looked like he looked when he first came in here. Does that make sense there? Let me just...
He's also, let me actually use the flag.
Okay.
Use the flag for a second?
Yeah.
It might be easier. Oh, this one's yours.
Sorry, I'll give you this one because it's shorter. It's a little bit easier. And remember, this is not about having him go. This is about collision avoidance. So he's got to go. So I want you to start in. Yes, I want you to start in front of him.
Okay.
Because if you start to the side, all he has to do is walk forward. But it's not about. So if we were dancing, we're trying to work on this part and this part. We're not working on this part. We're not doing the waltz. Any dancers here? Waltz? I don't know. But we're not going together. It's like, can you read me here and can you read me here?
And so start always like head on.
I always start head on for this because it's not about, if you step to the side and ask them to go and they go, you don't know. You don't know if this collision avoidance thing doesn't work. And then you're leading around an animal this big. And when they spook at something, where do they tend to go to?
We're away from where they're spooking from.
And if it's on the other side of them from you,
They'll be on me.
On you, okay? But you don't see that in a herd. In a herd, this one spooks, and as this one moves, and this one moves, and they don't have that crash. So I have a friend of mine named Dan James, and he does Liberty Roman riding. So he's Roman riding on horses' backs. They've got nothing on them, so they're at liberty, there's nothing on their heads. And then he has 3 others loose beside him. So he's got a team of 5 horses going together, and he's on Roman riding, standing on the backs of 2 of them. Okay? And he controls these 2. Okay? And the energy of this one controls this one. The energy of this one controls this one, and the energy of this one controls this one. And so when he turns this way, if you count the ones he's Roman riding on is 1 and 2, 2 pushing on 3, pushes on 4, pushes on 5. If he turns that way, and the one on the outside's a pony, okay? His name's Goose. If he goes that way, his are doing a small circle, 1 and 2 are doing a small circle, 3's doing a bit bigger, 4's doing a bit bigger, and little Goose is out there running around trying to catch up, but he is not controlling the one on the outside. There's that collision avoidance thing going on with all of them. And that's what we're trying to do here, is get that whole collision, getting them reading us. We're also getting us to be in touch with us. We're also teaching him to do stuff we need him to do anyway. So there's a lot of different things going on. Does that make sense? Good, perfect. So let's just stop there, and I might take over now. So if you think about a lot of different things happened then, none of it involved your body. Okay. You stood still, you didn't step backwards, but you pointed and you waved this, but there's nothing in here. And so he didn't move away from your body, which means if you don't teach him to realize where that is and read that, then you don't have collision avoidance. So then you're leading him along and he spooks at something and you're going to get that unless, of course, you are carrying the flag and waving it around here. But if the flags, you know, does that make sense? Yep. So we're trying to save the flag to last.
Okay, okay.
Does that make sense there? So can I borrow him for a second now?
Please do.
Hi, handsome. And so this is where you really got to, what you've got to do is you've got to think about how you're going to pitch the baseball, not so much about the strike zone. And so do you remember what you were thinking about then? No. No, because what you were thinking about was the big strike zone over here. You were trying to get him to move, but you weren't really thinking about what you were doing. Yeah. And so it just takes practice, but that's why I keep, every time I ask one of these horses to move, I verbalize what's going through my head. Okay. Mental pick, yeah. So you went, was that way you were going?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go the same way. So remember, I don't care if he goes or not. What I care about is what I do. Okay? If I do my part, he should do his part, or at least I can teach him to do his part. Okay, so notice my left leg is cocked. Mental picture. Didn't work. So I'm going to pick up on this here. Didn't work. Look at that outside shoulder. Didn't work. Get a bit more energy about me. Didn't work. Step in here. There's no response. I'm not getting any closer. Now I'm going to start with my flag over here, softly. Here, 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 here. And so he's a bit like this one. When there's no response, I'm just going to reward any response. And then as soon as I got the response, I want to let go. So when you finally got him going, your arms stayed pointing and your flag stayed chasing him around. And if that's the case, what happens is as soon as you take them up, they stop. You've got to have them to where they'll go on their own. So what I'm trying to do here is teach him to go and teach him to respond to these things. So I'm teaching him to respond to these asks. I'm not just getting him to go. I mean, you can get him to go any way you want.
I think I misunderstood too what you wanted me to do. I thought you wanted me to just send him around. I didn't really realize you wanted me to do the exercise.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Send him around by doing the exercise. Because I know he can move around.
Right.
He looks like he's been to the water trough and the food thing sometime in the last few days, so I know he can move. So, that's right, no big deal. So, mental picture, pick up here. Now see my left knee's still bent, so now I'm going to look at that shoulder. So I still don't have any energy yet. It doesn't come in until now. Now I have some energy. Now I'm like on the balls of my feet, I can do something. Now I'm going to step in here, and he should be my dance partner right now, which he's not. So I'm going to start here, 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 get a bit bigger and a little more energy. And then when he steps over, I'll just let go. So right now I'm trying to work on and think about this. Think about his response to that and his response to everything over there when he first walked in. You know what I mean? So it's not that this horse is not aware of stuff. He seems to be not aware of. Can you guys just all stand up and give this horse a round of applause right now? Really loud. Wow. He pays attention to you, but he doesn't pay attention to me. You see his energy, like, where am I going to go to right there? Okay, so it's not that he's not aware of stuff. Like right then, okay? And so this tells me, and it's perfectly normal, it happens to a lot of us, this tells me that he's a horse that's anxious about a lot of things and aware of a lot of things, but just kind of like, to us. And so we want to try to get it the other way around. I don't want him anxious about us, but I want him to be aware of me, because the more aware of me he is, and the more I can let him know how aware of him I am and how aware of me I am and all that stuff, then he's like, oh, you're my herd. I can chill with you. So, mental picture. Pick up here. And what you find as you do these things over and over and over again, you find that you start to get some sort of a response earlier. Am I not this time? earlier and earlier. And so right now, you notice his muzzle's twitching. His nostrils are crinkling. If you watch his bottom lip, see his bottom lip's got a twitch going on. So that tells me there's a leak and shoot. So he just got into a little bit of sympathetic nervous system and then he just reset himself. I want to try to have that happen for the most part between every interaction because then they don't learn to carry their rabbits. Now he looked like he's perfectly fine. Like I could have asked him to go again. But just noticing those little things right there tell you that that's coming. The other thing is there's a whole mindset to noticing those little things right there. You know what I mean? When I was doing the therapy, one of the they used to have mindfulness practices for homework, and one of the mindfulness, they had a list of like 50 things you could do as a mindfulness practice. One was observe an animal very closely. Whether your cat's laying in the sun in the window and you just sit there and look at your cat, watch the rise and the fall of the tummy, look at every little cat hair that the sunlight hits or your dog or whatever. This is another mindfulness practice, just being aware of every, like, I think it's going to happen again, that lower lip's twitching, that upper lip's twitching a little bit. Yeah, see that bottom lip popping right there? And so, like I said this morning, a lot of this stuff is about resetting their nervous system around us. Like his nervous system works pretty well away from us, I think. But when we're around us, they tend to just kind of go inside their heads a little bit. You see his nostrils starting to move up and down, and there you go. And there's our leak and a chew. Wasn't much of one. I think he's a little bit stuck there. Can I get you to just wander over here? Just so you're not in front, there you go, perfect. Just so you're not in front of his eye. Okay, I'm gonna go again. Mental picture, got that big point here. Look at that shoulder. Get some energy. And the most important part of this, Penny, is how slow you do it. And I know he's not doing anything, but I'm doing something. I'm practicing over and over and over, being very, very aware of what my body, no, not over here, over, there. So you see all that, and he still kind of kept wandering towards me. So, but when you're doing this stuff, it doesn't matter if it's working or not for your horse. There's a lick and chew. We need to work on this with ourselves as much as anything else. So even if he doesn't move, you are practicing all these little things. So you're not doing anything just by doing it. You are really being, hello mister, you're really being aware of what you're doing. So mental picture, point here. Look at that shoulder, get some energy. Step towards that. Start with the flag here. I'll take that. See, as soon as the flag moved, he went, I'm thinking I may have to go over there in a second. Good. As soon as he thought that, like, yeah, that's good. I'd rather have that than him move at the end of it. Because right then, the first thing that happened was he thought.
Right.
He said, you know, I'm probably going to go off over there in a minute. Okay here, mister. Oh, you're going to come and say hello? Is that what you're doing? Yeah, she's a very hairy man. She's a hairy man. And so it's, even if we're not getting anything done with him, we are, because we're telling him how aware of us we are. A lot of repetitions of that. I'm going to walk over the top of me again. So I'm looking at that shoulder. Get some energy. I'm not going to step forward because he's already forward. So I'm going to bring this flag from here to here. Yeah, I love you too, mister. Around here. That's towards me. That's towards me. That's towards me. I'm going to try to wave this flag in here until, there you go. So he really thinks, you know, towards people. And usually horses that think that, a lot of times they're anxious a lot, because that, if you think about in a herd situation, it's a juvenile behaviour for horses to push on other horses, you know. The only ones they tend to lean up against are their mothers. How old is he? How old is he?
Like 7.
He's 7, yeah. And he tends to think,
But his maturity level's low.
so I'm not getting in a hurry here, but I'm not going away. I'm going to stay here until he sees head's going up, he's thinking about doing something. I might do this here. Right there, something happened. So if I can't get to happen what I want to happen, I want something to happen. Hey, mister. So this is where I'd want to start. He just doesn't read people. Which tells you two things. He doesn't respond to things terribly well, and he doesn't think we're part of the herd. You know what I mean? And they're never going to think we're a horse, but who's ever had a horse alone and like they need a friend, so you get them a goat, and they're quite happy with a goat. What's a goat? It's another sentient being. It's another prey animal that doesn't want to get eaten, and so they are just as aware as, you know. So it's not like, I'm not saying for 1 minute they think we're a horse, okay? But they're a social creature, and they want someone who will help them keep an eye out for stuff. So he wants to stand on top of me. I can't fix that because I can't get him off me. So what I'm going to do here in a second is the same thing I did with the paint horse before. I'm going to stand here. When he walks up there, I'm going to walk over here. And right here, I'm going to stop. And when he doesn't stop, I'm going to walk over here. And right here, I'm going to stop. And if he doesn't stop, I'm going to walk over here. And I'm going to stop. And if he doesn't stop, I'm going to walk off over here. And when I stop, he's like, where's this crazy Australian going next? That way or that way? Okay? So you've got to go just kind of like with your horse. Devon. No. Melissa, sorry. Kind of like with your horse. Once you know what doesn't work, I don't do it ever again. And I know what doesn't work with him. So even doing this is it's like right there. You see, as I walked, his body shaped up to move. So if you look at him standing still, I'm going to walk back with some energy right there. So even doing this, I would be working on having him start to read me a little bit more. And you might notice there's a lot going on with this lead rope. Okay? So it's that long. I don't just walk down there with it that long. I shorten it as I go here. And when I know that, when I walk down here, when that hind end moves over, I let it back out again. But I'm not going to walk down there with it that long and get kicked. Okay? So as I walk down there, it shortens up. Right now, and then I let it go. But when I said right now, when I walk down there, if he went to do something stupid, I've got a hold of his head and his hind end can go the other way. So it's not, I'm not just unaware of this. It's this long. It's now this long, this happens, and then now it's that long. And it's this long, and now it's this long, and he moves over there, and now it's that long. Does that make sense there? And now it's this long. But the key, the key with any horse, like I've been putting quite a few more videos on YouTube lately, and I've been talking a lot about only asking yes questions. And I know with him what I can't ask him to do. So if he's running over me, trying to ask him to get off me isn't going to work. So I'm going to do that. Now he's not running over me. Now I'm going to see if I can get him to go off around me again. So mental picture, pick up here, look at that shoulder, get some energy. Step towards that. Flag, flag. And what I'm going to do with this flag is I'm going to come in here. Oh. Okay, can you hold that a second? I'll be back.
You want me to do it?
No, I don't do anything. I'll be back in a second. So you've got to be effective. You don't have to follow me around, Tyler. You've got to be effective. The plastic bottle that hasn't been squashed.
Just an empty bottle?
Yeah, I'll empty it. And this is not something I may have done it once before, I'm not sure, but you're trying to get something that works to get a response, so you can time your energies with a response. So I'm going to go something more audible and less visible. I don't know if that will help, but I know what doesn't work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll start.
You can stay on this side if you like. Okay, so mental. Okay, so mental picture. Pick up here, look at that shoulder, get some energy. Step towards him. Got some response, you know what I mean? I think he thinks it's food. But, you know, I don't know if this is the answer, but short of, which I'm not going to do, but short of like beating the horse in the head with a stick, there's not a lot that's causing him to respond to anything we do. There you go. So now he's starting to read. When I move, he's starting to think about it. So here, look there, step in here. There you go. So that, now I'm not trying to scare him at all, but I'm trying to get him to respond to something. At a clinic in Australia many, many years ago, there was a spectator said, "What do you do with a horse that charges you in the round pen?" We've got this stallion at home and we've tried everything and he charges at us and runs us out of the round pen. What do you do? Because we've tried everything. And I said, "Well, how'd the fire extinguisher work?" And she said, "The what?" I said, "Well, you've used the fire extinguisher, haven't you?" She goes, "No." I said, "You just told me you've used everything. Get one of those big cloud foam fire extinguishers and stand in the round pen when he runs at you. Before he even gets to, just spray off a big blast of that." And she kind of looked at me. And that was Saturday, so she goes home that night. She's just a spectator. She comes back the next day and she goes, "Hey, we fixed that stallion that's always charged us out of the round pen." And I said, "Did you use the fire extinguisher?" Now, I didn't expect her to use a fire extinguisher. I wasn't suggesting she use a fire extinguisher. I just wanted her to reconsider her words, "I've tried everything." And she said, "No, actually, I thought about what you said. And so what I did last night, I was in the round pen with him, and when he ran at me, instead of screaming and running and jumping the fence, I stepped towards him and I went, pfft, and he then went the other way." I've tried everything. No, every time he's run at me, I've pooed my pants and run and jumped over the fence. And how do you fix that? And so when I said, have you tried a fire extinguisher? I didn't expect her to get a fire extinguisher. I just wanted her to think, you have got to find something that will stop that horse from charging you. And she went home and all she did was, so that's how dangerous this horse was. Does that make sense there? So all I'm trying to do here is get him to respond to something so I can get him to start to read me, because this is your collision avoidance. Does he ever spook at stuff and run into you when you're leading him? Does he ever do that?
Pardon?
Does he ever spook at stuff and kind of run into you when you're leading him? Oh yeah, because he's not spooking at anything right now and I can't get him away from me. So this is the place to where you teach your horse not to run over you, not when he's actually running over you. You know,
This is something we tried to work with.
yeah, yeah. But, and so this groundwork stuff is about, part of it's about that. It's definitely not about exercising your horse. So it's like, you know, I don't lunge horses. It's trying to get them to read me. So, mental picture, pick up here. Now he's distracted right now, that's all right. Look at that shoulder, get some energy, step in here. And I got the slightest response. And like I said, this is not something I would normally do, but this horse, I almost poked him in the eye with a flag a minute ago and he's like, yeah, whatever. But, my goodness, my wife's over there with a dog 200 feet away. That interests him, you know what I mean? So it's not that he's learnt to not pay any attention to us. So, mental picture, pick up here, look at that shoulder, get some energy, step towards that shoulder, still nothing. So I'm going to start with less noise this time and have it get a little bit bigger and a little bit, and there he steps over. Good, so that's what I'm after. So a minute ago I had to get crazy with this bottle because nothing less than that was going to work. Now I should be able to refine this stuff. So, mental picture, pick up here, look at that shoulder, get some energy, step towards him right there, no response, start over here, a little bit closer, a little bit closer, a little bit, that's what I'm after, very good. And then if he walks in here, hi. So, mental picture, pick up here, look at that shoulder, step in here, start over here, get a little closer and a little closer, and he starts to think about that way. I'll let go. But, oh, you know, with him, all you would have to do is just go back and teach him how to, you know, nothing that comes out of us means anything to him. It's only stuff that comes out of other things, and it's only, so he only has anxiety-based responses, no thought-based responses. Mental picture, pick up here, he's looking at Oscar over there, gonna look at that shoulder, get some energy, step in here, start here, there you go. See, so right then was when he was stepping on top of me and I could wave that thing and he'd step off me slightly, you know what I mean? But that's, you tend to find certain breeds of horses have certain characteristics. But I think in a large part, certain breeds of horses don't actually have certain characteristics. Tends to be a certain type of person wants a certain type of horse, and they tend to be the same type of person. You know, think about Haflingers and Fjords. Are they energetic and soft, or are they kind of dull and stiff? Tend to be kind of dull and stiff. They're very cute and they're very fluffy, and everybody that has one of them tends to want a cute fluffy horse, and they don't get the other part working. I've had some of both those breeds that have come to like clinics in Australia for years, and they started out like Fjords and ended up like a regular horse dressed as a Fjord. You know what I mean? Once the people change their perception of what this horse was, and a lot of the Frisians I see go around with their heads stuck up in the air, and a lot of the people I see with them like the fact they're so majestic. You know what I mean? That's like saying, I like my women just a little on the cuckoo side. Like, I like them a bit nutty. Because horses that walk around like this all the time are in a state of anxiety. Kind of like what we did when we first came in here. We got him to where he could just let down. Well, like we talked about this morning, one of the reasons those horses will be in that state of anxiety all the time is because we don't speak their language. Does that make sense there? And so, you know, like say warm bloods. A lot of people will say, you know, if I say, give me some adjectives to describe warm bloods, and they give me this list of adjectives, and a lot of times they're dumb, they're slow maturing, they're belligerent, they're explosive, they're this, they're that. And I'll say, you know what, back when I was training horses, I had a lot of warm bloods, and I didn't have any of them that were explosive or belligerent or immature or blah, 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 blah. None of them were like that. I mean, they came in like that, but they didn't stay like that, which means that's not who they are. That's their environment caused them to be that way. Does that make sense? And so you get, and I'm not picking on people with warm bloods, but you tend to find a lot of people with warm bloods, they want to do dressage. They're not horsey people, they're dressage people, and that's all they want to do. And they get all the cool energetic stuff happen, but sometimes they miss the relaxation part of it. But I've had quite a few warm bloods, and you know, people go, oh, they're so different. They're not that different if you start in the beginning and treat them like a horse, and not that particular. You're beautiful, aren't you? Not that. Thank you. Not that particular breed of horse. Does that make sense? So, you know, what I don't do is, like people say, so when I'm trail riding and my horse loses his mind, what do I do? I'm like, I don't know. I can't tell you what to do then. I can tell you what to do leading up to that so he doesn't. It's kind of the same with this one. What do I do when I'm leading him and he spooks his stuff and jumps on top of me? I can't tell you what to do right then, but I can tell you that a lot of it's got to do with, a lot of the spooking, you said he spooks and bolts a bit, the spooking's got to do with that not feeling that sense of community with us. The spooking and jumping on top of us has a lot to do with this stuff right here. So, you know, we're really trying to create a dialogue right here that's the beginning of all the other dialogues that come later. Just, I don't know if you were watching the little Mustang over there, but he, you know, we have a hard time getting him to trot on the ground. He's just a bit blur. But once I get this bit working, then all I had to do is you bring my energy up, and all of a sudden, whoa, he just trots when I trot. So for me, I'll just hand him back to you. But for me, trying to get this stuff working is really, really, really important, because it's not just helps you in a lot of situations, you get more communication out of them, but it also helps them where they're mentally better. You know, and so the spooking and the bolting are a result of anxiety. And so you don't really fix the spooking and the bolting, you fix all the stuff leading up to. You are just a sweetheart, aren't you?
So I have a quick question, because he's had a lot of trouble with being on top of me since I got him.
Yeah.
And then I got really strict about it and would never let him be near me, like doing this,
Yep.
right? And so I don't really know the difference. And I know you shared the difference a while ago, but I can't say that I really still understand it, you know? Like the difference in him wanting to be, you know, in my
Well,
space,
right now, have a look
Yeah.
at the angle of his head.
Yeah.
See, it's reaching towards me.
Yeah.
Okay. What he was doing before was he'd walk up to me like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So he didn't stop and say, hey,
I see.
how's it
Okay.
going? He just, let me have your flag for a second. I showed someone this morning, but this is his head and neck. If he walks up to me and his feet stop when his nose gets to me, that's running over me.
Yeah.
Whereas if he walks up to me and his feet stop, and then he goes, can I say hi? And that's what he did very first thing out here. I was talking to you about this far away, and he stayed there, and he kind of went, do you want to say hi? And that's when I went over and engaged with him. Does that make sense there? So it's we really don't want his feet very close, but his nose can come close. But that's engagement. But the other one, he kind of just walks up and doesn't even think so much about you. And it's, you know, it's something to pay attention to. But the big thing with him is you just got to be careful about what you ask. Because every time you ask something that doesn't work, you're basically proving your ineffectiveness as a leader. And I don't mean leader as in bossy, as in someone who knows what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So that, you know, so that I could have a lay down, have a sleep, and you look out for saber-tooth tigers. Does that make sense there? But for me, it all starts with that little exercise there. But I don't have a great suggestion for you as far as, because I do have a great suggestion for you. The flag doesn't work very good. Sometimes knowing what doesn't work is the most important thing, because it stops you from asking questions where you get a no answer. Because every time you ask those questions where you get the no answer, you're either confirming there's not a lot going on there, or you're getting worse than you were, but they're not getting more trust in you or more faith in you, if that makes sense there.
So when I practice this exercise more this afternoon, should I use something different?
Yeah, well, I definitely wouldn't use the flag.
Yeah.
You know, because every time we do that and nothing happens, we have to, like, I made sure that once I started asking, I got something resembling the right answer before I stopped.
Yeah.
But I almost was having to do stuff that I didn't want to do. I didn't want to get that, you know, I had to wave it up near his eye and stuff, which I didn't really want to do, but I had to do that because I don't want to stop this interaction with him doing nothing, because then the next time I guarantee it's going to be worse. You might notice when I got the bottle, it got a little bit easier and easier each time. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Because I made sure I got a response. So it's just, I'm going to grab this thing that came off my bottle. It's just teaching them that I do want a response. Because if you teach them you don't want a response, they'll learn that just as easily as if you do want a response. So you almost have to teach them the things you don't want a response to and the things you do want a response to. Oh, thank you. So thank you. So there's two horses out here today, that little, and it's funny enough, both of them are not quiet horses. They're half Arab, half standardbred or saddlebred or something. And this one's a Frisian, and he walked in looking at everything, so they're very observant about stuff. How's it going in your corner over here, Courtney? Yeah, it will go slowly. I mean, it'll be slowly with the big Frisian too.
I've gotten a little more response out of her, but she's still coming more into me then.
Okay. Well, let's have a quick look at that. So she's coming more into you when you...
Well, as opposed to moving her shoulder out and away.
Okay, so remember that. So did we get to the point where we're like, okay, we just want a response, we don't want... Okay. Now, if you can, stop. Right then, it was 1, 2, 3.
Still too fast.
Well, I want a mental picture first. So think about how many seconds this is. Mental picture for 3. Then this is going to take me 3 seconds to go from here to here. So now we're up to 6. Now I'm going to look at that shoulder. Now we're up to 9. Then I'm going to get some energy, like I'm prepared to move. That's 3. Now we're up to 12. And then I'm going to step forward. Now we're up to 15. And like you got to the flag waving in 3. Does that make sense? And so really try to, I think I was just telling Penny a second ago, try to make sure it's as much about you teaching you to be in control of yourself as it is getting a response out of them. Even if you get no response, you practicing not doing something till you know that you're doing it. Like a second ago, I'm not sure your mind went point, step, flag, but that's what you did. What were you thinking?
I don't know. I don't think I was thinking.
You're probably thinking, I want to get this horse to see if I can get this horse to move over. And remember I talked about the baseball thing this morning. You know, you got to think about what is my part of this. What am I doing with my body? And I know it's, you know, it's a little weird sound and all that stuff, but the more I do it, the better my horses get. It's like it's like, why didn't someone drum this into my head years ago? They just kind of get to where you almost think it and they do it. Does that make sense? Just go ahead and try that again.
That's what I'm getting.
You are getting that, aren't you? Oh, now this one we can't get bigger because we get the squeal.
And then, yeah.
Okay, so what you could do with one like this is, you know, sometimes you got to get inventive. And so your horse tends to walk towards you when you do that. Okay, so bring her over here. See where that border collie dog is? We'll come over here. And this is just, you know, getting completely inventive. Hey, sweetness, how are you? Are you good? Yeah? Okay, so let me have that and this. You see what's happening right now? Okay, so I'm going to bring her up here to where she almost can't go any closer to me.
Okay.
Okay, and now I'm going to ask her to go off over this way. Okay, ask her to go. Bring this flag up here. Start to wave it a little bit. I'm not stopping, she's not moving, but I'm going to stay waving it a little bit. Waving it a little bit. I'm waving it a little bit. I'm not going anywhere. Waving it a little bit. Waving it a little bit. And have a look at her expression. Like I said, she's very aware of everything but us. See, she just stepped towards me with her front feet, and I'm going to keep going. Keep going, keep going, and right there she stepped her front feet over. Okay, so I know I can't escalate with her because she'll squeal and get worse about stuff. Okay, so right then I just stood and I'm back here. Okay, and I've got her as close to the fence as possible. So all this is about is trying to only ask yes questions, like set it up to where, like once you figure out what your problem is, and Penny could do this too. Once you figure out what the biggest problem is, and this horse, it's not the fact that she doesn't move over. She doesn't not move over. She runs into you. Does that make sense? And so if we rule out the ability to run into us, we might be able to get her to move over. Does that make sense there? But we know we can't escalate the flag. Now sometimes you escalate the flag and then they'll move over. This one, no. Does that make sense? So I'll just have you move back a bit because I'm going to do it again. So I'm going to see if I can get her to move over to my right here. So I'm going to pick up here. Look. Step up here. Start with the flag real softly. Even though I know it's not going to work out here, I'm going to bring it over here. It's going to come a bit closer and a bit closer. Watch what her feet do. She went to go backwards and then she moves over. Very good. Perfect. But she didn't come in here. And so it's all about, so if you're trying to retrain a horse to do something, you know, because it's not that she doesn't do anything. She does something that we don't want. So if you're trying to retrain to do that, and so this is the whole principle of make the wrong thing hard and the right thing easy. Everybody thinks it's about making the wrong thing hard, and when they're doing the wrong thing, get harder on them, more pressure, whatever. But sometimes it's about setting it up so the only thing that's available to them is the right thing. And this one would be, all I want to do is move over. She can't move forward. Does that make sense? I'll see if I can have it go the other way. And this is kind of remedial stuff. Like, I've only ever done this once before. I did a clinic in Australia in January last year. Oh, this year. I mean this year. And there was a warm blood stallion, imported warm blood stallion that does dressage. And the lady had almost taught this horse to where when you wave the flag to push into it. And then when he tried to run over her, she waved the flag and he pushed into her and then she'd stop with the flag. And so I actually went over to the fence and started working with him over because he's a big warm blood stallion and he can rear up and carry on. So if you ask him to move over and he rears up, it's very, very hard to make yourself stand there. Okay, so I got behind the fence and after a while I got to where he was really good and then I could come back out off the fence. Once I established it well behind the fence, then I came from behind the fence and oh, we had it sorted out. Does that make sense there? But once you realise what doesn't work, you stay away from that. So I'm just going to start here. There you go. She moved her front foot over right there. What did I do? First thing I did, pick my hand up, she moved that front foot over. Does that make sense there? And so this is something you could do, and this is not just about this horse, but anytime you have a problem where they do something you don't want them to do when you ask them to do it, see if you can get it to where that's not a good option. So there's no punishment involved here, is there? I'm standing here, she's standing there. Like there's no punishment for walking forward, but I just put her in a situation where she's probably not wanting to walk forward. I'm not asking her to bump her head on the fence or anything, so I'm just going to ask her to go this way, pick up here, look at that shoulder. She steps towards the fence, no big deal. She can't keep coming. I'm going to step in here, start with this flag over here, steps over, I'll let go. Does that make sense there? And then you don't have to worry because it's really hard to keep your energy and intention up when they start stepping into you. You tend to start like, ooh, ooh, ooh. You tend to want to start stepping backwards. Does that make sense? So this is more about, this is not about this. I mean, there's several things I've done today I've not really done before. One's the bottle of rocks and one is this. I've done this once before, but it's more about if you know what doesn't work, stop doing it. You know, Confucius say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting results to change. Once you know what doesn't work, you go, okay, good. And don't beat yourself up because you made a decision that didn't work. Just don't do that one again. Go, okay, that one doesn't work. How? And you might have to experiment a bit and you might have to do things several times that don't work. So I'm going to try this again. Look at that shoulder. So if you think about clicker training, when you start clicker training, right, so I might just tap it with this flag here a little bit. I'm not going to increase it, I'm just going to keep tapping this because I know if I increase it, there you go, she moved it over. So when they start clicker training, the first place you start is in what they call protective contact.
Yeah, I've actually done a little bit of that.
So they're behind a barrier, so they cannot mug you, bite you, run you over for treats. You start back here, and this is really no different than that. It's starting in a place to where you can't get the wrong answer. Doesn't mean you're going to get the right answer, but you can't get the wrong answer. Does that make sense, sir?
Yeah, now that you do this, it reminds me of something I did with another.
There we go, and now I just got to move over just with the pointing of the rope.
Sweet.
Does that make sense? Yeah, did you say you did something with something else?
I had one that I was clicker training to follow a target.
Yep.
And he was crowding me, and so I put a tire or something and had him go forward so
right.
that he couldn't come into me.
Yeah, because normally what you'll do with clicker training when you teach them to follow the target is have them follow it on that side of the fence, you know what I mean? Yeah, so that's something you could work on with her, but and usually finding the starting point is the hardest part. The rest of it, I think that's your flag, the rest of it gets easier if you've got that starting point. You can build on that, but the hard part is finding the starting point. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I would hop out there and just, I would hop out there and just mess with it a little bit. How'd that go? Are you starting to get him to read you a little bit more?
Yeah, I felt like at one point in time when he got a little bit more in the trot, when I would bring him back in and then go to the ask, he did a little bit more of the avoidance at first. So I would just kind of take it back down.
Perfect.
Like
So,
we had one spot that got better, one spot that got a little bit worse, and then it's that trying to put it all back together.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, and all that waiting around stuff you can do at home, but I think the big thing is getting him to respond to your energy, and the other part is getting, like when I went to the loin, I got him to respond to it, but the loin didn't move over. Everything kind of ran sideways, and it's almost like that bolt thing. And like yesterday, when he got worried and went to bolt, as he hit, it's almost like as he hit the lead rope, he almost got faster for a second. Whereas when I was doing it over there, as he went to do the bolt sideways, I allowed that, because with one like him, when they go into self-preservation mode, if you try to prevent that, then it actually gets worse. You're such a sweetheart, aren't you? Then it can almost get worse, more so than better. Does that make sense?
It's interesting when you started shaking the bottle. He was like, "I'm going there." I had to stop him. He was coming to you with that bottle. It was so interesting to watch. Every time you shook the bottle.
Sometimes it sounds a bit like treats.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
It was funny.
But does that make sense there? But the thing you saw, like, you know, when you first asked him, I said, what happens if you ask him to go more and you wave the flag, and there was really not much right there. Try to make sure if you ask for something, get something along the lines of what you're looking for. But then if you realize, okay, it's not working, then break it down even. Go back and break it down smaller. Like with this one, we're going to break it down to go over there. But that's what you saw with that trot. That's what I'm trying to get to, where I can ask him to go, I can ask him to try, I can ask him to walk. And like I keep harping on about that, there's two parts to that. I think you're really speaking their language. And then the other thing is, well, there's probably three parts to it. The other part is you really have to be in control of you to do it. And then, but the more aware of you are, and the more in control of you are, the more they like you, the more they kind of dig that.
Consistency with my flag, making sure I'm really consistent on where I'm always keeping it.
Yep.
And so with him in the round pen, what we've been doing is keeping it here, and I've been kind of turning my body. And I noticed when I got instructoritis, you asked me to do something, and I
right, and that'll happen, yeah. But that's always good when it happens, because what people tend to do at clinics is as soon as I ask and everybody's watching, they'll do it wrong. Yeah. But good, because anybody gets to see what happens when you do it wrong, because it's not wrong because it's wrong. It's wrong because it doesn't work. You know, it's ineffective. And so everybody gets to see how ineffective doing things a certain way is, and then we can get to, you know, I mean, you know, we have people watch these things so it's educational, so they can go home and help their horses. And if everybody does it perfectly, there's so much benefit in seeing somebody do it wrong and seeing what happens when you do it wrong. Because all the videos over the years, I'd doing something like that, now make sure you don't do this. No one listens to it when I say make sure you don't do this. But when I started filming clinics around the world and someone makes that mistake and you see what happens when they make that mistake, people go, oh, I'm not going to do that. But you know what I mean? I can tell you don't do that. And it goes in one ear and out the other, unless you actually see the fallout, or you go and do it. You know, what's the saying? Some people learn by seeing, some people learn by doing, and some people have to pee on the electric fence for themselves. Yeah. So I think it's never, you know, I'm never really worried about the fact that everybody gets traineritis and everybody's watching me and they do it wrong, because it's great. Right off the bat, we get to see what doesn't work, and then you can see when you start to change how we go about things, and you see the difference in the horse. I think it really helps people understand why you do things a certain way, because you've seen it done ineffectively, and that's what wrong is. Wrong is really ineffectively. It's not that it's wrong because so-and-so said it's wrong, and it might not necessarily be wrong, it just might not be as effective as another way of doing it. Sometimes it's wrong, sometimes it's just like, well, that's ineffective, and there's better ways of doing it.
Yeah, he's been a hard balance for me.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, okay, do the opposite, you know. Rider slow, horse fast.
Yeah, and then you
know, you get into that, trying to get him to go fast, and then he gets a little bit like, bang.
See, this one's like having two horses. I think everybody should have two horses. A really dull, shut down one, and one that's losing his mind. Because then you don't get in a rut. You tend to respond to what's happening in front of you. Well, you don't need to. You've got one that one day he's one and one day is the next. Or the start of the session, he's one and then turns to another. So they really, and it's not so much about keeping you on your toes, because it's not like it's something you shouldn't be doing anyway. You should be reading what's happening right here, right now. And with horses that are just one way, we tend to just do things kind of like rote learning, just like we get a little bit robotic about some of that stuff. And yeah, I think they're good. Who was it? Kate, at the end of that first session, she said, you know, really, I think I got this horse for a reason. And I think everybody gets every horse for a reason. So if you've got a difficult horse and you've had some easier ones in the past, it's like, yeah, you're ready for a master's degree sort of thing. The easy ones don't teach you that much stuff. It's probably not the best idea to start out with a difficult one off the bat, because you get a lot of bad habits.
It's interesting to hear like a difficult horse, but almost kind of the low energy part of him. It gets read so wrong. I've even had people say to me, I'd wipe that look off his face.
Yeah.
And I'm like so taken back by that.
Yeah, and that, you know, and if you
ears back.
and if you think about all that stuff, a lot of it has to do with our judgments of what's happening. You know, I was talking about that therapy I went to. When we first started talking about judgments, they said, okay, what we want you to do, one at a time, you guys in here, want you to describe 3 objects or name 3 objects in the room. And I said, okay, and I went first. So that's a couch, that's a funny looking lamp, and they were like, judgment. I'm like, what did I say? They said, you told me that's a funny looking lamp. It's funny looking to you. I think it's beautiful. I think it's Art Deco. You know, there's no description. There's describing things with adjectives like that. That's judgment. It's a lamp. It's not a funny looking lamp. And I said, oh, I didn't even realize I did that. And so like today, you know, we had the one little horse that both front feet looked like it almost wanted to strike, and then the other one was flying the front foot around, and this one over here looked like she wanted to cow kick me or something rather. And it's like, that's interesting, you know.
That's exactly what I said out loud when the little black horse jumped around. I was like, oh, interesting.
That's interesting, yeah. You know, I had the one thing that people get really wound up about is rearing. And I had a clinic in Australia a few years ago. There was a lady right at the start, before the clinic started. She's supposed to be in the afternoon session, and she goes, my horse hurt himself and he can't. Can my friend who keeps a horse at the same place, she's not really a subscriber, so, and I'm like, no, because I'm like, it just gets in the way. I've got to spend too much time helping those people and not enough with the other people. Oh, please, please. And against my better judgment, I said, yeah, she can come in the last group in the afternoon. And I think this is when I was doing 6 in the morning, 6 in the afternoon. And so she comes in, there's 5 others, and they're all under saddle, I think, and she's on the ground, and she's over in the corner, and I am helping the other ones, because I said, she can come in, but she's the last person I'm going to get to. I'm going to help everybody else first. And she was over in the corner doing some groundwork, and I had quite a few spectators, and after a while, one of them stands up and she goes, aren't you going to stop that? And I'm like, stop what? She goes, that! Like, she was very uptight. That! And I look over there, and the lady's in the corner standing there with the horse, and I go, what are you upset about? She goes, that horse is rearing. Really? She goes, yes, aren't you going to do something about it? I said, not really. She goes, well, why not? And so I said to the lady in the corner, is your horse rearing up? And she said, yeah. And I said, when? She says, when I ask her to go off around me, she doesn't move, she just rears up. And I went, okay. So I said to the lady in the stands, would you be that wound up about stuff if that lady was asking the horse to move and he just stood there? He wouldn't move a muscle, he just stood there. She goes, well, no. And I said, well, do you realise when he rears up, he's just standing perfectly still like that, except he's doing it on 2 feet. That's the only difference. He's still standing in the same place, he's just standing with 2 feet, not 4 feet. And she looked at me like, the thought never occurred to her that the horse was just standing still. And I said, now what you're probably getting all bent out of shape about is, but if she was riding that horse, she might fall off backwards and hurt herself. We're not riding that horse. So there's no reason to get wound up. And I've had a lot of people at clinics ask me about that. I think someone at that clinic said, well, what about aren't you worried about if they rear up, that the front feet aren't going to land on you? I said, well, the best thing to do, if you've got a horse here that you're holding on to and it rears up, the best thing to do is don't run over here and squat down where its front feet were before it ran up. And if you don't do that, you're probably going to be fine. And they're like, but what if they come at you? Most horses that people say, my horse rears up and comes at me, can I borrow him for a second? So watch what happens when I do this, for the most part. If I do this, he does that. So if my horse rears up and then I go, oh my God, and I do this, and I run backwards, now they're rearing up and I'm leading them forward while they're rearing up. And then in my mind, I'm going to create this story where I say my horse rears up and comes at me and he's trying to kill me, and how do I fix that problem? Whereas in effect, it's just a horse standing still on two hind legs, and then you get scared and run backwards and lead him towards you, and then we create this huge other story about that that's not really there. I mean, every once in a while you will have a horse that does rear up and come at you, but for the most part they don't, you know. And so yeah, rearing's one that you can really create a story about what's going on that's not necessarily what's going on, you know, like the whole observer effect.
When the ears back, I think people put a story into it. He's ears back, but sometimes he's thinking, or he walks behind you, so he's got his ears back because he's in the back.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of ways to look at that stuff. But yeah, the big thing is try not to have too big a judgment on what they're doing. And especially like, you know, like this one, all three of these really, rewarding the change. Like with him, initially I wanted to respond to my body language. Once I got that, then first I got the shoulder, then I got that hip. And when I got that hip, even though he ran sideways with his shoulder and his hip, I'm still like, yeah, it's a change, that's good. Because he didn't have any response to us. And then we got to where I could ask for the hip and just the hip would go. And then I got to where I could bring my energy up and he'd trot. And so, you know, if you get too far ahead of yourself, if you're not in the moment, like, I'm trying to get this horse to trot, what tends to happen as soon as they trot, what do? Come on, yeah, keep trotting. You actually start applying more pressure as soon as they do the thing you want, because we think we want him to keep going. Whereas if my horse has a hard time getting to the trot, the instant he trots and makes that change, I'm like, that was cool. And that's how he kind of started out, but it didn't take very long before I could go around and I'd just bring my energy up and he'd just trot as I went. But that's because I was rewarding that from the start. Does that make sense? Are you planning on riding him tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, if if you've got your homework, that's what I do with these clinics, is kind of want to fill in some of the blanks for your homework. But yeah, I'd love to see you ride him.
Okay.
Do you ride him? Are you going to ride tomorrow?
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah,
I finally got into it.
Very good.
So I'll show you.
Okay, let's have a look at that.
Did a little better a minute ago, but
Yeah, he's starting to move. Yeah. Just make sure that he's not moving without yielding, because it looks...
his loin over, you mean, right?
No, his front end. Because it looked to me like you started here and you walked around to the side of him and he went around you, but at no point in time did he do, so we're going to dance. You ready?
Okay.
You going to face me?
Yep.
Okay. No, just stand still.
Okay, yeah.
Keep facing me. Keep facing me. Keep facing me. Like, yeah, we're dancing. No, you're not doing anything.
Okay.
We're trying to get that. So just go ahead and do it again.
Can we do it again?
Yeah, and what I'm going to do here, so I'm going to draw a circle right here.
And I can't get out of it, okay?
No, I don't care what you do.
Okay.
I'm just going to mark your starting point.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to see at any point in time does he run over your starting point.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. That's good. Yep. That was great. So that was yeah. And he might be better using the lead rep. I used to do a lot. I'm trying these days. I'd like to not actually make contact with him. I'd like to just have it be energy that moves them. But I mean, if that's working for you, that's great. I think that's just a personal choice. Personally, I'm not there anymore. But there's no judgment anybody who does. But yeah, you got to be effective. Yeah, but that looked a lot better.
It was better than the flag.
Oh yeah. Something happened.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Then this may stop working.
And it looked like, the other thing it looked like was you were very aware of what you were doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You were aware of how you're asking him to go.
Yeah.
So you might notice right there and right there and right there and right.
So I'll start here.
Yeah.
I'll go the other direction this time.
Okay. Good, perfect. So, right, there's a footprint right there.
Yep.
And that's the spot you were standing.
Yeah.
And so you moved out of your spot and then he moved exactly to where you were standing Does that make sense there?
Yep. So should I be? So in order to back up to get him to kind of hook, you know, sort of like.
Forget that bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Just get the first bit. I would get him to go and then leave him
just wherever
going,
okay.
because he tends to come in too close when you bring him in. I wouldn't worry about the bringing him in yet.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can I try it one more?
Yeah, you can try it. Most certainly. I'd stop right there. Stop. Good, perfect. He went around you and you haven't moved your feet. I wouldn't ask for any more than that. Okay. So you're there, you still haven't moved. He was here and he went from here and he's gone all, there are his front feet right here. He's gone around you that far. We couldn't get any of that a minute ago. So I wouldn't be, what happened then was he went from here to there, and what were you about to do?
I was
about to apply more pressure. You started to swing the rope. So here there's no pressure, here there's no pressure, but when I get over there, there's more pressure. We want him to think there's no pressure over there. So that's, all we want is the start.
Okay.
That was perfect.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that was awesome. Very good.
We're making progress.
Very good, yeah. I think you're just more aware of what you're asking for rather than asking him to move.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So, are all three of these horses riding this afternoon, you know? Yeah? Who's the, oh, yeah, okay. So this afternoon we, oh yeah, I might, I'll just explain what horses are coming in. So the one that's not in here yet is a reining horse. This one over here has had a young horse that's had a few rides. Devon, your horse is, she's 16. Okay, kicks out when we go forward. Okay, so this one kicks out when we go forward. This one here, talking to Amber yesterday, you know, she hasn't been under saddle a long time. We probably want more forward from her, but Amber's taught her quite a bit of stuff. But this one over that's going to come in wherever it is a reining horse. And I watched her ride around yesterday, and this horse knows how to do all the movements. The spins, the stops, the lead changes, the go fast, the go slow. But that horse tends to look to me like she doesn't have a whole lot of self-carriage. And so what I want to do is show her some, so that's Laura, show her some exercise she can do to create that better. And so my wife Robin's out here riding her horse Oscar. So Oscar's 16, and so he's the horse Robin showed at the World Equestrian Games in 2018. He's 16, but he probably carries himself better now than he ever has because of these exercises that we've been doing. And so I've got him out here because at some point in time I'm going to hop on Oscar and show Laura, I think, yeah, Laura, what we're doing with him. So I'm going to, you guys can watch these guys riding around here for me. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break and then I'll be back and we'll get started on these guys.
What does digestive health have to do with performance? For your horse, everything. Proper digestive health prevents colic, ulcers, diarrhea, and poor body condition. Protect your horse's performance. Assure Guard Gold, the ultimate digestive aid.
One tradition.
One family.
One faith.
We ride the brand.
Dear hands-on gloves, Amber has been in our family for 33 years. As a pasture mare, shedding presents unique challenges for us, especially with Amber's age. Your gloves allowed us to spend some time making her feel pampered. They not only massaged her tired muscles, relaxed her, but they also bring out the best in our special girl. They removed the hair dirt and dander and brought out that gorgeous glossy coat that gave her the name Amber all those years ago. Thank you, Hands On Gloves, for making our old girl shine.
Horse & Rider is the most trusted brand for your Western horse life. From top training tips to important health and horse care information to trail riding advice, Horse & Rider is dedicated to providing you with insight from the top professional trainers and horse keeping experts in the Western horse world. To subscribe to Horse & Rider, visit horseandrider.com and make sure to check us out on social media for great additional event coverage, instruction, and videos. Horse & Rider, the go-to source for your Western horse life.
So if you think about what we're doing with a lot of that groundwork, I mean, I said that we are just so much stuff we teach them in that groundwork, and that's just one little tiny part of it we've been doing. Like it's almost like a very, very beginning part. Once they are wanting to stand and hang with you, if they're trying to leave you, you might do lots of connection stuff. But one of the things I'm trying to get those horses to do is go around me and keep a connection to me, and when they do that, they bend their head and neck correctly, they bend their rib cage, and that inside hind foot tracks up as they go around, which is what you'd like them to do when you steer. If you're riding them and you pick up on this round, you'd like that nose to go, the ribs to bend, that inside hind foot to step up underneath there. And a lot of times, you know, we're probably all familiar with the term disengaging. So Amber, Amber, you'd be aware of the term disengaging, but I was reading something online the other day and I realised, you know what, I don't really disengage horses, because disengaging for most people is when that inside front foot is planted, and so there's no forward to it, it's just over. And I rarely do that, you know. I always want that inside front foot to untrack. So usually when I'm doing what you would call disengaging, I'm actually engaging them. When they step over, not only do they step over, but they step up and forward like that. So the inside hind foot ends up further along the body, like more up underneath your bum sort of thing. And so what we're trying to do when I steer, well, like, let's say on the ground, when you close your fingers on that rope on the ground, you'd like to have that connection from your lead rope to this, to the ribs, to that. And so we're trying to get a rein to ribs to hind foot connection, one side at a time. I've lost the horse. Oh, there it is there. While I'm doing that groundwork stuff, and that continues over to your riding. And if you can do that when you're riding along on your horse and you pick up and you steer, as you pick up here and you steer, that inside hind foot steps up underneath them. Think about if you've ever ridden a carousel horse or seen a carousel horse at the fair or whatever, you know. Where's the pole in the carousel horse? It's right in the middle, isn't it? And there's only one pole that holds them up, because it's right in the middle, almost under, it's not where their belly button would be, maybe a little bit further forward, but it's almost right underneath where your bum would be in the saddle, sort of thing. Okay? So if you get to where when you steer a horse, you pick up on that rein, that hind foot steps up under there, they could almost do this. They could almost just stand on that foot and take all their other feet off the ground, because their foot's right underneath the middle of them. I mean, they can't do that, but that's an almost sort of thing. And so when I steer, as I steer, I'd like that inside hind foot to step there, and then the front end to go around. And it gets to where every time you steer them, they actually weight their behind more instead of leaning forward. So, and we're going to get into some of that stuff when Oscar and I help Laura with her horse. So, how's it going, Amber? Better today. So the big thing Amber said she's been working on is forward. Because for me, this is all about self-carriage. When a horse goes forward, if they just walk forward like this, they don't push from behind, they're actually moving forward downhill. And so we want to get to where, when we're asking to walk forward, they do that. Now, horses are a bit like a seesaw. If this end goes down, this end goes up. If this end goes up, this end goes down. And so if you can get them to engage behind more, if you can get them to push off from behind more, you automatically get the front end up. And I think there's a lot of exercises that create them carrying themselves better. And some of them have to do with getting them to pick their shoulders up. Now, if they lift their shoulders up, they automatically sink their hind end. And some exercises get them to sink their hind end more. And when they do that, they lift their shoulders up. But for the most part, you're not doing an exercise that does both. You'll ask for an exercise that makes the front end move better, and they'll move their weight to their hind end in order to do it, and sometimes you're getting that hind end to be more engaged, and they'll pick their front end up to do it. So, Amber, you said you had been wanting to work on forward, better forward. Okay. So let's start at the very, very beginning. If you can drag your horse out here, because if I go close to that loudspeaker, it'll squeal at me. Okay, so for me it all starts like the first ride sort of thing. All the technical stuff starts on that first ride, to where for me it's all about, so the basics for me riding them is, how's your lateral flexion? And so your lateral flexion is not just can they bend their head in response to the rein aid. The lateral flexion is also a mental transition. If you go to bend your horse's head around and they move their feet, they're probably carrying some tension in their body. And so it's basically not just a question of can you respond to this rein aid, but are you relaxed? So how's your lateral flexion today? So we pick up on there, her head comes out. Now just freeze right there, don't move.
I wouldn't because she's not. There's no ear and there's no eye. So
Okay, okay, but don't move. No, you moved. Stay there. Okay, so right there, her head is this far around and there's still tension on the rein. Does that make sense? And so what tends to happen for me, if you bend their head too far around, you start here and you pick up and they give and they give and they give and they give and they give, and the more you give, the more your hand moves and moves and moves. It almost leaves them no right answer. I would rather reach down, pick up, bring your hand around, sit it on your thigh here, and there. Then you can let go of that. And it's a bit different with her because she's got that weird thing in there, but for the most part, sometimes I call it left hand right boob syndrome, where people will reach down with their left hand and then end up here and your nose ends up pressed against your stirrup. And what I'm really wanting to do is have them think around this way. I mean, that wasn't bad right there, but so that's the start of it. So that's a, can you respond to my left rein aid? And are you relaxed and present? So right now she's thinking out there, and right there her thoughts just came over here, and that's where I'd let go. Okay, so it's not just standing still. Are you standing still and mentally in the same place? Kind of like the Frisian. The Frisian was standing still but like this, and then when Frisian relaxed, that mind came back here. So like with her, when I pick up on her here, so the ear came, and right there she's thinking back this way, and I can let go. I'm really interested in having her think this way, but I really only want to bend her to about there, and then when she thinks this way about there, I can let go. What I don't want to do is get it to here, because the more you get them around here, the more they start thinking that way. Does that make sense there? There's no... Bending them from there to there is just a gymnastic exercise. It's not that necessary. So that's basically not only you're working on your left rein aid, but that's, are you relaxed? What's the right side look like? I imagine it's good. Pick up on that. She tips her ear, and then she thinks over there. Good, perfect. So that's relaxation. Then the next step I want to do is I want to bend her head a little bit and then disengage them. So disengage them is when, so if we bend her head this way, you'd slide this leg back and have her step over behind, but I wanted to untrack her front feet. So they're not doing that. They are stepping up and under. So it's not really a true disengagement. It's more an engagement. I don't really do much disengaging. For me, it's all about, what do they call it? Adducting and abducting this hind leg in and out, and especially when it comes in, it goes forward. I really don't do much under saddle like that. But anyway, so what I want to do now is see what response you have to your leg aid when you do that. And this whole lateral flexion, disengaging lateral flexion transition, think about we're standing still. Can you bend your head and think over here? Good, that tells me you're relaxed. Now we're going to slide our leg back and ask you to move your feet. We're going to ask them to move their feet. Now if they move their feet but cannot keep their head soft here, that tells you you would have steering problems, you'd have all sorts of problems. So you're going to untrack their feet. Then you're going to take your leg off and leave your hand here and see if they can come to a stop and relax again. And so this is a relaxed to responsive to relaxed transition right here before you go anywhere. So we don't wait till we're out on a trail ride, you're riding along and then kangaroos jump out of the bushes and your horse was relaxed and now he's not. Now I want to know, can I get him back to relaxed? We are doing it, hello beautiful, in the round pen on the first ride. And so I know this works for you, but what I want to know is how, because you've got a lack of forward. So what I want to know is, what does she do when you disengage? So let's have a look at your disengage. So Amber's just going to pick up here. Good. Okay, stop. Stop. So right then, think about the groundwork we've been doing today. Right then, you've got your leg and you slid back and pushed. And you were pushing on her with your leg before she even knew you'd moved your leg. Does that make sense there? So what I want to do with that is slow it way down. Okay. Like you're gonna, I'll just move her over here a second. Come on, sweetness, just so these guys watching can see. So when you move your leg back, I want you to go from here, I'll do it for you. I want you to go from here, to here, to here. It's not touching her yet. To here, to here, to here, to here. And then you would start to place it softly against her side right there.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So they can feel it coming. Okay. I remember reading a Buck Brenneman quote years ago. He said, I don't want the horse to go off my legs squeezing his sides. I want the horse to go off my legs squeezing the air by his sides. And you probably think, what dispensary has he been to? Like, what is he smoking? Squeezing the air by his sides. But what he's saying is, I want him to feel that. I want him to feel my legs going from here to here. And as I get there is when they should be going. But if you just put your legs on, they can't feel that approach. So once again, it's about slowing down. And this is not going to necessarily make her more responsive to your legs or get more forward, but it might make her more responsive to your legs. You know what I mean? If you take your leg and shove it on there pretty hard, the first thing they can tend to do is tighten up. Just like with that back up yesterday, the faster you put pressure on them, the more they can tense up. Whereas if you can increase it without having them start to brace up against it. Does that make sense there? And so this might sound counterintuitive, but we are trying to work on getting this horse to be more forward, to have more response to our legs. But we're not adding more leg, or at least yet. We're actually going to go slower.
Okay.
Okay? Does that make sense?
Yep.
So when she gets done itching right there, I want you to just bend her head around softly. Good. Perfect. So leave your hand there. So slowly slide your leg back. Keep going, and just lay it right there. Just lay it, release. Good. Right then you didn't lay it, you kind of pressed with it.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want you to press with it, I just want you to lay it. Okay. She doesn't have to move. I just want to know, could she move off of that? The thing about your horse can only be as light as your first ask. And so if your first ask is heavy or slightly heavy or whatever, that's as light as they can ever be. Does that make sense? Now if this was a feely, do too much sort of a horse, I'd want to dull that down. She's not. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it again. And if you can, try not to bend her head and then slide your leg back. Bend her head and don't move your leg. Good. Now, does that work?
Yes.
Good. Now we've separated the disengage from the lateral flexion. So just wait till she gets soft and I'm going to have you release that for a second. So wait till she's good and then good, release. The reason I want to do that, because if you go lateral flex, disengage, every single time, pretty soon you go to bend, she goes, I know what's coming next, and they start to move. And now you're like, is she anticipating the fact I'm going to ask her to move, or is she anxious? I can't tell the difference because I don't know. Does that make sense? So for me, separating the two of them always gives me a baseline. Like if I can pick up and they don't move, that tells me they're relaxed. But if I put that and that together, do this one, then this one right away, pretty soon they start to associate, you're going to disengage when you pick up on that. Not that that's a bad thing. Like a lot of guys eventually moving, I want to have this rein connected to this foot. But this is, for me, it's like a little temperature gauge, a mental temperature gauge. Does that make sense there? So I just want to separate the two. I don't want to add one to the other one.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So go ahead and just bend her head around there again. Good. So take your leg and slowly move it back. Keep going. Lay it on a side right there and wait. Now just slowly take your whip back there. And just slowly, really softly start to tap just behind your leg. Really softly. That's big. Much softer, but you've got to touch her with it there. And release everything. Except your hand. Except your hand. Release your whip and your leg, sorry. Good. So this is just like that stuff on the ground. Teaching this stuff really slowly. But what I want to do with this, we've got a couple of days. So what I'm going to do with this is work on it over and over and over till you can get her to move as your leg approaches her side. Because this is going to be like, I would have to see her horse in her face to Bridget. This is like Bridget Mustang, who, you're going to have the flag to get him to trot. We went back and slowed things down and got more response to less at the walk. And once I got that bit, what happened at the trot? Now I can just bring my energy up. So what I want to do is have her to where she'll respond to your leg just as it gets to her side. If I can get a response to that, then if I added more leg, I could get more response. Does that make sense there? So we're going to slow this down a bit in order to speed it up. But you're not going to get heavier with your leg. That's why you're carrying that little dressage whip right there. But kind of like a lot of this stuff this morning, we're not trying to make this happen. We're trying to teach this, and it takes time to teach this. Perfect. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Your leg, just wait. Now your leg's touching her side. Don't push any harder, just leave it there. Now I want you to feel, is she thinking she's going to move?
She's thinking, but
Is she getting ready to move? Good. So wait, and release your leg. Right there.
Ah, but not my hand.
Okay, you see right then, you didn't do any more, you didn't add any more pressure, you just waited, and then she untracked that foot there. Does that make sense there? I would really want to work on that, on one that's not as forward.
Okay.
And it seems like, don't you need to do more to get more? No, what I do, go back and get more response off less, so that when you, so basically what we're teaching here is exactly what the leg means. And then when we want more, if we add a bit more energy in our legs, we should get a bit more energy out of our legs. But you are not, what you're doing here is you're not physically doing enough to get her to move. Before, when you slid your leg back, you took it back and there were wrinkles in her side. So you were taking your leg and like pushing it up against her like this. So you're pushing this hard and she's moving over this fast. She's actually doing less. There's less energy coming out of her than what you're putting in there. Now, if you take your leg and have that little air touch on her side, which is very little, and then she moves over like that, she's doing more than you. And so that's just like with Bridget's horse, you're trying to get to where they are doing a little more than you and responding to what you're asking. And then all you have to do is bring up your ask and theirs comes up. But if you put a lot of leg on and she moves over a little, what we tend to be teaching them from the start is to kind of brace up against our leg, just like that back up yesterday. Does that make sense there? Yep. So I'm going to leave you with that for a little while.
Okay. Do you want me to move?
No, you can stay there. Yeah, just keep doing it over and over and over. And do it on that one side. And I wouldn't want to change sides until you could slide that leg back. And as it moves back there, she just moves over. So Devin, you said you have a kicking out problem? Okay.
It doesn't scare me as much when she kicks out.
Sorry? Oh, Devin, can you just wander down here? Otherwise that computer gets in the way there. So Devin says her horse walked around here today and this is the most energy you've had. Yeah. You don't have this much energy at home. But...
So it started with, she had ulcers.
I
didn't know it, got on her. You know, she didn't want me on. That should have been the first sign because she always lets me on.
Okay, so you went to get on, she didn't want you on and you weren't listening, so you got on anyway, yep.
And then, she started biting at my feet. I got off, but definitely it affected my energy. And so we treated the ulcers. I even did chiropractic, all that good stuff, just to make sure she was back and feeling good. But it stuck with me. So just a lot of what you said this morning resonated with me.
Yep. So you get to you have those judgments and what happened in the past,
and then building the story
what ifs, and then building your own story about what happened versus what happened.
Yeah.
When we were in Morocco last year, so we went to Morocco to work with some horses, but we got invited by the wife of the British ambassador to go to Morocco to work with some horses for the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Horses in Morocco. But we stayed in the British ambassador's residence all week, and the British ambassador gave us a book, and it's by a guy, I think he was a Navy SEAL, and when he went for SEAL training, one of the things you've got to do is underwater, some sort of underwater stuff to where your mouthpiece gets ripped out and you've got to try to get it back and hold your breath and all sorts of things. And when in the book he said when he was down there and they'd do that, there's a guy, I'm going to do your back cinch up a little hole here.
Okay.
There's a guy there with a scuba tank, a scuba guy, he's going to help. You can't drown, okay? And he said he started going off, he pulled this thing out and then his face mask filled up with water and then he started to panic and then he's like, just the facts. Stop. What are the facts?
Right.
Not the story, the facts. The fact is I cannot drown right now. It's not possible for me to drown. There is a guy here to help me. And so once he started getting the facts straight in his head, everything slowed down, and then you could actually put it back in. But while he was creating these stories, and which is perfectly normal, you inhale water in your lungs, your body goes survival mode, but he said to himself, just the facts. And so that whole telling yourself a story about stuff can get you a little sidetracked, can't it?
Yeah. So it's really helped me to focus on like where are her feet going, you know, what part of her body moves first, and focusing in the moment rather than building the story.
And so you've been, so at home normally she doesn't go forward. Here, because you're at a clinic, she's a little more forward because there's some stuff going on. And that's probably more nervous energy in them than it is responsiveness. So you don't pat yourself on the back and go, hey, all I got to do is come up to Warwick's every day and my horse walks fine, you know.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. And so you said you've been working on the disengage to help with that?
A lot of lateral flexation, just, you know, getting, usually she doesn't move, but getting her to check in with me, I wait for the eye or the ear to kind of come back.
Yep.
Because she tends to shut down and go inside her head.
Okay, she tends to shut down and go inside her head. So there's a lot to this lateral flexion. So Amber a second ago, I kind of corrected her just a little bit. So when you get that done, go ahead and let go of that, because I want to, hey beautiful, I'm going to have her come over here and face the camera for a second. Come here, darling. Oh, that's about perfect there. Okay, so now I just want you to do that whole thing again. Okay. At some point in time I'm going to tell you to freeze, and when I say freeze, I mean freeze, don't change anything. Okay. Are you ready? As long as she's standing still. Okay, whenever you're ready. Freeze. Now you didn't do it as bad that time. You're relatively straight. But a minute ago what you did was you went like that. Now think about, what are you going to do with this lateral flexion? You are going to use it to bend your horse to a stop if they get a bit anxious. It's your steering, okay? And if every time you go to steer, the first thing you do is lean to the right, you're shifting all their weight onto this shoulder. So we're going to teach them how to steer poorly. And so this shoulder is going to come here. Instead of that inside hind foot stepping there, which means now they've got a firm base to stand on, they're a little bit unbalanced. So it's really important when you do this lateral flexion, first thing you do is engage your core.
Okay.
Okay? You know how to engage your core?
Yeah. Hold your muscles.
Yeah, just like try to attach your back and your belly button together. Okay? Now do that. Now put your hand on the rein and slide it out there. Oh, okay, so here's another thing going on here too. In order to be effective, you notice that rein slid through there? What I want you to do is hold that about there and hold it. Don't let it move.
Oh,
so you get your core engaged, holding that there, put your hand here and just slide it to the side. Slide it, don't let that one move. Slide it, slide it, slide it. Good, and stop. That's as far, that's all you need to do is that. A minute ago, what you did was, so you can let go of that rein over there. A minute ago, you took a hold of this, so your rein is now this long. Now let it slide through there. And you took it here, and here, and here, and then you had to lean over, and then you had to bring your hand around here to get it short enough. Does that make sense? There was, if you can, so rein management's very important about this stuff. So if you can have that there. Now, just slide your hand towards me. Towards me. No, that's pulling. I just want you to slide your hand with that rein in it towards me. And stop. Close your hand on the rein. Good, it's done. That's all you have to do. You haven't got your horse unbalanced, and your rein, now drop it. Perfect. So your rein was long enough to be loose when you wanted it loose, and then when you pick up here, leave your hand there. Well, you leave your hand there. All you have to do is slide it over here, and now it's short enough to be effective. But if she puts her head straight, your hand would have to be here
down there. Got it.
for that to be that effective. So your rein was actually that short.
Okay.
But what a lot of people do is they do this.
Come down.
And now we're leaning forward. Was if you can engage your core, number one, leave that hand there and keep that rein there, and just slide your hand slowly towards me. Slide it, and good. Close your fingers. You've got it. That's all you had to do. Does that make sense? And this is the basis of everything you do. Okay, this is the beginning of everything you do. And a lot of people practice this by doing that. So think about, I mean, you didn't lean forward too much, but a lot of people will do this, doing that, okay? And they practice it a million times. And then the first time their horse goes to buck, they go, oh, bend him to a stop. And they do this, and they get bucked off, and they go, see, that stuff doesn't work for me. I tried to bend my horse to a stop, but I cannot ride a horse that bucks. You know, you can ride a horse that bucks, but I can't ride a horse that bucks. And you know what's funny? A lot of times people lean forward and I watch them ride 3 perfectly good bucks while they're hanging off the side of their horse before they fall off. So they can ride 3 bucks here. Imagine how many they could ride here. Does that make sense there? But the other thing is, that happens is you're working on what your body's going to do when you steer. It's working on keeping control of your body so you stay balanced. Now, she's just done something 3 times in a row right now. When you went to lateral flexor, she backed up.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's a big brace. You know, that tells you that they're really quite tense. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's see your lateral flexion again. So try to engage your core, slide your hand out to your side. So what have you got to do that? I'll actually have you let go of that for a second. What have you got to do that? Penny and basically everybody that Courtney, everybody that was out here today, what are you going to do that? You've got to tell yourself what to do. You can't just do it. Because a lot of times we have these habits like, oh, I'm going to slide my hand down here. We've leant for, we've done a lot of things that have made it difficult for the horse to do what we're asking to do. We don't even know we're doing it because we're thinking about the strike zone. We are trying to get this accomplished. The big thing is, what am I going to do? What's my part in getting this accomplished? Does that make sense there? And so there's a lot to this little stuff. So anyway, let's go ahead and do that again. And I just want to have a look at your disengage when you get this stuff done. So see, once again, she thought backwards first, which tells you there's a bit of tension there. Good, so let's just have a look at this disengage. You can stay there. Sorry, we're going to disengage this time. See, once again, there's that backing up right there, yeah. So let's just have a look at your disengage right here. And once again, that's backing up. Good release. So that tells me there's a lot of tenseness in there. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Now, if you didn't have forward problems, I wouldn't have you do that. I'd have you walk forward and put a bend in her while she's walking a circle. Mm-hmm. But you have said you don't have a lot of forward, so I don't even know if we can do that. But I would want to, you know, horses that do what she's doing right there in stressful situations can go flip over backwards, because that's the beginning of that. I'm not saying it's going to happen, right, but the feelings that are going on in there is the, you know, the thoughts that are going on there is the thoughts that happen when they do that. So what I want you to do is just keep working on your lateral flexion there until she starts to do it without backing up. I don't want you to correct it. I just want you to keep messing with that until that bit starts to feel good. But I wouldn't be trying to go any further with that bit still there. She's going to be a bit different here than she's at home, you know. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'll have you keep messing with that. Okay, Robin, can I borrow Mr. Oscar for a sec, please? So Oscar here, he is now 16. So he was, when we went to the World Equestrian Games, he was 14. And he was the oldest reining horse at the World Equestrian Games. And in some of the other disciplines, they'd look upon that as like, that's not old. That's like, he should be, horses should be in their prime when they're 14. And then they go, you know, you guys ride them too hard or start them too early or whatever. And, you know, and they wear out, and that's why they're not very, you know, you don't see old reining horses, but it's not really that. The thing is, we have to go really, really fast on a completely loose rein, go fast, go slow, and what happens is they get to where they don't wait for us anymore. You know, like you come around the corner to run to your stop, instead of you going first gear, second gear, third gear, fourth gear, fifth gear, they go, I know we're going to run down there. Now, if you could ride a reining horse in 2 hands on contact, you could show them till they dropped over dead. Okay, so it's not they're mentally wore out, like they don't want to do it anymore. They don't wait for you anymore. They're trying to get ahead of you. They're almost, you know, they're trying to do too much. It's not they're trying to do too little, like, I don't want to do this. And so, Mr. Oscar. And so, and we bought Oscar the year before that. And a lot of times reining trainers are riding around trying to get there, and they're doing a lot of stuff with their hands, but they're trying to change how the horses carry themselves in here, you know, their balance of weight. And I don't I don't do a lot of the stuff I used to do with the reining horses that I used to do years ago. These days I mostly do a lot of dressage type exercises, and that's what I want to help Laura with her horse. Why don't you just go ahead and, why don't you come out here and just facing this way. I'll have you lope some left circles. Do you want to do that?
I'm sorry, lope circles?
Just lope some left circles. Just so face this way and lope off left circles up here. Because all I want to do is have a look at like her lope departure, how she lopes off, and what she lopes around, like when she does lope around. Good. So if you guys notice what happened right then, Laura moved that horse's hip to the inside. Come back over here with me for a second, Tyler. Laura moved her horse's hip to the inside and put her head down. And then what happened before that horse loped off? She went forward and then she straightened up and stuck her head in the air and then she loped off. She didn't. So all that stuff in the beginning didn't stay there. Does that feel, you feel like, Laura, like you moved her hip over?
I knew as soon as I did it, I was like, I need to do that again.
Well, it's not so much need to do it again. It's not that that's... All I was pointing out was what happened there. You moved her hip over and you put her head down, but as she loped off, her hip swung back where it was and her head came up anyway. And so the two parts, or the one part that's probably a little bit better lope departure, good. So if you watch her lope around here, if you have a look at her inside hind foot, it doesn't really push up underneath her very much. And she's kind of short-strided, like choppy sort of strided. So try not to fix anything, just let her lope around. And we want to have a look at that because I want to work on, and you might notice as Laura opens her hands right there, that front end just fell out there, so to speak. And this is not picking on Laura's horse, this is just, I watched her yesterday and I went, okay, we don't need to work on any reining manoeuvres. I want to work on some exercises to help with the reining manoeuvres. So Laura, what I'm going to have you do when you get over here somewhere is just break it down from a canter to a trot to a walk to a stop. That wasn't too bad, actually. So what's your backup like? Okay, so what's your backup off the reins like with no leg?
Just pull on her?
Well, don't pull on her, just pick up soft. There, you're right there, stop, perfect, stop, stop. That's all I want to see. You notice when you took the slack out of the reins, what happened? So I was talking about with all this groundwork stuff. I'm trying to get this rein connected to this rib cage, to this hind foot. Okay, and so it looks, and so Laura, you were riding around with a shank bit on yesterday, and I said, it looks like every time you pick your hand up, she kind of pulls against it, which means her body is actually stretching that way instead of doing that when you pick up your hand. And you saw in that backup right there, she does it. Just bring her out here. I want to have a look at that again. So just get side on to us, and we'll have another look at that again. So start out on a loose rein. So we've got a baseline. Good, now just go ahead and ask her to back up again, just with your hands. No. Are your hands making that clucking noise, or is that your mouth?
My mouth.
Okay, let's try this again, but we're going to try with just your hands. I want you to do it. I want to see what response she has. There you go, good. So she raises her head up. The first thing she tends to do is raise her head up. You guys can see that? So I would like to fix that, because that tells me when we pick up here, she doesn't do a sit-up. You know, if you think about yoga, where's Robin? What's this one called? Cat cow?
Yeah, cat cow.
Cat cow. And this one is?
That's cow. That's cat. No, that's cow.
That's cat, and that's?
That's cow.
That's cow, okay. So when you pick up on the reins, I'd like cat to happen. Right now when you pick up on the reins, cow happens, okay? Which means every time, so what I'm doing here is, what these guys are doing here, they're breaking it all down into pieces and making sure all the pieces work. And that's one of the pieces you use a lot. Do you ever pick up on the reins when you're riding around? Yes. Yeah, and what response do you want? What are you usually picking up the reins for? Like when you went to bridle, or when you went to lope off, what'd you do?
To collect up.
To collect up. So what does that mean? Use your abdominals, lift your shoulders up and get round. But the reins on their own, from what we saw right there, she does a bit of the opposite. Now, if you turn her sideways again, we're going to look at her back up in a few different ways. A little bit more if you can. Just there you go, perfect. So let's not further over, just a little more angled, so you're a little more side onto this. There you go, perfect, good. So we've watched her head. So when you pick up on the reins, her head comes up a little bit, but let's watch what her hind end does when she backs up. So let's go ahead and back her up again. Does she tuck her hind end underneath her more? Yes, she does. See her hocks are really bent right there? Okay, so that, good, perfect. So this end works good, okay? It's this bit in the middle here that I would like to have work a little bit better. Does that make sense there? So if you pick up and she does that, that means when you walk forward and pick up on your hands and add a bit of leg, there's probably a bit of that in there. So what is she like if, so no bumping allowed, okay? Just closing your fingers, just walk forward, pick up and just add leg and pick up on it at the same time. I want to see what she does there, because then I think we'll find a starting point from there. So just walk forward first. Good, then just pick up on a little bit more, just close your fingers and good, okay, good, perfect. Did you feel her stride got shorter?
Yes.
Okay, so we picked up, and instead of her, let me see if, I don't know how warmed up Oscar is here. And Oscar used to be the same, so that's why I'm using Oscar, because he was like that. Come on, old man, let's go. So I'm going to wander out here.
It's because it's harder for them to do that. It's harder for them to carry themselves.
It actually gets easier when you teach them how to do it. But I'm going to do the same thing with Oscar than you just did. And if you watch, when I close my fingers here and add leg, you missed it. I'll do it again for you. You missed it. I'll show you again. So when I close my fingers and add leg on Oscar, instead of everything tightening up, everything actually gets a bit rounder and he pushes more from behind. So if I'm walking along here and I close my fingers and add leg, ooh, see, we've got more energy. He's pushing from behind and his front end comes up. So every time I close my fingers and add leg, there you go. I'd like his front end to come up and he'd get more energetic and start to push underneath himself.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, but one of the things doesn't work because you're trying to do that with a tool that doesn't work. So one of the principles of training is create a tool before you use a tool. The tool of this here, when you close your fingers here, we'd like all that stuff to be connected. But on its own, when you use it on its own, it doesn't do anything. So it'd be like if you were cooking something that had two ingredients. You're going to put them together to make something else. And one of those ingredients is rotten. When you put it with the other one, you can't out-rotten the thing. Now you've got something else that's rotten, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So what is she like off your leg? So can she leg yield?
Oh, yeah.
Off your leg? Okay, let's see that real quick. Okay, good. And can she go the other way? Good, okay, perfect. So you've almost got the perfect tool to fix this other tool, okay? Because what we're doing with these guys is we're creating the first tool and the second tool, and when you got those two tools, then you can create a third tool, and when you got that third tool, you can put the third tool and the first tool together, create the fourth tool, and it goes on from there, okay? So you've got one of your tools that's a bit dull, but you've got some other ones that can help it. Does that make sense? So what we're going to do with her, so if you think about the principle of making the wrong thing hard and the right thing easy, it is not about making it hard, okay? It's not about if they're doing it wrong, get harder on them or anything. And a lot of times with the whole make the wrong thing hard, right thing easy principle, all you are doing is you are asking them to do something to where doing it the wrong way would be harder for them than easy for them. Okay, so what we're going to do with her, so when you pick up, you might have noticed when you're walking and you picked up an added leg, her front feet got tighter. So what she tends to do is shift her weight here when you pick up an added leg, not engage your abdominals and lift the shoulders up. So what we're going to do with her is you're going to walk forward and you're going to just pick up an add leg. Now, what you're then going to do is you're going to keep that contact a little bit there, but you're going to go, I want you to leg yield to the right. And Oscar's now leaning on my hand so I can show you. Now leg yield to the left. Now watch this. Oscar's, and I'm going to go back to the right. Now back to the left. Now back to the right. And right there, boom, now he's sitting on his ass. Okay? I didn't ask him to pick his shoulders up. You know, when I picked up an added leg, he got a little bit down there. Okay? Pulling and kicking more won't make that come up. But if I say, now move your shoulders over to the right, he can do that. Now I'm to the left. Oh, hang on, let me organize. Okay. And now to the right. Oh, hang on, let me organize myself more. Now, hang on, let me organize. And after a while, he was ready to where he could go left or right. And now we're walking forward and whoa, all that is there. Does that make sense there?
Yeah, and you didn't have to get real aggressive with
No, I'm not, you know, these days that's about as wild looking as it gets. Because it's all about changing the shape of their body. So what I'm going to have you do here in a minute is walk forward on a loose rein and then pick up on the reins like this. Now, okay, Oscar's leaning on me again. Okay? Right now, Oscar's leaning forward on my hands. So I'm going to leg yield this way. Now I'm going to leg yield this way. And I'm trying to slow his forward motion here. Now leg yield him this way. And now leg yield him this way. And right there, boom. Notice his ass came up underneath him because now his shoulders are up. So this is remember I said before, I don't know if you heard me, you're over there in the corner. Some exercises will cause them to pick their shoulders up, and that on its own will make them sit on their ass more. Some exercises get them to use their ass more, and that will cause them to pick their shoulders up. This one's a shoulder exercise, but you might notice in the end, Oscar was sitting on his hind end a bit more, not because I did the hind end thing, because I did the front end thing. And the reason he sat on his hind end, because he goes, hang on, I've got to get these front end ready to go. I'm not sure which way I'm going to go. I might go here or I might go there. Does that make sense there? So just go ahead and ask her to walk forward first before you shorten your reins. Good. Now just shorten your reins a little bit and just push her up into the bridle a little bit. And keep your hands even. See if you get your left hand. There you go. So shorten your reins just a little bit more. Yeah. Good. Now ask her to leg yield to your right. Now to your left. But don't let her go forward. Don't let her go forward. Now to your right. Don't let it go forward. So keep tension on the reins. Don't let it go forward. So, no, hang on, stop. Whoa. You just did that. All I want to do is just pick up and hold and prevent her from going forward. Just walk up and around and we'll come back down the middle over here. We've got more room to do it. Or even try it right here. Just close your fingers and bring your hands back right here. Bring your hands back towards you. Now keep walking. Now leg yield that way. Now a leg yield would be bending around your legs. So it's not hip first, it's ribs first. Good. Now bring it back this way.
She kind of naturally drops her face down.
Keep going, keep forward. Well, don't go backwards. We're trying to walk forward really slow. Now to the right, leg yield to the right. Now back to the left. Keep the tension on the reins though, you just lost the tension right there.
Doesn't have to be so dramatic.
Keep the tension on the reins. Now back to the left. Now to the right.
I've never done this before.
To the right. Now keep the tension, walk forward. Good. There you go. You see she started to free up with her front feet just a little bit? Do you feel her? Right then when you walk forward, she had more of, that than that tight thing right there. So before you go any further, let's talk about your legs here. When you leg yield, she is supposed to wrap around your leg, which means your leg is going to be at the girth. Right there, your leg was almost near the back girth, and so you're going to get like fishtailing, like that sort of thing. If you think about leg yielding, if you were to be walking in a straight line, like I was parallel to this side fence here, if I was walking in a straight line and I leg yielded, say, to the left. As we went to the left, his head and his bum are still on, they're still equidistant from that fence, and it's his rib cage that's over here. So he's in a C shape like that. Does that make sense?
So there should be a bend in their body?
There's a bend in their body, but that's only the first bit. But I can have him go over with a bend in his body like this, but see his head is closer to that fence than his hind end. I can have him go over in a C shape like this. And now his hind end's closer to that fence. In order for this to work properly, he's got to have his head and his hip are the same distance from that fence, and this bit moves over a little bit more. Does that make sense there? All your lateral movements, it's so important that you know what line you were on before you asked for it. Does that make sense there? It's not just going sideways with a bend. It's what line were you on, and where are you in relation to that line that you just left?
So how do you not predict, but so is it similar like if you're going to run down and stop and you pick
Pick a spot. Like look at the end fence. Okay, like I'm looking at the end fence, and right now I can tell Oscar is a 90-degree angle to that fence. And if I started leg yielding, and he's still 90-degree angle to the fence, but right now he's not at a 90-degree angle to the fence, and right now he's not at a 90-degree angle to the fence, and right now he is at a 90-degree angle to the fence.
So I had her much more of a degree of an angle.
Well, what you were doing was your leg was sliding back, so you're almost moving her hip over more than her midsection. Does that make sense there? What we're trying to do, we're not trying to get her hind end to swing backwards and forwards. We're trying to get her front end to go, so her head and her bum's here. I want her shoulders on this side of her body. I want them on this side of the body. I want this side of the body and this side of the body. In order to do that, they're going to go, hang on, let me adjust. Oh, now I'm ready to move my shoulders over there or over there. So it's about moving those shoulders back and forth.
And I had my legs too far back.
Well, I can only see the one, but it was a little bit too far back. Think about pressing this leg towards this leg. Like think about, so you can't use the articulation of your knee joint, because if you use your knee joint, what's that?
That's the dressage position of...
I mean, that's everybody's position, really. If you want to watch Todd Bergen ride around, that's where his legs hang, you know. And I don't mind you moving your leg back if you want to move the hip, but you're not trying to move the hip, you're trying to move this part right here. And it's going to take, it'll take a lot of work. I mean, we've been working on that sort of stuff for Oscar for a couple of years now. When we've been riding him, he's quite a bit of time off. Because it's just like going to the gym and trying to develop a six-pack. This is all abdominals. What lifts this up is not this. There's a bit of this, but there's quite a bit of this. Okay? And so it's not like you can do it for 6 hours and go, yeah, it's done. You're going to have to work on it over a period of time. But I want to show you a series of exercises to work on. So just when you can stay there, but when you hop on and you're just walking around, warming your horse up, you're wandering around, you can just close your fingers and then do a little leg yield this way, a little one this way, a little one this way. Come on, Oscar. A little one this way. And when you feel that front end start to come up a little bit, you can just turn loose, walk around and chill for a while. We had a Grand Prix dressage rider come down here a few years ago with a warm blood stallion she had that had a little bucking issue or whatever, and she spent 3 days down here, and I had to ride, I don't even think we had Oscar then, so it might have been 4 years ago. I had to ride Bundy and I had to ride Petey, and when she got on, the first thing she did was she just walks around, and whenever she closes her finger on this contact here, if boom, they didn't sit like that, if they didn't, you know, like when I close my fingers, he should get more energy, not less energy. And so she would just close her fingers and she just leg yield here, leg yield a couple of strides here, leg yield a couple of strides here, leg yield here, until it started to feel like right about there it feels better. And then she might just maintain that contact, or she might just let go, cruise around. And so you can do this warming up, but I do it, you know, and that's about the most basic of these exercises I want to show you that you can do.
So it's not so much about a dramatic lateral movement. You're trying to get the feel of where they're lifting their rib cage and making the effort one way or the other, one side or the other.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not really about the lateral movement, because what happens is when you go that way, they tend to drop the shoulder a bit that way. And then when you go that way, they tend to drop it that way. But then when you go from, hang on, so they'll flop it here, and can flop it there. And then they flop it there, and then you go back and forth. And in the end, they're like, oh, hang on. And they tend to get there in the middle. And so what it does, so Oscar used to, when you picked up on him, he would just put his chin on his chest. So he was very flat off there, and his chin went to his chest, okay? What we didn't do was ask him to pick his head up, okay? What we did do was a lot of this stuff. So when I close my fingers, boom, right there, he's you know, it's up, everything's up here. It's not down there, if that makes sense. I know all the reiners go around bumping their heads down, but really they're doing this to try to get to this, or they say he's being stiff in the mouth. But if they're stiff in the mouth, they're stiff in the body here, and so it's more about the body. And so that's the first exercise I would want to start doing. The second exercise that we'd start doing, and we may not get to it today because it takes a fair bit of abdominal strength. Where am I going to do it so they can see it in the camera? I'll go along this fence, but it's the shoulder in, okay? And so when you're walking down the fence, think about the 2 tracks that your horse's feet are on. Okay? Got that?
You mean all 4 feet, just not the front feet?
Well, they're in. If your horse is walking straight, these are on this line, like 2 railway tracks. Yep. What you're going to do is turn it into 3 tracks. Okay? And I'll show you. I'll walk Oscar along this fence over here, and then I'll go into a shoulder in. So I'm going to wander along here, and now I'm just going to close my fingers. Now, see the shape of his body now? Now I'm going to go into a shoulder in, and right here, he just got stuck right there. And the reason he got stuck is because when I picked up, he kind of leant forward slightly. And then I said, let's go into a shoulder in, and he was going to stop and go, hang on, hang on. I cannot go into that place because my shoulders are stuck. Okay, so he was about to get stuck. So hopefully he'll do it again, because you'll see what he looks like when he's stuck, and then when he comes unstuck. So I'm just going to wander along here, close my fingers, and now I'm going to go into a shoulder in, and right there he's not stuck, and see him, everything's a lot more up and he's stepping up underneath himself, sort of thing. And so what we've found is that once you can get the shoulder in, like for the reining, it's like the secret. Once you can get the shoulder in, then you're going to use that. Anytime your horse's body is not where he needs to be, you're not going to pull and bump and kick and jump. You're just going to transition to a shoulder in. Okay? So let's say I was spinning Oscar. Okay? And which way is he sucked back more, hun? The right? So if I'm spinning Oscar to the right and I feel him start to suck back, I'm going to ask him to go from that spin forward into a shoulder in. And he's going to go, hang on, I can't, I'm sucking back. Okay? So if Oscar was spinning here, and he started to suck back a little bit, I would go, come on, let's go into a shoulder in, and he's going to go, oh, hang on, I can't, hang on, let me get myself organized, hang on, let me get mine, hang on, that's not it, there we go, okay. And then you can do is go from a shoulder in on a circle. This one gets technical. You can go from a shoulder in on a circle, and you see his front end's really up right there. Okay, you go from a shoulder in on a circle, forward here, Oscar. Shoulder in on a circle, and then you just allow them to go into the spin, and then you go back to a shoulder in on a circle. And so you do lots of transitions in and out of that stuff. If you're, let's say, let's go this way, Oscar. Let's say you're running fast circles, and you're zooming around. Oh my, this loudspeaker's going to squeal at me. Like that. So let's say you're running around here in your fast circle, and then you want to slow down, and you sit to have him slow down, then you can just go off into a shoulder in, and right here he's stuck. He's telling me, oh, I slowed down on my front end right then, I'm stuck. Let me get it sorted. Now I can do it. And so if you do that large, fast, slow down transition to your shoulder in at the walk. Large, fast, slow down transition to shoulder. After a while, you run around and you go from a large, fast, and you sit. Whoa, they're ready to do a shoulder in when they slow down, and everything's where it's supposed to be. Stops. You run down there. Run. Run down there and say, whoa. So you go charging down there. And they stop, and then you go off into a shoulder in. It really can clean up their front end and the stop. Because it's all about, all the things we have problems with them is this bit doesn't work properly.
So when you're asking for the shoulder in, what are you doing?
Oh, let's not get to that yet, because there's a lot of, let's get the leg yielding bit working first. Because if you're not sure what that, it gets more complicated than the one you're going to work on. But the thing about it is you are not trying to, you know, when you pick up in there and she leans on your hands and stuff, you're not trying to fix her mouth. The reason that she leans on your hands and does all sorts of stuff, because this part here doesn't organise itself. Does that make sense there? Yes, it does. That's all you're trying to do is get this part here organised. These well-bred reining horses like her, the hind end works and they're soft here, but trying to get to go from here through here to there and not taking a bypass. Does that make sense? So I'm just going to let you wander around and make sure you've got to have contact on it. So you can't do it with a loose rein. Okay, you've got to pick up and have contact and just move her over one way and then move her over the other way and you'll feel her start to, there we go, you'll feel her really start to carry herself, but you're not doing any of it here, you're doing it with your legs. How's that going, Amber?
It's okay. She's getting kind of stuck with her head, just even like flexing, and she's done that at home where she just like will sit there and hang on it, so I've been trying to do that a lot.
Okay, so why do you think she's doing that?
Probably because she's anticipating having to move and trying to block. I don't know.
Well, let's have a quick look at it. Because there's, you know, if it's because she's worried, you treat it one way, but if it's because she's like not interested.
Yeah, it's like she's asleep.
Okay.
Okay, you
so
don't
let's
have me.
okay.
I've been standing here. I'm
So what we're going to do now is we're going to use one of our tools to create another one of our tools. So what has a horse got to do to laterally flex? They've got to bend in here. Okay? And so if you go to pick up on her and she doesn't flex, just slide your leg back, tap her with the whip, and I guarantee you, as her hind end starts to untrack, she will turn loose up here. Then you can take your leg off and just finish it off there. So you ask here, and then you use that to fix that.
Okay.
It's just like dressage people say, you don't ride the horse from the front to the back, which means you don't use the reins to fix stuff. You ride them from back to front. You use stuff back here to fix the reins. And so that's what you're going to do there. If you pick up here and she doesn't respond to that, you're not going to fix it here. You're going to ask her to untrack behind, and when she does, she'll bend her ribs and all the... It's just like this mare over here. The reason she pulls on Laura's hands is because this part of her has that brace in it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So right there, don't go any further.
Like right
Slide your leg back softly. Good. Now tap with the whip. Tap, 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 and when she untracks, there her head comes. Now finish off your lateral flexion. No, your lateral flexion. Finish off your lateral flexion. Finish off your lateral flexion. Where does your hand normally go? There you go. Perfect. Excellent. Does that make sense there? You know, if she was worried or whatever, but I don't think she's worried. I think she's half going to sleep. So right there. Don't try anymore. Slide your leg back. And as that hind foot steps, that's forward. So as soon as that steps, ooh, see, there's those shoulders running out. There you go. As soon as she steps over behind right there, her head comes around. Just finish off your lateral flexion right there. Just wait. She softens. But you don't pull this harder. You just use something in their body to untrack that, because it's not in here. She's not saying no there. She's tight in here.
Yeah, she just feels kind of like that.
Do that again.
Like that?
Like that. What are we working on with this horse? The fact that she does that. What am I working on with Oscar? That. Why do I want them to untrack their front foot when I disengage them? Because so they don't do that. That bit there is the holy grail. I used to, because I was taught to, years ago when I would disengage a horse, I would have them pivot on their inside front foot. And then I read an article by, I think it was by Martin Black maybe, about maybe doing it differently. And so that year, the next year, you know, that was the end of one year. So the next year when I was starting young horses and stuff like that, I started working on not having that front foot stay there, but having it untrack when I was disengaging them. And normally with like the reiners, probably 9 or 10 months into their first year of training, you get to where you have these shoulder issues. Not they get sore in their shoulders, it's bracy in their shoulders. And it's normal, every horse does it. They must come out of the womb that way. Well, when I got that that inside front foot to untrack in the disengage, it wasn't. That thing 10 months later, that technical thing 10 months later, wasn't there on any of them. And then I realised what I was doing is if they plant that inside front foot, they're not bending in here. They're moving crossing their hind feet, but they don't have that bend in the ribs. As soon as they untrack that inside front foot, they're using their abdominals. And so the reining horses I trained that year, they were so much better. But then the problem horses they had that came in, especially those big warm bloods that a lot of times, you know, you might not be able to bend them around when they do something silly or whatever. Every horse was much better that year. Hello. Every horse was much better that year. And so I really realised how important it is that those front feet untrack. And that's all Laura's doing over there with her. Good, look right there, good. Did you feel her neck came up and she kind of came a little bit alive right there? And all you're looking for is a slight change. So she doesn't have to sit on her ass like Oscar yet, but you'll feel her like she'll be down here and she'll go from here, over to here, over to here, and at some point in time you'll feel it starting to shift. That's where you want to let go, rub her on the neck, let her maybe walk all the way down that side, let her rest, because it's hard work for them. And, you know, let her rest, put her ears up like that, then maybe across the end. Do it across the end and then walk her down that side. And so you're going to spend a lot of time doing nothing in between those times. Here comes the wind. So have you lost the back up there, Devon? Good, okay, perfect. That's the bit when we're walking. So now, so you got your ulcers sorted out? You don't have any of that? Mm-hmm. Okay. So when you ask her to, when does she kick out at home?
Right, just at the very get-go, asking her to even walk off.
And when you say she kicks out, what does she do?
She gives like a good couple of kicks out.
With 1 foot or two?
Two.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I think it's two. It feels like two. I don't know. I'd have to ask somebody who watched.
Okay. And have you guys heard that? Devon just said, I don't know if it's 1 or 2. It feels like 2. I'd have to ask somebody that watched. I heard a story one time about this fella, and he rode this horse, and he said, he thought the horse bucked. And there was an old cowboy sitting on the fence, and he said, did he just buck over there? Would you call that a buck? And he goes, well, depends if you're sitting on the horse or sitting on the fence. As to whether you call it a buck or not. Obviously, sitting on the horse, it feels like a lot. And so then what happens? And this is the important part.
So usually, I started riding with the crop, and if I get after...
No, stop. We're going back to, I've added leg and she's kicked out with both hind feet. Mm-hmm. Exactly what happens right then?
Nothing. Like, she won't do anything. She won't move forward. If I keep pressure on, she'll keep kicking out. And for about 3 times, and then she'll walk off.
So she will walk off?
Yeah.
So you don't have a problem?
It's just getting... My problem is I tense up, and the first kick scares me, and then I don't continue through it.
Okay, so let's talk about this. How many times has she done this? Well, actually, let's back up. You said the first kick scares you, and then you don't continue through it.
Yeah.
Okay, how many times has she done it?
Quite a few.
Quite a few?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a check.
Okay.
Left arm works good?
Yeah.
Right arm works good?
Yep.
Left leg?
Yep.
Right leg. No spinal injuries?
Nope.
Head injuries? TBIs? Broken nose, jaw, toes, feet?
Feet, yeah. Feet and ankle. That was part of my fear issue is I had...
From her kicking out?
No, not from her.
Oh, okay. What I'm checking here is, have you ever been hurt from her kicking out?
No.
Okay.
Never.
So have you ever fallen off from her kicking out?
No.
Do you hold the horn before you squeeze the legs?
I do now, yes.
You do now?
Yeah, I kind of plant myself.
Okay. So you know nothing's going to happen?
Yes.
Okay. So then all you would do is add leg, and you know, I'm going to sit here and she's going to go like that, like that, and like that, and then when she walks forward, I'm going to go like that. Yeah, that's all you do. I had a big Irish sport horse he was. Some of you may have seen video of him. Big grey Irish sport horse years ago that has a rearing problem that came in me to help him. And he, I never had a rearing problem with him, but what the lady had taught him to do was kick out when you ask him to go forward. Okay, so you'd ask him to go forward, like add leg. If he didn't go, and I'd start to tap with the whip, he'd kick out. Now, a lot of times when they do that, if you get a little firmer and a little firmer, they'll go forward. But he had been taught so well to kick out at the whip that if I tapped, he'd kick out. If I tapped firmer, he would kick out firmer. If I tapped firmer, he would even kick out firmer. And it's all about timing and rhythm here. If I go tap, tap, and he kicks out and kicks out and kicks out, and I keep going, and then he goes forward and I stop tapping, he's going to learn to not kick out. But if I'm tapping and he kicks out hard enough to interrupt my rhythm for a second, he's going to learn to kick out. So with him, I didn't escalate. I tapped and he would kick out. And he'd kick out about this high with both hind feet. And I'm holding the horn, and we've got video of it. I'm going to ask him to go forward. So leg, tap, whoop, that's not forward, 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 oh, that's forward, good. And it'd be like 8 or 10 of them in a row. And then it would be 6 or 7 of them in a row. And then it'd be 4 or 5 of them in a row. And then it'd be 2 or 3 of them in a row. And after a while, he would just go forward. But the thing with him was, he had learnt he's supposed to kick out to make the whip go away. And if I got firmer, he would get bigger, and at some point in time he'd get big enough to where he would make me fall forward and stop that rhythm, and then he'd go, oh yes, that worked. So all I did was, I just sat there and he'd kick out, and I go, that's not forward. And they will only stand there and kick out for a certain amount of time before they go, that is a whole lot of hard work. What would be easier than this? Yeah. Does that make sense there? It does.
And once that's the issue I'm having is getting firmer, then she kicks a little harder.
Well, I wouldn't get firmer.
Yeah, so just keep.
So you could just sit there and go, that's not forward, that's not forward, that's not forward. And what happens when you're saying that's not forward? It stops you from going, oh my God, I'm going to fall off. Would it be a helicopter, an ambulance, and which hospital? Is it a shoulder surgeon? Like, you've got to have something to keep your mind on the positive and not on the negative. Now, you definitely don't want to get yourself into situations where you're going to get hurt, but you just told me she's done it a lot and it hasn't bothered you. And so the thing I wouldn't do, like you said, is, so show me what you do when you're going to do it. No, don't show me the whip, just the holding the horn thing, sorry.
Oh, so I, just kind of push down and push myself into my heels so I have my seat better.
Okay.
And then just.
Whoa, don't do it now.
Okay.
You're not ready.
Yeah.
You don't have the whip. You're about to ask a question you didn't have the answer for.
Okay.
Okay. But I noticed right then you squeezed quite hard. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what I want to do with her is the same with what Amber's doing over there, is try to get to where we ask the tiniest little bit and then just wait and see if you can get a response. Okay? And you've been working on the disengage quite a bit?
Quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you just show me that? Because I wanted to work on the disengage, but the lateral flexion had that brace in it, so there's no adding anything on top of that. So let's have a look at your lateral flexion on this side.
Okay.
Good. So let's have a look at your disengage on this side.
And she has always tended to plant that front foot.
Okay, so you notice she plants that front foot in one spot right there? Mm-hmm. And then, did you see what she did the second time? She dropped it in. Now it's still planted. It's still planted. It's still planted. Still planted. Now it's dropping in. Good, so just take your leg off there for a second. So do you guys see her front foot right then? It was stuck in the ground, and when it did move, it went this way. Which means she's just got all the weight on the front end. What happens when you get them to untrack that front foot in the disengage? It's almost like that. They've got to use their abdominals to pick that foot up and move it forward. And so you're teaching them how to get this stuff sorted in the beginning. Now, I'm not worried about that right now, because 5 minutes ago, when you go to laterally flexor, she was backing up. Yeah. So fixing that would be, you'd want perfection to fix that. Okay. I'm worried a bit more about some energy. Okay, so let's go ahead and have another. Let's go and have another look at this. So just slide your hand down there. Good. Now slowly slide your leg back and just leave it there. And right about there, release. Your leg, not your hand. Very good. So what we're trying to do here is just kind of what Amber's doing, is try to not do much with your leg, and as soon as you get a response, go, that's great. And then we'll see if we can build on that. A little bit like your horse, Bridget. Try to teach that responsiveness to that subtleness, and then when you add more, you can get more. Whereas if you're almost in like a negative situation, meaning you put 3 miles an hour of energy into it and they only have 2 miles of energy come out of it, the more energy you put in, it's almost like the tight, it tells you there's some tightness and some brace in there, and so the more pressure you put on them, the more tension you get. Whereas you can just get them to where, I just want you to just do a little bit more than me. You know, you feel it, you don't want them to feel like you're riding a bicycle up a slight hill, to whereas if you quit pedaling, they quit going. You want to feel like you've been pedaling up a slight hill, and just as you top the hill, the bike starts to go off in front of you. Now you can't do that if she doesn't give you much and you have your leg jammed in her side. But if you have your leg just barely on her and she moves, she's putting more output than input, and you can start to build on that. Does that make sense? Yeah? Did you feel that, Laura? Did you feel her hind end's getting a lot further underneath her right there? Because you're getting this bit up, and when you get this bit up, this bit works better. That back up was a different back up than you had before.
She's still lifting her head though.
Oh, well, I'm not saying we should have a perfect back up yet, but what I'm saying is just that little back up you did right then, her hocks were way further underneath her before. Not because she's trying any harder with her from here back. When this bit comes up and they use her abdominals, that bit works even better.
So she raises her head, should I close my hands more or?
Well, I really wouldn't worry about the back up right now. Oh, actually, you know what? Just bring her down here, bring her out here, and we'll just talk about that. Because once you can do the exercise that you are working on, so why does she raise her head?
Why is she raising her head?
Yeah. Because she pushes down with her front feet. Okay, it's not resistance in here, it's resistance in there. So what I might have you do here in a minute, as long as you can get this right, is ask her to back up, okay? And then without asking you to back up any more than this first bit, ask her to side pass one way. Now keep asking her to back up, but don't force the issue. Then the other way, then back this way. So I'm still, don't you do it yet. So I'm still asking Oscar to back up. Now you see right there, he just shifted all his weight to his hind end. I'm still asking him to back up, but I'm having him move sideways here and here with my legs. Move him over here, move him over here. And right now his shoulders are getting a lot more up. And right now I'm just going to let him back up right about here. And he wouldn't have backed up like that at the start. So all you're going to do is just ask him to back up. And don't force it, just the lightest bit. And they won't back up because her weight's on her front end. And so then you're going to have a go over here, then over here, then over here, then over here, then over here. And maybe do it, 3 steps each way to start with, then try to get to 2, then try to get to 1, and then let it back up. And you'll find that she's no longer pushing on you here because this bit here is no longer down there. And a lot of people, when they have, a lot of reiners especially, when they have horses pushy here, they've got a tack room full of bits to fix it. And I've been there, I've had all sorts of things. And these days, if I can't fix it in a smooth snaffle, I need to fix it in a smooth snaffle, because it's not in there. It's all in here. All of it's in here. Does that make sense? So just go ahead and just pick up like you want to ask her to back up, real soft. So 2 hands, 2 hands. Just pick up like you want to. Now, right there, move her over one way. Good. Now the other way, but try to keep the tension on the reins like you're asking to back up while you're moving over. Good. Now back the other way. Now back the other way. There you go. See, neck's starting to come up. Now back the other way. Keep the tension on the reins there. Now back the other way. Just bump with, there you go. Now back this way. Don't wiggle your hands though. Sorry, I meant bump with your foot. We're not going to bump with our hands. Don't bump with your hands. Now back the other way. Now let it back up. Just leave your hands there. Don't take your legs off though.
Don't take my leg off?
Right. Don't take your leg off.
So I'm both legs to...
Don't put them on. Don't take them off.
I don't understand.
When you went to back up, your legs were here and you went like that. I know she will back up when you take your legs off. I'm not trying to get her to back up. I'm trying to get her to respond to these reins. So right now my legs are neither on nor off. So you're moving her over here, over here, over here. Then just let your legs relax and let her back up. But I don't want you to take your legs off because I'm trying to get her to back up off. I'm trying to get this rein to body to hind foot connection. I'm not trying to get her to back up. The back up is just a test to see how it's going. But if you fake the test, if you take the answers into the test, it doesn't tell me much. Let's go ahead and try it again. So just go ahead and ask her to back up softly. Now, move her over one way. Make sure your foot's right behind the girth. Move her over. Good. Now move her back the other way. You guys notice her neck's getting rounder, now back the other way. And see, she was stuck right there. She can't make the transition, now back the other way. She can't make the transition from left to right easy because her front feet get a bit stuck. Now back the other way. Move your leg further forward if you can. There you go, very good. Feel this front end move there, right there, good. Now back this way. Now you're gonna move her over that way a little bit and then let her back up. So move her over, so don't take your legs off, just relax your legs and just let her back up right there. So right now her front feet are almost stepping, good, release. Her front feet are almost stepping on top of her back feet when she backs up because everything's so much more organized. This bit's picked up here, but what you didn't do was go here and you didn't work on the back up. You don't have to work on the back up. She knows how to back up. You have to work on the part of the back up that doesn't work. And the part of the back up that doesn't work is the fact she stands there like, I'm not, you know, you kind of want these horses to be a bit like Roger Federer waiting for the serve. He's standing still, but he could go anywhere else.
I really got that.
Does that make sense there?
I really, thank you. Yes,
and so the exercise you were doing before, walking along, going forward, and then this one, and then you could start to combine those two when you know, this is like a long laundry list of stuff to do at home, but then you could do walk to halt to walk transition. So when we first got Oscar, if you asked him to stop, like right then, he stopped without leaning forward. Oscar would, a lot of those reiners when they're going fast, they drag their ass, but going slow, their front end goes in the ground. So you could walk along, ask a horse to stop and then walk forward. And if right there your horse was bracing your hands, you'd go back and do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, until your horse started to, woo, and then you could walk along and you could do a halt. Now see, he halted and his front end's still up and his back end's down, then you could go forward again, and if you went forward, then you could go back to that transition, or if you went to back up, and when you went to back up, they got stuck. You could go over here, and then over here, and then over here, and then over here until, whoa, that was all organized. Then you could go back forward again. So you're going to start to combine things after a while, but right now you're teaching them in two separate places. Walking forward in the little leg yieldy thing, asking to back up, then the leg yieldy thing, and then eventually you could do a lot of it. And then you can do, you could do, let's say you're loping around and you could do lope. Let me get rid of my jewelry here banging on my microphone. You could do lope to walk to leg yield transitions until he, whoa, then he's back on his back. And you lope to walk. You don't, that's where you could put that shoulder in later on, but if you don't have it, you can still get a lot done with this. Oscar, I think, Robin, tell me if I'm wrong, when we went to the World Equestrian Games, he still couldn't do a shoulder in. It's not, he was close, but he couldn't do it. It wasn't like Petey had been doing a lot, and Petey, he could do it perfectly, and so I could just go from anything to a shoulder in, it would fix the anything I was doing. Oscar still, without him being in a bad position, couldn't do the shoulder in really good. But he could do at least that, so that helped. But, in the last year or so, we've got this shoulder in where it works really good, and it really helps so much stuff. Like the other day, I watched Robin riding around, like, his body's more round than it was. Like, he's had a bit of what we sometimes used to call a neck job. He's almost got more top line, like his neck's got a lot, his neck used to be kind of flattish, and it's got like, there's a top to it. Petey's neck is like that now from all that stuff. And you see all those dressage horses, they just build up all these muscles here, but it's just a lot of repetitions of things, and it's pretty low key. It's not, there's no going crazy on stuff.
So if you ride, say, 4 days a week, is that something you would do every day?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and like
more than just loping circle, loping circle, loping circle.
Lope circle, lope a quarter of a circle, break to a walk, get the walk, okay, lope off again, like transitions, like just going around over and over and over. And the way she lopes around, she's kind of out there. Oscar used to be quite a bit that way too. But then you can start to use that stuff to help like your lope departure. Like I'm going to lope off on Oscar here in a minute, and I'm not going to help him whatsoever. And if he doesn't engage himself and rock back as he lopes off, if he kind of falls forward, and they're usually going to fall forward and in slightly. I'm going to, right in the middle of him him trying to lope off, I'm going to say, hey, let's do a leg yield to the outside. Okay, so right here I'm just going to, you ready, Oscar? So I'm going to ask him to lope off right here. I think he's going to be not good. I'll wait till I get around here. So I'm going to ask him to lope off, and right here he just launches forward. I pick up and go, hey, can you leg yield over here? Now can you leg yield over here? Come on, Oscar, over here. Now over here. Good, now he's better. Now I'll ask him to lope off again. And that was a little better, but now I'm going to break to a walk and go into shoulder in, because right then he was a little hokey pokey as he went off right there. So I'm going to ask, now what I'm going to do now is ask him to lope off, break to a walk, leg yield, all in one thing. So I'm going to ask him to lope off, and then I'm going to say, hey, let's go into a shoulder in. And right now he can't do it, because as soon as I asked him to lope off, his front end was leaving out there. He immediately went into leaning forward, and right now I'm still asking him to do this shoulder in, and he's like, but hang on, I can't, I'm kind of stuck. There, I got it. So now I'm going to ask him to lope off and shoulder in, and he's stuck again. I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I can't do it, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck, let me, there, I got it. Now, lope off, and see, he loped off in one place right there. He loped here, not out there. So does that make sense there? So all it is, it's transitions. I talked this morning about transitions, mental transitions, physical transitions. What Amber's working on there is a transition. It's all about transitions. And the transitions you're going to be working on here are working on self-carriage transitions. Because she knows how to spin. She knows how to spin, she knows how to stop, she knows how to turn, change lead, she knows how to do all that stuff. And she does it all, pat her on the back, she does it all carrying her body like this. Can you imagine how much better they'll be when she can carry her body like this? But it's a process. Like I said, I don't think Oscar could do the shoulder in by the time we went to the World Equestrian Games, but we did a lot of the other transitions. But when you get to where you can do the shoulder in really good, that's when they get really, really good. But I mean, it's I'm talking 12 months sort of work, not bang, crash, yeah, it's fixed. It's building up of the correct muscles. It's teaching them how to engage their core. But first you've almost got to teach them the exercise you're going to use to teach them to engage their core. So it's all about creating tools, if that makes sense. So just go ahead and for a wander around and just mess with the walking one if you can, and really be aware that it's with your legs, it's not with your hands. So you're not going like this, Laura. You're not making the bend come with your hands. Your hands are basically still. They're bending around this leg, they're bending around this leg. Good. And if you can, make sure you know where you're going. So like right then you're heading on an angle across the arena. If you can, pick a fence to be either parallel to or 90 degrees to before you start doing it, so you can, there you go, so you can tell where you're supposed to be. If you head on a diagonal, unless you're really good at it, you can have a hard time knowing what your horse is doing. So how's that going, Devon? Are you getting any response from just the tiniest little bit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay.
Better.
Good, release. So you might notice right then, the first thing she did was she moved her front foot over. Mm-hmm. You just ignore that.
Okay.
And when she moves her hind foot over, you take your leg off.
Okay.
Okay, you got to time that. So she rotates that way, mm-hmm. but she's supposed to take that hind foot and step it over first. Right then, you put your leg on. Her front end went this way. If you take your leg off right then, you've now taught your horse to, kind of like we almost did yesterday, teach your horse to move their front end this way when you put this leg back here, which is not what we're after. So if she gives you the wrong answer first, if you put your leg back there and she moves her front foot, just ignore it. Jackie. Where's Jackie? Oh, just like your horse this morning. Your horse did something with the front foot. That's not what I was asking, so I'm going to ignore it. Does that make sense there? Sometimes there's no correction needed, you just don't release. Does that make sense? That's one of the, so if you think about making the wrong thing hard and the right thing easy, there's a number of different subcategories of that. One of them is what we're doing with Laura's horse, which is an exercise that you ask them to do that they cannot do easily while their body's in the wrong position. And so you don't tell them to change their body position, you just say, can you leg yield over here? Good, now can you leg yield over here? Now can you leg yield over here? And the horse goes, hang on, I can't do that. Let me change how I'm carrying myself so I can do that. But you don't ask the horse to pick themselves up. So that's one of the categories of it. Another one of the categories of making the wrong thing hard and the right thing easy is the release of your ask, the release of your aid. And so all you do is, when they do it right, release your ask. If they do it wrong, you just don't release it. There's no, oh, they're doing it wrong, I need to add more pressure, I need to punish them, I need to make the wrong thing hard. It's not about that. If your leg's on, it's hard enough. You just go, wrong answer, wrong answer, wrong answer, right answer. Does that make sense there? And so that's kind of what you're working on. If she was to kick out, wrong answer, wrong answer, wrong answer, right answer. You know, you don't get bent out of shape out of kicking out or the striking or the biting or the or whatever. You know, and if you make a mistake, like I've been not bitten but nipped a couple of times at clinics probably in the last year. And in the past, I got pretty mad when a horse nipped me. And every time I've been nipped, I'm like, where was your mind? I was not present. I was not aware of that coming. I was thinking about something else. If I was present, I would have seen it coming, I would have engaged with them, and whatever. Does that make sense there? So let's have a look at that. Come on, Oski. Oh, okay, going to do that side. Let me zoom around. That's all right. I want to zoom around there. I just want to see your lead. How's that?
It doesn't feel like it's getting any better.
Which bit?
We're still back on that lateral flexion where I'm like, just go to grab here, and well, that time she did it.
Perfect.
She's still kind of just old.
What I saw in the doing of this, right then, I saw have quite a bit of energy with you not using your leg very much. So I think you're actually helping your other bit that you were trying to work on. Okay. Does that make sense? And I don't necessarily want to perfect this here because you can go home and perfect this, but I kind of want to give you the rundown. So how is your disengage on the other side, or your lateral flexion on the other side? Have you gone there yet?
Show you and try it?
Just try it.
So she's stuck again, like right there.
Just disengage her. Slide your leg back. Good. Release your leg, not your hand. So what you have to remember is when you slide your leg back to disengage her, you're going to ask her to disengage so that she engages her core, which will help her bring her head around. Okay, so she bends her ribs on that side. Got that?
Yeah.
But you have to remember, you're not asking her to bend her head with your leg, because what will happen after a while is you pick up here, she doesn't move, so you put your leg back, she disengages and the head comes, you take your leg off, okay, good. But after a while, you pick up here, she doesn't come, you put your leg back, her head comes and doesn't move her feet, and you go, yeah, that's what I was after. Yeah. That doesn't mean that. That means that right there. But if this works, this will come loose. But you have to remember that you are not putting your leg on to get her to move her head over, to get her head to come this way. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. So you can fall into that trap and then you lose your disengage.
Yeah.
Like right there, slide your leg back softly. Now take your whip back there. Oh, good. Release your leg, leave your hand there, and over she comes. So what the lateral flexion is very, very subtle. Okay? And so they have to be present for that subtlety to work. What the disengaging does, it gives them something to, oh. So where is all your energy going when you disengage?
Right here.
Right here. What did we do with Melissa's horse? Where's Melissa? You guys got caps and glasses on, you look the same. What did we do with your horse getting distracted and walking off today, and it was on this side? your horse walked off, and as your horse hit the end of that rein, what did I do? I got that flag back there to get that horse to think back this way. What are you doing? Exactly the same thing. That disengage gets your horse to, oh, what's going on back there? Does that make sense? Can you see how that's similar? Make sense? And then what I like I said, with her, I don't want to, good Laura. Did you feel all this stuff coming up here now? And she's not pulling you over the dashboard when you're backing her up. Everything's coming back here. Yeah. That was cool. Yeah, just go ahead. Again, I don't want to spend too much time on this here because I know you can do this at home. Slide your leg back. So watch your ear. Now tap with your whip. Keep tapping. Tap a little bit. Keep tapping. Keep tapping. Keep tapping. Keep tapping. It hasn't stepped over. Right there it steps over, and you might notice as soon as her hind foot untracked, that's when her head came. And that's what we're trying to do with all this groundwork, is get this head, rib, hind foot connection.
So I only got to there and she got stuck, so I used my leg. Should I take slack as she gives it until I get the disengage?
Yeah. Well, no, you don't take slack to get the disengage. Take slack to get the lateral flexion.
Well, so if she's here, like only that far, and I slide my leg back and she hasn't gotten the disengage, but her head comes in, should I pull that slack in?
Yep.
So it's not like this?
Yeah.
Because I felt like...
No, you're doing exactly what you would do if the lateral flexion worked perfectly well, while you were disengaging. So this thing's doing one thing and this thing's got to respond to the other end. Yeah. Just wait, 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 just wait. Maybe you whip a little higher up so it's more towards the hip. Just wait, and right there, hind foot untracked.
Oh, leg down. Here.
And I would want this here. Oh, no, let go. Go back to what you were doing again. Slide your hand. When you slide your hand, slide it out to the side until you get the bend.
Okay.
Okay. When you do the lateral flexion, when you get the bend, then your hand can come in. You're not heading in here first, and that might be why you're getting stuck. Let me just show you something with her. Let's see if I can show you guys over here. So if I take this rein, okay, and I'm going to, I don't know if this will work or not, I'm going to put a little bit of pressure on it right here. Okay, so I've got a little bit of pressure on that. Nothing's happening. Now I'm going to keep the same pressure, and I'm going to take this rein out here, and there a head came.
Okay.
But it was no more pressure. The wider you go, the easier it is. Okay. So I've got pressure here. I'm going to keep this same amount of pressure. I'm just going to start to widen it, and 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 right there a nose starts coming.
Okay.
But that same amount of pressure didn't mean anything here. And so make sure that your hand is sliding. Hold that hand. Make sure your hand is sliding. Don't let that go. Hold that. Make sure your hand is sliding out here. And when their nose comes around, then your hand can come in here. Because if you think about what I just showed you there, if I put pressure here, let me have that rein. If I put a little bit of pressure here and there's nothing, the further I go out here, the further I get around here, the more I have influence over her, the more it's a more advantageous angle. Okay. So when you laterally flex, you take your hand out to the side and then it comes in. Oscar, what you doing over here? Your hand goes out to the side and then it comes in, doesn't it? But it doesn't just go out to the side and come in. What it does is it goes at an angle that's advantageous to getting her to give. Okay? So it's out here. And then as her head starts to come around, if I keep exactly the same angle to her head, as her head comes around, same angle, same angle, same angle, my hand's now in here.
Okay.
But it wasn't my decision to bring it in here.
Okay.
It's in relation to her head. So you're not going to come in here while their head's still straight. Your hand's out to the side. And so it's heading out.
Okay.
As their head starts to come, now your hand's coming here, but it's just still the same angle. You don't do that and that. You do that, and as their head comes around, you just keep that same angle of advantage. And so I think what might be going on with her a little bit is you're kind of picking up here a little bit more so than out there.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because that's when you start to get the bend in here. Same thing when I bend a horse to a stop. It's not that, it's that until their nose comes, their rib bends, and that inside hind foot starts to step up under them. Then I could come in here to stop. It's bend to a stop. It's not use one rein and make them stop. It's get them to bend. And once you get the bend, now you can start the stop process.
Okay.
Does that make sense there? That may be, thanks hon, rescued Oscar. That may have something to do with that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So instead of going down,
Yeah,
go
go out.
and we're stopped.
Good. So when you go to disengage right here, and you bring your hand back here to do this, there you go. What you're kind of up here before with your whip like that, you know. Your hand can come to here, you tap that, and right there, as she starts to think about moving her hind end over, right about there, that's when this bit gets really soft. So, you know, sometimes you're going to go, sometimes like doing the groundwork, sometimes you can get their thoughts to come this way to get their loin to unlock. But sometimes like here, you get their loin to unlock and it'll cause their thoughts to come this way.
Okay.
You know, you can use that end to get to that end, you can use that end to get to that end.
Okay.
Does it make sense? Like with Melissa's horse that was dragging me around that lead rope this morning, as she hit the end of the lead rope, I used the flag back towards that hind end. So I was going to the hind end to get the front end, which is what you're doing here. Okay? But like say you're bending to a stop, you take your hand out to the side and you're using the front end to get the hind end to untrack. So they're both interconnected sort of thing. Does that make sense there? But I'd want to get those bits good before I got too much of the next bit good. But anyway, I'm going to try to walk you through the whole thing here. So what I want you to do right now is show me what she's like asking her to go forward. When you ask her to go forward, what does she do?
Pluggy, like that.
Okay. So what I want you to do is do less.
Okay.
Okay. So right then you kind of took your legs and you kind of squeezed her a bit. Have a go. What I don't want to do is squeeze it and have a go.
Okay.
And you probably think, but if I don't squeeze it, she won't go. What I want you to do is take your legs, don't do it yet, take your legs and move them slowly in, and as they get to her sides, if she's not going as you get to her sides, that's when your whip starts. Okay? You're not going to use any more leg than you've squeezed the air out of that. There's an air pocket between your foot and her side. You're going to take your leg, when you get to there, tap, tap. Does that make sense? So and we're not worried about where she goes, so just go ahead and slowly bring your legs in. A little bit more, a little bit more. Now, tap, 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 bigger tap, bigger tap, bigger tap, bigger tap, bigger tap, bigger tap. Just keep tapping, keep tapping, keep tapping, and stop. Too late.
I was too late.
Too late. So did everybody see how to teach a horse to buck right then? So she said no. She started going backwards, 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 and then she says that's not working. And she went forward, and I said stop. And then Amber, I had to look at Amber tapped one more time, and as she did, the mare kicked, and then Amber stopped. And so the mare went, okay, I think kicking out will make this go away. That doesn't work. What about going forward? That didn't work. What about kick? Oh. I got it, kicking out, that's what I'm supposed to do. So, why did you tap her one more time? And I know the answer, but why did you tap her one more time?
Just, I couldn't think fast enough to like stop. It just kept going.
What were you trying to get her to do?
Go forward.
Okay, so I remember watching a Ray Hunt video years ago, and he got on a young horse on its first ride. He just had like a halter and one lead rope. And so let's say this is the end of the lead rope. And so he's on this horse and he hops on and he says, now, so he takes the end of the lead rope and he goes, now, I don't want him to go forward. I just want him to not stand here. And it sounds like semantics, like it's the same thing. But what tends to happen is when you think, I want my horse to go forward, you're thinking about, I want to get the forward. So what tends to happen is, oh good, he's going forward, and you'll tend to stay there like, yeah, let's get the forward. Whereas if you're thinking, I don't want him to stand here, as soon as you get Oh, perfect. He's no longer standing here. Does that make sense? And I think you were thinking more about the forward. Now, what we were trying to work on was energetic forward, okay? If they're going forward, you can get a change for the better. But she stopped and was kicking out and kind of going backwards. And so what are you going to do there? All I want is the thought to change to going forward. She doesn't really have to go forward. She's just to stop kicking out. So instead of getting what you want, as soon as you get what you don't want, you go, that's a good start. Does that make sense right there?
Yeah.
Just try it on this side here. Now, I just want you to be, you know, we're not trying to beat her up with this thing at all. So if you get firmer, do not get faster.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
You ever hammered in a nail?
Yeah.
Does it get faster or slower as you go?
Slower.
Slower. Yeah. Tack, 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 tack. Okay, so I want you to just go, and if you can, try not to get faster, but just, and try to keep that rhythm. It's just basically just bouncing back and forth right there. You're not trying to hit the horse or anything. It's just,
okay.
Make sense? But you can see, so right then, so what happened with that was you saw that when you tapped more, what did you get more of?
More energy.
No, you got more tightness.
Yes.
Okay, so she was standing still with tapping. When we tap more, she got tighter and tap more. And so this time we're not going to tap more. We're going to tap the same until she goes forward. So we're going to get more, we're going to get her to go forward. I don't care if we sit there and tap on her for half an hour as soon as she goes forward. But I know, this is just like the horse I talked about that kicked out behind. If you escalate, she escalates. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we're not worried about responsiveness now. We're not worried about the amount of output versus input. Yeah, we're not worried about the amount of output versus input. We just wanted to go that way. Okay, so once again with your legs, really, really slowly bring them in, rest them by her sides, and release. Yeah, so we're just trying to tell her that's what we're after. And if she walks around for the next 10 minutes, let her. What we're not going to do right now is stop her and go, now stop and do it again. Because we're trying to get her to think forward. So it's kind of like, whose horse was it today? Someone's horse on the ground. There wasn't much forward, and finally it went off and started kind of walking or trotting circles around me. I said, great. I didn't ask for that, but that's the thing we're working on. So why would I want to interrupt it and say, no, don't do that? Only to 10 seconds later say, now we're going to do it again.
So should I just let her stand here?
Yeah, and now we can do it again. Don't steer her though. So you're just going to squeeze, tap, tap, and right, she's gone, good. Stop. And that's perfectly fine too. If she stands still, then we can do the whole thing all over again. So bring your legs in really slow. There you go, and release. You guys watching might notice we didn't steer her away from there. You know, a lot of people go, well, I can't. What if she runs into the fence? She's not going to run into the fence. If her feet move, her head was through the fence, right when she decides to move her feet, she will pull her head out of here and go over there. But it's no use trying to steer them if you don't have any forward. And so what Amber's doing right now is just letting her horse walk, but she doesn't have any pressure on her while that mare's walking. So it's not like keep walking, we're not. So think about what I was trying to get done with your horse and most of these horses today was to read our energy and then good, and then leave them alone. When she stops, we could ask her to go again, but when we're trying to teach her to respond to that ask. Once she gives it to us, we're going to stop asking. There is no wrong answer. If she keeps walking, great. If she stands still, great. There's no wrong answer after you get the right answer. It's not like, think about, do you have kids? Okay, think about when they were really little and they're in their high chair and you feed them all the time and then they're starting to grab at the spoon and things and they're trying to, and you think, okay, it's time to give them some little pieces of fruit or something to see if they can do it themselves. Okay, or some goldfish. Let's say you give them some goldfish there. And they pick the first one up and it goes on the floor. And you pick the second one up and it goes on the floor. And the third one goes down the front of them. And then the fourth one they get in their mouth. You then go, and you need to clean up the rest of those goldfish or you're going to bed without any whatever. Or do you go, yay, who's the smartest kid in the kitchen? Okay, so it's the same thing. And with our horses, we tend to think when they eat one goldfish, you go, well, eat the rest of the goldfish too. But you wouldn't do it with a kid. And so right here, when that horse, all we're after is, can you untrack your feet? Good. There's no wrong answer after that. She can stop, she can walk, she can do whatever she wants. She can look out through the fence. And so if you think about it, she can not run over my speaker though. If you think about it, and who said this morning they have a horse that's, oh, so you said, Bridget said her horse is good on the trail but in the arena. Blah. What are you doing on the trail a lot? Just leaving them alone. What do we tend to do in the arena? Pick, ask, this. I like to spend as much time in the arena doing nothing as I do doing something. And like with one like this, if I'm trying to promote this forward, when I get the forward, great. If she stops, it's not like as soon as she stops, I get her to go again. Just because a lot of times we don't spend much time on these horses, riding them in the arena, just going together. All they're basically doing right now is they're matching steps, if you want to think about it. Amber is on her horse's back and she says you can go anywhere you want, do whatever you want, and I'm coming along. Which on the ground builds connection. Okay? But usually we're on the back. No, don't do that, can't do that, do this, no, not over there, over here. And us and this oblong shaped sandbox that we're in tends to be just a whole lot of nagging about stuff. Remember I said this morning, I trained horses almost exclusively in arenas for 20 years and never had one sour at the arena. That's one of the reasons why, is because there's as much cool stuff in the arena as there is work. Because trail riding, it's always cool stuff. We're not trying to fix stuff, we're just cruising along. And so I like to trail ride in the arena. So now she's just wandering around instead of wandering and stopping, isn't she? Yeah. Okay, so maybe just let her wander along and then just bend it to it. Oh, she stopped now, good. Okay, so we're gonna now, so we did a transition from standing to energetic, left her alone, she's been wandering around. Now we're gonna do another one of those transitions. Wait till I get her on that side. Okay, so now, this is like rider's choice. I used to always just use my legs first. These days, I mentally project myself forward. I try to think about my energy going forward. Then I use my seat. Then I use my leg. And then I use whatever. And Bundy, I've been really working on that, because what happens when you do that? You gotta get in your body again. You gotta, it's almost like mental picture. And I've got Bundy now to where I'll be riding around and I can damn near get him to go up in a nice trot, almost just by thinking about it. I'm sure there's a little bit of seat stuff in there, but I can do it completely without leg. And that was not anything that happened in the past. Does that make sense? So if you want to start incorporating that, just like on the ground, I think that really helps. Okay. So once again, whatever you're going to do up there, and then your legs. You have to, that's good, good. Perfect, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Did she walk forward? Yes. Did we release? Who's the smartest kid in the kitchen? She doesn't have to keep eating all the goldfish. Now I want you to use less leg this time. Tap, 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 release. Good. So what we're trying to condition her now to is that the tapping of the whip means going forward. Because what we want to be able to do here in a bit is when we tap a little bit more with it, it should mean more forward. Does that make sense? Yep. So go ahead and ask her to go again, really slow. There we go. Did you feel your leg almost hadn't touched her? And did you guys see her? Okay. She wasn't really doing that before, was she? So, and what have we done? We've asked less, expected a little more, almost like with the groundwork stuff. You know, there was times that those horses had to get quite big with the flag. Like with yours, Penny, it didn't work. But for the most part, say with Bridget's Mustang, and then after a while you can just, you get to where they respond, you know. This is almost like the dance under saddle versus on the ground. So just go ahead and just real slow with your legs when they come in. Good. Perfect. But she's not being lazy right now. No. Because you are not making her go. Do you get the difference? If you were squeezing really hard to where she had like wrinkles in her side like that, and then she went, you're doing more work than she is. You right now are doing very little. It's just a little air touch. Does that make sense? So you know you can't get much out of her. And if you add a lot of leg, and you get the same result, you basically might as well get off and have her hop on and give her a piggyback. But right now, she's at least doing more than you. Does that make sense there? Let's just go ahead and try it again. Real subtle like. Good. So I'm going to leave her alone for a minute. How's that going, Devon? Hey. Okay, so we had a lady here last year who normally can't get a horse to go at home, and she got here and she couldn't get a horse to stop. Wouldn't stand still. And so what she'd never, and well, it's not that she can't get a horse to go at home, is she doesn't want her horse to go at home. Right. She just wants to walk around real nice and quiet, which seems like a safe sort of a thing to do, but at some point in time, when you go somewhere, something outside your control is going to get your horse up. And if your horse doesn't know how to make that transition back down to being relaxed from being up, you're now stuck. Does that make sense there? And so, and what I would probably do here is your horse is getting antsy, okay? And so when your horse walks off, don't do anything, your horse is getting a little bit anxious. You can pull on 2 reins in this shank bit and override that anxiousness, but you haven't gotten rid of the anxious. Right. Whereas if you take your hand out here, ask your horse to walk. You take your hand out here and walk your horse around till there's a bit of a bend. Keep walking. Let her walk around until there's a bit of a bend in her body and get her to relax that way. Okay, just let go for a second. I'll do this bit.
Okay.
No. I'll just let go for a second. Good. Now we're stopped. The brain stopped, the legs have stopped. A minute ago, she walked off and you pulled on this shank bit which can make her stop, but her mind hasn't stopped. Does that make sense?
It does.
And so anyway, there's a lady here last year and she's never got her horse to go at home because she didn't want to. And then she couldn't get her to stop because that horse didn't know how to make a transition down from being up. And she wasn't very up. She was about as up as your horse was there a minute ago. Yeah. But it was just constant walking around. And she was, and the thing about the bend to a stop is it's not a bend to a stop, it's a bend to a mentally relaxed place. So it's a, you're not trying to get him to stop. You're trying to get them to, hey, a big sigh. You're trying to get them to come to a place to where their mind and their brain are in the same place at the same time. So if you make them stop or bend them to a stop, but their mind's still over there, when you let go, they're just going to head back over there. So the whole bend to a stop is not about the stop. It's about the relaxed place where they are present, where their mind and their body is in the same place at the same time. Does that make sense? And then after a while, you get to where, you know, you can be cantering and you put a little bend in them and they do it. And so, very good, okay.
Can I kind of wait for her eye to come back to me before I release?
You know, if you can. Or, let's say, maybe she won't give you the eye, okay? But let's say she was looking over here with both ears. No, don't let go of that, don't let go of that, just keep it there. But let's say she was doing this. When that does that, you let go. Even though her eye didn't come, you want to go, yeah, I saw that. Try to work on those little things, not so much a big thing. Does that make sense? How's that starting to feel? A little better? And so that's your collection. You know, collection is not riding around pulling on the head, kicking the belly. Collection is riding around and you know, you will have a little feel here and a little feel here, but they start to get ready, like Roger Federer waiting for the serve. It's not their head going down. Does that make sense there? And that can carry over to everything. And then what you can end up doing is you can do it, you can be cantering around, come back to a trot. And if that downward transition from canter to trot, like they're cantering, and you come back to a trot and it's like that, while you're trotting, leg yield here, leg yield here, leg yield here, and after a while they're like this. And so the transition doesn't finish from the canter to the trot until they're carrying themselves better. So it'd be cantering, ask them to come down to a trot, and then leg yield, leg yield, leg yield until it's all where it's supposed to be. Then you let go. So that transition might take you 3 minutes. But after all, it takes you 2, then it takes you 1, then it takes you 30, and then 15, and then pretty soon, when they go from a canter to a trot, they come down ready to do something else. And then you can even do it in the canter. You can canter around and just maybe transition down a bit in the canter, and leg you, and you know, you can do it a lot. It's the simplest of all those exercises. So now you're doing transitions in body shape while maintaining the same gait. You could be trotting around or walking around and you're doing transitions from this shape to this shape on this path, and that will change things too. But it's not about, for me, it's not about bigger bits or getting harder or whatever, because you just get more of the head. And a lot of times people are wrestling here to try to get it to come back through here. A lot of times it doesn't come back through here, because that's not the answer. Asking them to do some sort of a transition. And you tend to see, like, you ever seen a really good cutting horse working a cow? And they get like that? Do you know how they get like that? Sorry? They're born that way. No, they're not born that way. What do you do teaching a cutting horse to work a cow? What does a cutting horse do work a cow? You have him go over here, now you have him stop, now you have him back, now you have him turn, now stop, now forward, now stop, now back, now forward, now stop, now forward, now back, now turn. It's bloody dressage on a cow. It's lots and lots and lots of transitions, and they happen to be like how you teach, how you teach like a piaffe or a passage on a dressage horse is a trot, to a bigger trot, to a smaller trot, to a bigger trot, to a smaller trot, to a bigger trot, to a smaller trot. And after a while, you get the big trot when you're not going anywhere. Does that make sense? Yeah. What do cutters do? Big trot, stop, look for cows over here, stop, and go over there. Transitions. Cutters working a cow are not going around in 50 circles, getting their heads bumped down. It's go, stop, make a body change, now make another change, now make another change. Who's the fastest man in the world? Come on, Usain Bolt. Who would win a race between him and Roger Federer? Ah, good question, in a straight line. So let's say you go, okay, Bolt starts here, Federer starts there. And Bolt is like this, and Federer's like this. And then we go, the race is to see who can step backwards to hit that overhead lob. And Federer, bang. Bolt can't, because he's not balanced. He's only ready to do one thing. Federer, he can step on this foot, boom. He could step off this foot, backhand. He could rush the net. He could step back and get the lob. Bolt couldn't. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to get this horse to be more Federer-like than Bolt-like. Does that make sense there? And that, believe me, it totally changes the way that they do the manoeuvres.
I felt a big shift just in that little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it does a little bit, but if there's something you incorporate into your riding every single day.
Instead of loping round and round and
Yeah.
round and then lope the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, once your horse knows how to steer and all that stuff, there's no use. Unless there's something to work on. Does that make sense? How's that going, Amber?
Okay.
Okay, so just switch your whip over this side. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can get just a hair more. Okay. But you have to remember what you're trying to achieve here.
Yeah. Okay.
So, even if she walks off like that, that's good. Let her go. Very good. See, she does have energy. So,
Oh, she has energy.
yeah. Okay, so before we do this, if she, now what did your hands do right then?
Went to go grab
Good,
her to bring
perfect.
her around.
Okay, good. So if you get in a place where you've got to do something, that's where you're going to go to. Okay, so we're going, what you're going to do this time is if you have to tap her, do so. If you don't have to tap her, if she goes off that little bit, what I want you to do then is just squeeze just a tiny bit harder. And then if she doesn't respond to that, then you're going to start in with your whip.
Okay.
Now if you start tapping and she starts slowing down and getting tight, don't stop tapping. And she might even stop and start to kick out. You're after.
So if she does kick out, be done, or?
No.
No.
That's how you
right?
teach her to kick out.
Right.
If she kicks out, it's like, that's not it, that's not it,
Keep
that's
going.
not it. Yeah, but it's not keep going like, you don't want to get all bent out of shape about it. It's like,
No.
that's not what I'm after.
I just
that's not what
didn't.
I'm...
Sometimes I get confused on when to release. So.
Well, okay, so if she's going forward at this speed and you add more leg and you want her to go forward more and you're tapping and she's not going forward more, you would release when you get more forward. If she shuts down and stops and backs up and starts kicking out, you're going to release when she stops kicking out,
Okay.
even if she doesn't go forward.
Okay.
We're trying to erase, we're trying to say kicking out does not work. That is not one of the options that works. Okay, so we're ruling out what we don't want right now more so than what we do want if she does that.
Okay.
So you don't know what's going to happen till it shows up. But let's go ahead and, yeah, let's go.
She might go right to both of those horses. Is just my.
Yeah, just waiting for Laura to look up. Okay, so good, she's going. So just squeeze a little bit with your legs, a little bit more. Now tap, tap a little bit more, tap a little bit more. Just keep tapping without jerking on the rein if you can. Tap a little bit more. Good, relax. So if you can, swing your wrist.
Okay.
Right then you were bumping on a mouth every time you want to go.
I was trying to pull her around.
So this thing here is flexible.
Yeah.
So your hand does not have to come out here. You know, I can whip myself on this leg from here because it bends around your leg. That's why they're made like this. So your hand's here and it can wrap around your leg and it's just tapping your horse back there.
Okay.
Does that make sense there?
Yep.
I'm going to stand here because what will happen is if she starts heading over towards these, you'll tend to slow down.
Yeah.
Tap a little bit, release. Good, she just got a little more forward. It's not much, but we're trying to show her what makes that thing go away. And it's not getting tight. Like if she'd got tight right then. Good, so let's go ahead and try it again. Right here, while you're walking. Okay, perfect. Did you just add a little bit of leg and she almost trotted? Yeah. Yeah, well, you think about it before, you were probably adding more leg than that to get a walk.
I was.
Yeah. So I noticed you keep switching sides with your whip.
Yeah, because it's just comfort. Because if I had to pull her around to disengage.
Well, the only thing I was going to say was I'd have the whip on the same side as the other horse because they're not likely to go towards your whip, they're likely to go away from it.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and ask again right here. Good. So is that just off your leg? Yeah. Yeah. So that's what we're trying to get. And so you did very little and she did quite a bit. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. And so if you think about at the start of the whole thing, you were adding leg that kind of made a belly crease and she walked like that. Because you think this is kind of like your horse, Bridget. Once I get this horse responding to my energy, then all I have to do is a little more energy. Whoop, there's the trot. That's what we're trying to get here is we're trying to get this horse to respond to input. And if we add more input, we just get more output. But if you have a lot of input to get a little bit of output, it tends to tell me there's a bit of out of it. You're getting 1 mile an hour of push back against you, which means there's some resistance in there. And then so the more you ask, that resistance will get bigger. So right now is a good place to ask for a bit more because she's a long way from these horses. So we're going to use her attraction to those horses. Does that make sense? So let's go ahead and ask her just to go a bit more than she is. Excellent. Good. Now if she trots post, posting allows that energy to keep going. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah. Now, when I'm first riding young horses, like in the round pen or whatever, usually I'll sit the trot a little bit till I figure out what's going on. Because if they start bucking mid-post, you're standing up. But once I know I'm not going to die, then I'm going to try to have as much energy as they do. Does that make sense? Now, instead of trying to steer her away from there, I would choose, as she gets over near Devon's horse, choose that as the time to ask her to go. And what she'll tend to find is, All the whip tapping happens at Devon's horse.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You won't be whip tapping coming this way because she'll be more forward. But if she gets over there and stops by Devon's horse, then when you ask her to go and she's half attached to Devon's horse, you're going to tap with the whip. Not because she's standing near Devon's horse, it's because she's not going. And why is she not going? Because she's thinking about Devon's horse.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So instead of steering her away from there, if you steer her away from there, she wants to be there and you steer her away, that tells me she thinks it's a good place to be and you told her you can't go there.
Okay.
And then what's going to happen? She's going to, I want to go there because it's a good place.
Makes sense.
Make sense? So you can just use little things like that to, like working on this, you can just, this is kind of the choose where you work, choose where you rest thing. Okay, let's go ahead and ask her to go again. So really slow, there we go. Your legs hadn't even touched her and she kind of hit you in the bum right then. You see, she doesn't just walk off, but she kind of comes alive. Yeah, so you're starting to get, so this is a bit like your horse, Bridget, where we start to get a bit more energy, they start to get a bit more energy. And that's what you're trying to do right here, which is why you started out with very little energy, so that if she does anything, you go, yeah, matching my energy. But if you start out with, and then you get this, and like I said, you may as well get off and give her a piggyback. Does that make sense? So let's go ahead and ask her to go again. Real subtle. Good. Now, right, and we're going to start to put it closer and closer together now that she knows the answer. So go ahead and ask again. Good. Now ask for a little bit more. So add a little bit of leg. Now, is she responding? Good. Release.
No, was she? She didn't feel like she.
No, I saw her speed up. So right now, let's see if you can speed up from here. So just add the tiniest little bit of leg. Good. Relax. So you didn't kick her, you didn't even, like your heel didn't go anywhere near, it's just your calves closed around her. So, Bridget, did that look like me and your little Mustang today when I jogged and he jogged? Yeah. And so what you're going to do up there, Amber, is you're going to ask for a bit more coming back this way, because she's going to be encouraged to go this way a little bit more. So you notice Amber's not telling her where to go to. She went down there on her own, she turns the corner. Now that she's pointing this way, now go ahead and ask her to go again. Good. Now just ask for a little bit more. Now ask for a little bit more. There you go, perfect. Awesome. So every time we ask for just a little bit more energy, we got just a little bit more energy. Off, not much. Perfect. So did you see what Amber did right then? She matched her horse. So the horse was trotting, and as I went past Laura's horse, it started to slow, and so Amber's seat sat, and the horse came to a stop, and Amber stopped. Amber wasn't, come on, we're trying to go. So she's not trying to influence this horse with her seat at this point in time, because that'll be asking a no question. This horse is not influenceable by our seat right now, and if you're trying to make it go, trying to make a horse like this go off your seat, you're going to wear out that as an availability. Or if you're on a horse that's real uptight and anxious and you're trying to slow them down with your seat, you're wearing out that too. So there's a time to ask for subtlety. But what Amber did down there was perfect. She just matched her. And initially riding young horses, what you've got to do is you've got to go, it's just like matching steps. You've got to blend in with them. If you're on a young horse and you're trotting around and his trot that he does is a pretty fast trot, you've got to go with it. You can't sit and go, no, on a slower trot, because you're creating disharmony in there. If they want to trot slow for a bit initially, yeah, just let's go together. And at some point in time, I'll start to try to influence you. And a lot of people, how much cantering you done?
A little bit, not a whole lot.
And what's she like cantering?
She's kind of pluggy to start.
Okay.
Most of the time, I've had like 2 rides where she actually had
Okay. A lot of times when people are riding young horses, if they're not real confident, they want the horse to canter, but they don't really want it to canter. So half of them's asking the horse to canter. So their legs are asking them to canter, and if you get a little whip, your whip might be asking them to canter, and your ass cheeks and your heart are going, please don't canter, please don't canter. And so then you send them these mixed messages. So this is a young horse's first canter under saddle. And all of a sudden, what do you want? And so, you've got to be able to, if you like your first canter under saddle, you've got to be fully committed to cantering. All of you's got to want to canter. Not half of you's got to want to canter. Okay. So what we want to do with you is get this bit working, but, hey sweetness, but your horse just had that backing up and that tenseness that's like, okay, we don't need to add any more to that. Does that make sense? Okay, so what we're going to see if we can just get a little bit more going here before we quit with her, Amber. So I wouldn't do it right there. I just let her wander around. Now right now you can, good, okay. So you guys notice, I pointed it out before, but you notice Amber's not doing any steering for the most part. Because when you steer, you interfere with forward. And so initially they've just got to be able to go. It's not go and where you go. There's really about 3 things a horse has to do. They have to go, then you have to tell them where to go, and they have to tell them how to go. And if you get all those 3 things right there, you can go to the Olympics in the dressage. All you're doing is tell them to go, where to go, and how to go. First it's go. Then it's where to go. And then there's like 10 years, 15 years of the rest of it. But I think a lot of people with young horses get into trouble because they're trying to tell them where to go, how to go, and go when they're trying to get them to go. So basically, it turns out everything's wrong. Don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. You're trying to get them to go, but not over there. No, you're trying to make it easy for them to go, not hard for them to go. And as Penny right now is mulling over in her head, she's like, okay, I could do that, but then I have to stop thinking about all those things that might go wrong. And we all face that. I mean, but that's a huge part of it. That's what I talked a lot about this morning, about being able to control what you think about. You know, kind of like with Devon. Devon said, oh, but my horse kicks out. How many times have you fallen off and she kicked out? Well, none. Okay, so it's nothing even worth thinking about. But the horses, you know, Devon's horse has kicked out a few times. She's not fallen off. But I'm sure, Devon, you've had some stories in your head where if she does it again, next time's the time I'm going to fall off, and then will it be a helicopter or an ambulance? And you just make these stories up in our heads, which we're all quite good at. Okay, so right here, Amber, see if we can ask for a bit more walk. I'll probably switch sides with your whip so you don't tap the fence with it. Or leave it on that side, whichever. Keep tapping, just keep tapping till there's a change. Perfect. It wasn't much of a change, but you were tapping there and you tapped about 10 times and nothing changed. So you don't have to get harder, just have to wait until there's a slight change. So if this was a young horse out here and we're riding around like this, usually that side of the arena with all those banners is the scary place. Well, we're not having to deal with that because our young horses want them to be over here. And we just want our horse to go forward. I don't care where you go forward. Whereas if you get on your young horse and then you're trying to make him go towards the banners. So now let's go ahead and go again there, Amber, see if we can go for a trot. Post, please. There we go. And then just go again. So, good. Now, bend to a stop there. Probably on the other side. Okay, so where did this horse want to be mostly?
In the corner.
And where did we do quite a bit of asking to go? Okay, and that, down here. We did sometimes there, but a lot of it was down here. And that time this horse came down through here. And I said, no, and she stopped and I said, ask again. And we asked her again and she goes, okay, I know over here is where all the asking happens. I haven't been over there. I wonder what would happen if I went over there. And so we want to finish for the day anyway, and she made a decision to go over there, I would get off and plant that seed. And what the seed we've planted is this horse goes, huh, I discovered that on my own. And so you're teaching them to search for answers and look for, instead of just doing the same thing over and over again, like, well, what else could I do? Does that make sense? For me, the initial part of training these horses is teaching them how to look for answers. Because you can make them do a certain amount of stuff, but up to a certain point, but after that, they've got to put their hand up and want to do stuff. So from the beginning, I'm trying to teach these horses how to look for answers. And like I said, with Devon's horse, you know, you can hop off, Amber. Amber's horse wanted to go over by Devon's horse, and I said, I wouldn't stop her from going over there. You're working on going forward anyway. If your horse goes over Devon's horses and stops there, good. Ask your horse to go forward. Quite possibly your horse is not going to respond to your legs while it's beside Devon's horse, so now you're going to tap with the whip a little bit. And your horse is going to go, I don't really get tapped with the whip until they go over near Devon's horse. I know how to control the whip, I'll just stay away from Devon's horse. And so now we're starting to control, we're trying to influence where this horse goes in the arena without asking them to do it. We haven't steered her anywhere for the most part. That was awesome. Did you see it make that change right there? Should have been, yeah. So when I said bend to a stop, in a perfect world, I would have had Amber bend that way. Because this horse kept thinking, these guys are the answer. And then her horse goes over there and goes around this corner. And then when we stop, we bend her thoughts back towards those horses. I would have said, over here, in a perfect world. But I mean, it was still pretty good anyway. But that, did you notice we got nothing done for a long time? And then all of a sudden at the end, it started to kind of come together. That whole first bit, they're getting nothing done apparently. You're working on those tiny little things. They're your building blocks. Kind of like with your horse, Bridget, you know, like, I'm just going to do this little exercise over and over until this horse can start to read my intention energy on the shoulder. Now I want to do it on the hip. Oh, the hip's not working. Okay, get the shoulder, got to get it. And when I finally got all that, then I could go in the middle. And then I could go, okay, now this horse has read my energy. Now I'm just going to wave the flag a little bit, which didn't work at the beginning. And then after a little while, I just have a jog. And your little Mustang has a jog. But what we tend to think with these horses is that if the beginning takes this long, then the hard stuff's going to take forever. And I'm like, I'm 53, I'll be dead before I get anything done. Whereas it's actually the opposite. Like you saw with your little horse with that trot, this horse, if you take your time in the beginning, it's like a hockey stick. It goes along and goes along and goes along, and then woo, it takes off. But if you try to take off too early, if you try to go up too early, it goes down, and then you go, this stuff's for the birds. This is really, really hard. Takes forever. If that makes sense to you guys. Awesome job, Amber. I love that. Very good. So with your horse, what we're probably going to try to do is, I would go through the same thing tomorrow. It's just like when your horse got to where she kept walking off, I thought it was a bit out of anxiety. And so you don't add energy to anxiety. You know, I kind of talked about that this morning. You're not going to try to teach an anxious horse anything. And if my horse is anxious, I'm just going to try to get him back down. I don't want to add any energy to that, because you can either teach them that thing means worry, or you just make them worse. Does that make sense there? Do you get any questions about that?
I don't. I might in the morning.
Okay. Laura, you got any questions about that?
I'm so happy, thank you.
You good? Amber, you all good? Awesome, okay. Thanks guys. Thank you guys out there in Livestream world for watching. We'll be back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock Pacific Daylight Time. You guys got any questions?